the live more part, that got really interesting because suddenly I had episodes talking to classic car collectors, to wine aficionados, to watch collectors. Like, these are things that the show had never ventured out to. But it is a lot of fun when you get like sommeliers and chefs together talking about food and wine. I don't really drink alcohol. I'm not much of a wine drinker, but I have to tell you, when you go have dinner with chefs and sommeliers, everything tastes better. These people are so passionate about food. You can't help but to sort of get sucked into that, and it elevates your life. I think that's what Inspired Money is all about.
So you can be, it's like what your money is inspired by, or what you're inspired by your money. It's just a lot of great things all inside of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to, if I can sum it up into one thing, like, money is a tool. Like, we talk about money a lot. People want to make more money. You know, we all think about, well, I would love to do this thing, but, you know, I want to give back. I want to donate, but I can do it when I make more money. I think the fact is, start now. Even if it's just a little bit, even if you just donate $1 towards a cause that matters to you, donate that $1, because forever you're going to say, yeah, the goal is a moving target. And we're always going to say tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. I think it's important to start today because we don't know how much time we have on this earth. It's important to try to do the best with our money as possible. And that comes down to, you know, what are those basic things that we talked about earlier in the show? How do I make sure that I'm spending less than what I make? What matters to me? How do I make a positive impact? How do I give? How do I help people that matter to me? Because wealth isn't just about money. Money is a tool. You have to figure out what you want to do with your money, and what is the money serving? Like, what's it for? Because if you're just accumulating for the sake of accumulating, it's not going to give you happiness. And I think life is too short to live without happiness. You got to figure out what matters to you. If it's your family, then you got to figure out, how do you spend more time with your family? You know, we talk a lot about it's better to spend on experiences than on material things. And I think that aligns with that as well. It's like, go travel, go see the world, whether you're doing that now while you're younger or while you're in retirement. But those are the things you need to think about, because it's like, how do you want to enrich your life, and what's the money for?
Right. So you see struggles with accumulators versus, you know, they've spent their whole life accumulating. Now it's time for them to spend that actual money, and they don't want to spend it.
That one's interesting. Yeah. That one's interesting because, you know, all the money experts talk about your money script, which usually takes you back to your childhood. Like, what were the experiences that really established your relationship with money? Are you a saver or are you a spender? There's that, which a lot of people don't do. Like, you have to go through that exercise and say, like, where do I fall in the spectrum? I'm a saver. My wife's a spender. I think over time we kind of like average out, which actually works well.
Yeah.
So it's good that we're different. But yeah, I think it's important to know, like, who you are, why you are that way, and then try to figure out, like, maybe you don't want to be so extreme. Like, me penny pitching to the extreme is not the best thing. So I have to learn how to spend money sometimes too. And, you know, my wife, she was like the other way. She's like, she realized that she was like spending for emotional reasons. Now she's like, I really don't need those things. So she's not spending anymore. And then I think that what's interesting is that the transition from working to retirement is huge. I mean, just mindset wise, you're going from getting a paycheck every month, they call that accumulation phase, to stopping working, and then your decumulation, you're spending your nest egg. And that's a big shift mentally. That can be very hard for people. Anyways, so many money topics, and I think that we can't solve it all in one episode.
Got that right, and we're not even going to try. But you have like I said, plenty of years of it. I want to take a couple minutes and address some of these questions that were asked. I want to share it with my screen, but my bandwidth apparently decided that's not going to happen, or maybe it's because it's streaming through that live event. I don't know. But there were some comments, some of the questions. I want to see if I can pull them up and maybe ask you a couple of them real quick, Andy. I don't know if you've had a chance to see them.
I tried to take a look earlier, and now I can't. No, I can't find it.
Okay, so I'll just read some of the comments. Addressing the gap in financial literacy is crucial. However, actionable steps need accessibility beyond just the live show. So that's what I was talking about. Another one that I thought was, they're all good, but it said, how do you plan to measure the impact of bridging this financial literacy gap during the broadcast?
We're going to measure it by seeing if our viewer or listener today can just do one thing this week. Just pick one thing. And I'll assign one thing. Marcus, maybe you can give an idea. But
okay,
I think go back to what I was saying about, tracking where your money is going every month. Just this weekend. Today's Friday. Whenever you're listening to this, like over the weekend, sit down and just take like 10 minutes. You can look at your credit card bill as like a good exercise and just see where's your money going. See how much is going towards food, how much is going towards housing, see how much is going towards transportation, and, try to get a baseline. Just start tracking.
Okay, that's a good one. I like that. One of the 4 things to track. I do have one. I'll give you one. And this was from Ashley Kwame, who I actually saw on your show. See, right? So it all comes back. The money date. Go out and have a money date with your spouse or significant other. And it doesn't have to be like a full-fledged money date where you're going deep into the financials. If you've never had a money date before, just go out and start having those conversations about what you actually see, what you want, or is one a spender, is one a saver? Are we retiring in the mountains? Are we retiring at the beach? Like, these are things that people really don't even think about sometimes, and they'll retire. So I'm going to offer the money date to people.
Yeah, I got one more, since I actually have to do this right now, and I really don't like doing it. One of my guests suggested to me that once a year, you should take a look at your cable bill, your auto insurance, because if you don't get quotes, the price just keeps going up every year. So I don't remember which guest, but she told me she usually does this at the beginning of the year, like in January. She'll go look at some of those recurring bills and, call the cable TV company and say, hey, can you give me some, like, any promotions to reduce my bill? She just asks, and usually they say, oh yeah, we can give you this $20 off. We can give you this like $10. So we'll give you $30 off. Easy, right? Like one phone call. And she reduced her monthly bill by $30 just by asking. I mean, if you really want to do more work, you could go look at the competitor and see, because usually they have the best. All the companies have the best promotions for the new customer, not for the loyal customer, which is unfortunate, but that's the truth. So if you really want to do the work, you could go look at the competitor and say, what promotions do you have? And usually those are pretty good. You might end up switching, which can be a pain, but you can save money. The thing that I don't like to do right now, I need to, I have an auto renewal coming up. So I'm trying to get quotes. This is a headache, but it's necessary. I think the potential to save money and get better coverage is real. And it's something that I need to do. I have not done that annually, but to do it annually is a great great tip. And
Yeah,
when you go through tracking your bills, you might find subscriptions that you're just not using anymore, right? Whether that's like magazine, that's like old school. But, maybe you don't need 5 streaming services. Like go turn one of them off because you haven't watched it like in 6 months. So anyways, that's why it matters just to track and see like where your money's going. But I love your suggestion about having the money date, because I think, if you have a spouse, this money thing is a team sport. It's not just you. Like you need to be aligned with your spouse. And I mean, relationships, it's all about communication. So money is a big one. I mean, we know that the data says that a lot of relationships have conflict, and it boils down to money. So have those money conversations before the problem grows too big.
Amen to that. And we dove deeper into prenups, postnups. Your conversation, your thought on the looking at the insurance is great as well. I need to do it with my homeowners insurance. Every year I get my homeowners insurance bill. I'm like, this is too much. There's no way, but that ties back into so many things. Is why homeowner insurance is higher, property taxes and all those things of the sort. But yeah, we just need to take a second and look at where we're at with everything. Just have an expansion, having a look and see where we are, have everything encompassed in one place. I love how the 1 + 1 = 3 what couples 2 when it comes to money, if they don't understand. And I can do math, but it's exponential. And that's not even an exponential answer, but 2 together equals more is what I'm trying to get with people. Andy, I've stolen way more of your time than I meant to, man. But I told you, an hour goes fast, man, when you're having a good conversation. Is there anything you want to leave with Main Street or anyone today? Let's take a few minutes and just let them know.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep it simple. We talked for a lot today. Thank you for listening to us. And if you made it to the end, kudos to you. Appreciate you. Yeah, keeping it simple. Just follow me on LinkedIn. You can search for Advisor Andy. Easy to find me. I do a daily video on every trading day, just talking about, what drove the market and what financial news and how that translates to your wallet. Yeah, I've been thinking about how to maybe brand that as like, Heard on Main Street or something. It's like,
Nice.
what does all this like Federal Reserve or Iran talks, how does that translate to your wallet? Like, what does that mean to you? And yeah, I try to just do like a summary in 90 seconds or less. So follow me on LinkedIn or find me on social media, and would love to have your follows and comments. I think that it's really interesting to have engagement, because the conversations can continue in the comments.
Absolutely. Hope people leave comments and suggestions for this one as well. Man, such a great conversation, such just rich topics, and you gave such great answers. Hopefully people gain something from this conversation. Go check out Andy over on his LinkedIn. Check out the YouTube. What's the YouTube? Where can they find you on YouTube?
Inspired Money. Yeah, it's YouTube/@Inspired Money. So just search for Inspired Money. You'll find me. We've got lots of, you can get the shorts there. You can get our live stream there. Gosh, the shorts are like 90 seconds. The live streams are like 90 minutes. But that's where you get like a panel of 3 experts plus a one-on-one with an author. We've been covering a lot of cool stuff. So, and I don't know why I have all these side projects. It's my daughter's joke. She's like, "What are you doing now?"
And if someone wants to come work with you, what if they love what they heard today and they're like, I want to work with Andy?
Yeah, go to runnymede.com. My firm is Runnymede Capital Management, fee-only financial advisors. We help with retirement planning, help with investing. Yeah, just gonna try to help people with their money and make sure that they're reaching their goals and objectives over time.
Very good. Very good. Well, I just want to thank Andy Wang for coming on. It's been a really great conversation. Hopefully we can do this again sometime, so we can all just sit down and talk again. Maybe come over on your show or something. It doesn't matter. But thank you, Andy. Thank you, everyone who tuned in. Like, share, subscribe. Check out my channel, Andy's channel. Remember, we're doing this to share it with the masses. We also have businesses. Mine's at ABC Squared. That's my financial planning firm. His is Runnymede. So check us out. Main Street Heart meets Wall Street Smarts. We'll see
Thank you,
next
Marcus.
time.
Yeah,
Thank
subscribe
you.
to this show because Marcus does a lot of prep, and it's not easy running a show consistently. But Marcus, great job.
Thank you so much, Andy. I appreciate it. And thank you all for Main Apple doesn't have to be the first one, right? So the early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. Apple gets the cheese, right? You know what I mean? Like Apple they don't even have to be second. Apple be third, fourth, but generally and usually once they've taken that time, Apple's going to do it right. So like Apple will have the best version of it. And then if it's not correct, they'll figure it out. Now they have definitely struggled with devices here. You know, some of the things Apple has done, the software, the music, Apple is innovators. It'll be interesting to see what can happen. Apple's been going up in this market when everything else in the tech world's been going now. Once again, Apple took a lot less with the CapEx. So it's have more money that they can spend in CapEx right now, but we'll see if they do. We'll see what they say. Apple reports soon. So Apple, just part of this mega cap earnings season that we're in right now. Earnings season's actually gotten up to a good start too, but it's projected to be a very strong earnings season. So it'll be interesting to see what Apple has to say.
Greedy. Oh, they're so aggressive. Oh, they're so high. This is what they say. Oh, they've got ADHD. Do you know how many? I mean, I've never been diagnosed with ADHD. Do you know how many people say like, "Oh, how many cups of coffee have you had, Sarah?" It's those subtle like twist the knife, or they'll be like, "Here's the Energizer Bunny. She never slows down," or they'll be like, why is nothing ever good enough? Like, why are you trying to do so much all on your own? This is the other thing they say. This is the other thing they say. You're gonna burn out.
Mm.
That's the
You
other
got
thing
different
they
kind of
say.
fuel though. They don't understand where your
But
cup's
that's
getting
what-
poured from.
But that's how like entrepreneurs are like butchered and killed in today's society. And like my son, to bring it back, right? My son has ADHD, right? And everyone that, oh, this is such a tragedy. Let me tell you something. My son will walk around Manhattan and do deals with people. Like he picks electronics out of the garbage on the Upper East Side, fixes the phones, because like autistic, this is like a stereotype, but my son does have this trait that like he can understand mechanical things very easily. And he watches DIY videos on YouTube and figures out how to fix the phone. And then he goes sells them to thrift stores.
Nice.
And this is the kid, this kid, right? That the teachers are like, every single time we have a teacher meeting, it's like wringing the hands, like, oh, we're so worried about him. Oh, he's not performing. Oh, he couldn't do the times table. Oh, like all this and that, right? And I'm like, but out of given the way that AI is, it's like, if I had to put my money on like one person that will have a job out of all of my kids, it's him because he can fix phones.
Because they put too much pressure and grace or whatever on this so-called traditional education, traditional type of intelligence. You're not everyone has something that they're good at. Like you just have to figure out what it is. Like for sure. No, that's good stuff.
How are they gonna make money off their knowledge of the French Revolution?
They're going to Google it, right? And it's going to come back with some bad information like George Washington started it and Abraham Lincoln finished it. and Marie Antoinette did not get her neck chopped off. Something like that. That's what AI will give you. I'm just saying. We haven't even had a chance here to talk about like your fees, like not your fees, but like flat fees versus AUM. I know you have a time limit, so we'll have to come back and visit that again. I want to give you a chance here to just tell Main Street or anyone anything that you want them to know. Take a second, talk to them, and just the floor is yours. Oh, and then I'll have another question for you. Go ahead.
Be humble, and then things take care of themselves. Have self-respect and know your value, but more humility because it's rare, but it also makes things a lot easier.
Cool. And then the final question I would ask you, and this is a question one of my friends asked me. I was on his podcast that's coming out, Every Man's Warrior. Shout out to John Henderson Jr. But he asked me, he said, if you were to, when you leave here, what do you want like your children to remember you for? Like if they look up you and see you, like besides what they actually know, like what do you want your impact to be?
That I wasn't afraid to not have everybody like me.
Oh. All right. Well, there you go. Anything else, Main Street? Anything else you want to tell us, Sara?
Well, I would just say that living in America, which I would assume a lot of you do, that we're so blessed. If it's not for sure that you're going to make it and no one's going to hand it to you, but you will get a shot. It might not be the same shot that the next person gets, but you are here in America and it is your constitutional right to pursue entrepreneurship. That by the law, you have that right, and that is a right that people in other countries do not necessarily have. There is no reason for you to accept mediocrity. There is no reason for you to accept a life that you believe is below your standard. There are obstacles, but here in America, we have the opportunity to overcome those obstacles. It is our legally protected, constitutionally granted right. So when you look at what you want to do for the world, just remember that there's access to, there's the chance, there's the hope, and it's not going to, you're the one that has to make it happen, but the control and the power really lies with you and what you make of it.
Yes, and the perspective, go play in traffic, right? Not like literal traffic, but go get better at something, go be active. Like you said, send out those messages on LinkedIn or wherever it is that you have to be there for people to find you. You know what I mean? You have to be present for opportunity. Sara, this has been a great conversation. We're about to do this again so we can dig into, like, there's so much stuff. Like I got notes, folks. We didn't even get to all of them, but this is good. This has been really good. You and your husband, I think y'all, at the end of every show, I like to say Main Street heart meets Wall Street smarts, but I think y'all are like the epitome of that, right? Like the heart from Antonio, the smarts from you. That's not to take away from any of his smarts. Please don't think that I'm saying that. But it's like, it's beautiful to see. So Main Street heart meets Wall Street smarts. Thank you, Sara, for joining us today. Welcome back to the Main Street Meets Wall Street podcast. I'm your host, Marcus Sturtevant Sr. Every week, we perform the audit. We look at the data coming out of the Federal Reserve, the macro trends moving the S&P 500, small business owners' challenges, and we ask the only question that matters. How does this impact your ledger? We see the headlines every day: inflation, interest rate shifts, and consumer uncertainty. But the truth is, the natural economy picture is often just noise for the entrepreneur who doesn't have a strategy to capture the value. Today, we're moving beyond that noise. I'm joined by Derek Kinney, the voice behind the Good Money Revolution and a regular authority on Fox Business. We aren't just talking about money. We're talking about institutionalizing your purpose.
We're going to break down how to distinguish between economic volatility and opportunity, and why the Main Street agenda is the only operating system that will allow you to survive and thrive in the 2026 more economy. Derek, welcome to the show. To get us started, when you look at the disconnect between the headline data we see on the news and the reality of small business owners managing their own cash flow, what's the biggest noise they need to filter out today?
Marcus, first of all, thanks for having me. I've been excited to be on your show, and I'm excited about this conversation. You know, what people need to filter out is what actually matters to me in my life. I like to say there's the economy, and then there's people's personal economy. And ultimately, people's personal economy is all that matters. You know, we hear about inflation and job loss numbers and the war in Iraq and gas prices and all these things. But ultimately, can I still retire? Can I still go out with friends on Friday night? Can I pay for my kids' soccer lessons? All the things that matter are in people's personal economy. And so what I tell people is, as an advisor, as an entrepreneur, you want to not just think about what the news is, but you want to be a news interpreter in terms of what does this news mean to your exact clients. So when I was an advisor, I sold my business about 5 years ago. People would come in the office, Derek, I see employment's high, inflation's high. What does this mean? They'd get into a panic, and then we'd boil it down. Well, what does this actually mean to your 401k or to your goals for retirement or to your ability to buy that business? And actually it was very little, because those were things out of their control. But when we realized, okay, here's the things you can control of making more money, saving more money, setting clear goals on what you want, then they became empowered that even in the midst of all this uncertainty, focusing on their personal economy gave them certainty and, more importantly, simplicity.
Great explanation. Just to even dig a little bit deeper into that. So what were some of the specific questions they were asking you when they were coming there?
Well, first of all, Derek, what does inflation mean? You know, what do the unemployment numbers mean? What does it mean when our country is at war with somebody else and gas prices go up? How does all this work? Because people want to know, how does it affect my money? There's one radio station that everybody listens to, and it's WIIFM, which stands for What's in It for Me. Ultimately, it's our favorite station. We listen to it 24/7. And so what I would tell people is, you know, listen, if you're complaining about gas prices, what about if you were pumping gas and you owned some of the companies that invested in gas? Well, now you might be cussing the gas price, but you're cheering the stock price. So there's a way to counteract that. And so I would tell people, and they're like, oh my gosh, I hadn't even thought about that. And so what we look at is, you can choose to burn brain cells and complain about things you can't control, or you can say, based on these economic trends and how they affect my personal economy, how can I benefit from them? There's always a way to make money when other people are worried about possibly losing money. And so that's what I would tell people is, look, if we know the market's going to be volatile, then let's shift our strategy over here. That way, even in the midst of all the worry and all the uncertainty, people feel like they have a plan. And that's what I would say the key word is. There's a lot of 4-letter words out there, Marcus, but the best one is PLAN. When people feel like they have a plan, even in the midst of all the uncertainty, it reduces their worry. It dramatically reduces their anxiety and makes them feel like they're making progress, even in areas that they can't control.
Yeah, that's a great explanation. I think what folks don't realize is that radio station you're talking about, WIFM, that's larger than what people consume the most now, YouTube and Disney.
That's right.
That's the largest channel in the world. It's not just on radio. It's serious. It's everything, right? That's really where people do have to think, like, your personal balance sheet. And I love how you mentioned the fact that if you're at the gas pump and you're like, I'm at this, and all right, so everyone already knows we're not making any stock recommendations. We're just talking because you have to get into a personal relationship with someone to make a stock recommendation. But the gas station down the street from me has Exxon. So if I'm pumping Exxon gas, man, do I own some Exxon? Do I own Exxon stock? I get Amazon Prime delivered to my house so often. Even if you don't understand stocks or valuations, if you're getting a bunch of Amazon, maybe you should look at buying some Amazon stock, like owning what you're investing in. We're going to get back to that deep stuff a little bit more. I love do you want to expand a little bit more on that?
Well, it's funny. As you said that, I was just thinking about a stock. I always, when I work with my clients, I always like to tell a story about their investments. For most people like you and I, we love managing money. We love investing money, making money. But a lot of people shockingly don't care. And so what I would do is I would tell people a story about their investments to make them more interested in the process. And so I'm not recommending this, but this was a great example. It paid a really good dividend. There was a preferred stock back in the day called Grant Metropolitan. Back then, it paid like a 9% dividend. I'm not recommending it, but I'm just saying back in the day, it worked really well. But what was cool was what it invested in. So it invested in Haagen-Dazs ice cream and Smirnoff vodka among two of its holdings. And I would tell people, this is the classic investment where on days where the stock market's going down, you're going to like that Smirnoff vodka. On days when it's going up, you're going to love that Haagen-Dazs ice cream to celebrate. And it made it personal. People like, oh, Derek, how's that Haagen-Dazs Smirnoff vodka investment doing? And so when people can name the investment with something fun about it, now you brought them into something that they care about. But the key is so many advisors bury their head in the sand when there's bad news going on. And what I find is when you can predict the bad news, doesn't mean you're going to say exactly the date, but you just want to have a conversation around, let's be proactive. And if the time comes where the U.S. is at war with somebody or we see higher inflation, a lot of volatility, here's the game plan of what we will do. So when people know that and hear you say that, you become viewed as this proactive, empathetic, highly caring financial advisor that has the four-letter word PLAN, plan, that people want. You don't have to know when they're going to happen or if it's going to happen, but just the fact that you're talking about, here's what worries me right now. Here's what I'm concerned about. When you're happy about everything, people don't always have the urgency to keep working with you. I tell advisors every visit that you have with a client, whether it's on Zoom or in person, you want to say the words, now, there's something else I'm worried about on your behalf right now. You see, you become the paid worrier that they want to keep paying because you care for them and are walking alongside them, helping them avoid the costly mistakes and save money that they don't want to have happen to them.
Man, I'm glad you did expand upon that. Like you said, a lot of people, especially like financial advisors, don't even want to bring up worry. They're just trying to get out of that meeting with that client.
Right.
You know what I mean? But you are supposed to bring up that kind of stuff, right? Like what can I do better for you? However you want to frame it, right? How can I improve my service for you? What are you looking for? But that comes with the expectations at the beginning too, as well, when you set up these relationships. Speaking to clients, I know you don't have clients anymore per se because you sold your business for like an 8-figure exit, I think. But that's this is. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's take folks back and just walk back through to, I imagine you had the 110, 3, 1, dials back in the day. Where did you dial and smile? Is that how you got into the business? Let's take it back. Just take it back through Kinney's memory line.
Take it back. Wow. Yeah. So I had a problem when I became a financial advisor. I was 26. I looked like I was 13. I had no natural market. I had no gray hair. I had no wrinkles. But what I had, Marcus, was a passion for supporting local education. And so I had this crazy idea. I went back to my alma mater high school, Sam Houston High School here in Arlington, where I still live today. And I brought a $50 Amazon gift card for the teacher and a $25 Amazon gift card for the student. And I began to do a Teacher and Student of the Month award at my local high school. And I would give to the teacher a certificate and the gift card and let them know how much we appreciated them, and give the gift card and a certificate to the student, letting them know that they've got a big, bright future ahead. And we get a picture taken with the student, the teacher, the principal, and myself. And back in the day, we put this in the newspaper, kind of cutting edge technology back then. And I began to get phone calls about 6 months later. And what one woman said to me shocked me. And it completely changed how I thought about my business. She said, Derek, we know you're new, we know you're young, but we want you to be our financial advisor. And what she said next just changed the entire business philosophy I have. She said, Derek, we want to work with you because you care about what we care about. You care about what we care about. And it was in that moment I realized I didn't have to be the smartest or the best looking or the most well connected. I just had to care about what my ideal clients cared about. And it was like this weight lifted off my shoulders. And what I realized was I then began to do this at all the local high schools, even some of the junior highs and elementary schools. And it was on the cheap. But what I found was people that have money want to work with people who are giving back to the local community. And what happens is it gives them elevated status. In other words, if I'm busy, but I care about the community, but I can't be involved because of my schedule, I feel like I'm part of something bigger by working with Marcus, who is involved in his local community. And so as an advisor, so many times you're told you've got to give the $10,000 gift to the symphony. You've got to make the $50,000 donation to the Museum of Art. Nope. I was bringing in $1 million clients with $75 a month. And what I realized was two things. If there's two takeaways you have from our time together today, number one is when you have a cause that you care about, it's like a magnet that attracts people to you. So I like to say when you connect a cause to your cash and meaning to your money and purpose to your profits, it drives you to go make more money so you can do more good. And then people want to work with you because they're part of something bigger. Then the second part is own a painful problem. So many advisors sound and look like everybody else, and they sell based on their features and benefits of their products and services. And what I tell people is when you own a problem, you own your success. You want to identify who's your ideal client, what is the painful problem they struggle with or worry about, and that you help fix that. When you do that, you have a cause you care about and a problem that you own, you become virtually irresistible to high net worth people because they feel understood by you. They're like, finally, somebody gets me. Somebody understands what I've been thinking about and worrying about, and they're involved in the community. And by the way, everybody loves supporting education and helping kids. It's a no-lose proposition.
Yeah, that's great stuff, man. Especially like you said, those last few points, like what people, can you say that the three statements you said, and then the 2 points?
Yeah.
Can you reiterate those one more time?
Sure. When you connect meaning to your money and purpose to your profits and a cause to your cash, now would motivate you to do more good and go make more money so you can do more good with it. You see, one of the biggest issues that advisors have is oftentimes, and I was guilty of this, so I'm speaking with all vulnerability here. I wanted a bulging bank account. I wanted to build a multi-million-dollar business, and I began to do that, and I looked around and realized nobody's here with me. I'm saying no to everybody else, even myself, to pursue this goal, and that led to me feeling burned out. And so the antidote to burnout is find a cause you care about and let that motivate you to go grow your business so you can give more money to the cause you care about. And then let the people in your community know when you work with us, you're part of something bigger and you're helping make a difference in this cause. It attracts people to you. And then the second is own a problem. When you own a problem, you own your success. So for example, it might be, you know how so many people worry about running out of money in retirement? We help them fix that. You know how doctors are great with their patients, but their finances need a prescription for help? We help them fix that. You know how so many hardworking women have a sudden life event, a divorce, a death, a job loss, and suddenly they feel stuck? We help them fix that. You see, when you own a problem that your ideal client instantly understands and says, yes, that's exactly what I'm worried about, and you say it in words that a third grader could understand, now people say to themselves, that's the person I've been looking for. That's the person that gets my pain.
Pain points. Yeah, people with pain points and your money Like people aren't even thinking about these things, and then you're just brushing the surface. So you suggest like finding one thing maybe for your whole niche, like that's your pain point. This is your ideal client. People don't. So there's a lot of conversations in niche, like how deep down a person should go into their niche, or just how people can tell people what they do, right? So if I was to walk up to you, and I think you kind of were, I think you were beginning to say that. If I was to walk up to you and say, hey, Derek, let's go back, not what you do right now, but what you did when you were a financial advisor, because I know, like, I know if you don't know how to deliver this to people, they just pretty much don't even want to talk to you anymore if you say I'm a financial advisor, right? Even if you're not trying to be like, even if you're not seeking them to work with them, you know, if you just
Right.
tell them what you do, I'm a financial planner, I'm a financial advisor. But if you can frame it like you said, I help people with. So when did you realize that framing worked? Because that was before you started your own business, right? And how would you frame it if someone asked you?
Well, where this happened was I had a big problem as a young financial advisor. Is when I would say to someone, I'm a financial advisor, when they ask me, what do I do? Their eyes would glaze over. They'd start to walk backwards. They'd murmur something under their breath like, I already have enough insurance. You sell mutual funds. I was like, what's happening here? And I used to cringe thinking when people would ask, Derek, what do you do? So I would ask them a lot of questions. But what I realized was until you connect with pain, then you're not going to be memorable. Memorable people make the most money. And most importantly, if you want to make it rain, connect with pain. If you want to make it rain, connect with pain. And so I just got fed up. And so let me give you an example. Marcus, let's say that you are at a social event in your local community. You've got your favorite beverage in your hand and you're mingling around the room at this event. And a man walks up and asks, hey, what do you do? And you reply, well, I'm a financial advisor. He says, oh, okay. And you ask, well, what do you do? And he says, well, you know how busy professionals, they want to get into shape, but we help them do that. Oh, okay. And then you ask a few other questions, have a conversation. And later on in the evening, a woman walks up and says, hey, what do you do for a living? And you reply, well, I'm a financial advisor. She says, oh, okay. And you ask, well, what do you do? She says, you know how busy business owners, they always put others' needs above their own, so their health takes a back seat? We custom tailor workout and eating plans so they can feel good, but most importantly, they can look great. So one day they can be the cool grandparent that has the energy to chase their grandkids across the floor. We specialize in personal training for busy professionals. Now pause. Now let's say that 1 week goes by and you look in the mirror and you say to yourself, I think I need a personal trainer. Which one would you call, Marcus? Would you call the man or would you call the woman?
Yeah, I would call the one who told me exactly what they're going to do so I can help my grandchildren, right? Like, I want to run with my grandchildren, stay healthier for life. You know, that woman definitely broke it down. Yeah. Yeah.
It's so funny that what you just said there, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
You're good.
What you said is what people connect with. It's like, I want to be the cool grandparent that has the energy to chase my grandkids across the floor. Now, if we pull back, both trainers are probably equally qualified, equal experience, will probably do an equally good job. But one used better words to connect with the instantly relatable pain points that you have. And so, again, if you want to make it rain, connect with pain. And so the formula that I've created, I call this my how framework. So psychologically, when you say to someone, you know how, well, just those words infer to the person that they will know what you're about to tell them. So it opens this mental door of, okay, I'm about to get what you're about to share. Does that make sense, Marcus?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
So what you want,
you're anchoring them.
that's right. So what you want to think about then is, and this is that there's 3 sentences, but the first sentence is really your express lane to success. And that is, put the words down here. You know how, then insert who your ideal client is, and then the words worries about or struggles with, and then insert the instantly relatable problem, period. We help fix that. So for example, I was working with a coaching client recently, and he said, Derek, my primary audience are corporate professionals who make good money, but they're worried about when they can retire. What should I say? And he came up with like 10 things to say. And when you talk about too many things, you bore people and you lose people's interest. What we know is if you're asking me to burn any brain cells to figure out what you're saying, you lose. You're causing me to have to figure it out and I move on to the next thing. Instead, you want to say it as though a third grader can understand it. So in his case, we talked about, you know how hardworking corporate professionals, they make good money, but they're worried about having enough money to be able to retire? As I slightly nod my head, we help them fix that. Oh, he said his client engagement went up dramatically and new clients that he brought on were up about 45% in the first 3 months that we worked together. Because number one, it gave him confidence of what to say, but it also clearly spelled out the pain point that hardworking corporate professionals who make good money but worry about having enough money to retirement worry about, because it's easily stated and nobody has to figure out, now what is he talking about? So if you want to make it rain, connect with pain.
There you go. Find the local pain point in your area, find the people who are connected with it, and then get that structured intro. Just practice it, practice it, practice it. So did you come up in a time where like scripts were heavy when you first started?
Yeah. When I first became an advisor, we had an entire script that we practiced, and it was really well done. What I found though was that you needed to know it so well that it sounded conversational. You know, one of the things, even when I teach my how framework, well, Derek, this feels like it's going to sound scripted. But actually, the more that you say it and it's in your words, in real time, you can actually see people's responses. Now, Marcus, I want to share something very important here. And it's really critical for, I think, an advisor who may be listening or watching right now who feels stuck. Like they know they're better than where their current revenue numbers are, but they're not there. And that is, so often we would reply financial advisor just to get it out and get it done. And what I realized is when I answered, I'm a financial advisor, I'm a wealth manager, I'm a dream funder, whatever you want to say, I knew what was going to happen. I would get a closed door. But when I connected with a pain point, people began to lean in and say, tell me more. And I had to do something to change my own behavior, because my tendency was just to say financial advisor. Now, this is going to sound crazy. I like to eat. And so what I said is, if any time somebody asks you, what do you do? And I reply financial advisor, I have to skip my next meal. I didn't want to skip my next meal. But what that gave me was I had to get okay with owning 7 to 10 seconds of verbal real estate. And what that means is when I say, oh, I'm a financial advisor, that's like 2 seconds, answers out. But instead, I've got to be willing to lean in and say, and this was my how phrasing that I came up with for me as an advisor. It's very effective. Marcus, you know how so many people, they worry about running out of money in retirement? We help them fix that. You see, that took about 8 seconds to say, but I gave myself ownership of these 8 seconds, if said with empathy and a little bit lower and just a little bit slower, it automatically causes people to say, this person really knows what they're talking about. I need to lean in and hear what they're saying. And what often happens then is, if those words land well, they say, well, now, so what do you do? And then the second line is describing your process. So the first line is the problem. The second line is your process. And so I would say, we have a 5-step framework where we custom tailor a strategy for each client so they don't run out of money, so that they feel confident. And then, oh, wow. Then I always add the third line, which is the specialty line. We specialize in retirement income planning. You see, you say it as though you're the doctor who literally has the medicine for their financial pain. And there's a point I don't want people to miss, and that is when you're in a critical conversation. Have you ever been asked a question, Marcus, and you're caught by surprise, or something was asked you weren't expecting? But what happens is often people's voices go higher and they talk faster, and they instantly sound nervous and anxious and less confident. So instead I say, when someone asks you a question you're not expecting, or you're in a high stakes conversation, you want to communicate like you cook a brisket, low and slow. So you want to talk a little bit lower and just a little bit slower, and instantly you sound more authoritative and empathetic and like you know what you're talking about. So for example, if I were to say to you, I'll do it two ways. You can close your eyes and see if you pick up on the difference here. You know how so many people worry about running out of money in retirement? We help them fix that. A. B, you know how so many people, they worry about running out of money in retirement? We help them fix that. Now, could you sense a difference between the two ways I said the exact same words?
I mean, it's almost like when you said the second time, like, I believe that you can help me fix that. And you believe you can help me fix that. As with the first time you said, it's like, oh, I mean, maybe someone there can help fix that, but I don't know if he's the one who can do it.
Right. I like how you said that. And so part of this is simply practicing, but ultimately you have to ask yourself one question. And you've got to be honest with yourself. Of all the advisors in your local community, should clients work with anybody besides you? And how you answer that question will then give you the confidence to own 7 to 10 seconds of verbal real estate when you answer the question, so what do you do? Because those 7 to 10 seconds will leave somebody and say, I'm going to close the door, or lean in and say, tell me more. And memorable people make the most money.
Yeah, that's very memorable as well. And when people speak and then you slow down the tone and you're forcing people to lean in and listen to you. You were talking earlier about the Sullivan nod you were doing when you're saying stuff to people, you're nodding yourself. Yes. I like to liken it to a coach like some little kids in basketball, and you've seen how little kids miss layups. Big kids do it too. I'll tell them, it's like, you go fast, you're running fast. If you're dribbling or whatever, till you get that ball. When you get that ball, you're still going fast. But when you get ready to shoot that ball, you got to slow down. That's when you slow down and take the shot, and it'll work out. Another thing I like to tell with basketball is, like, when you get the ball, slow down, because everybody else is watching you pretty much. Like, you're in control when you have the ball, right? So take your time, and that's pretty much what you were saying with the second one. Like, you're taking your time. Everyone's watching what you're going to do. Game 7, we've had several Game 7s in playoffs this NBA season. It's interesting to hear it. And the way you said it, like I said, when you close your eyes and listen, the second one's even better. Derek, I want to talk a little bit. So you were an advisor. We got your website up over here. You were an advisor, and you stopped being an advisor to clients and you became an advisor to advisors. Can we go? How did you get there?
That's right. Good way to put that. Yeah. So to go back a little bit, every year I go on a yearly sabbatical. I take about 5 days completely by myself to think and pray and journal. And I ask myself 3 questions. Number 1, how do I be a better husband? Number 2, how do I be a better father? And number 3, how do I be a better business owner? Okay. Now, the reason I began to do this was about 15 years earlier. I've always had a type A personality. I move really, really fast and I get easily distracted. And what I realized was I can run really, really fast, but if I'm not clear on exactly what I'm running fast toward, I'm running fast in a circle. And that was not getting me the results that I wanted. And what I realized was if I could take 5 days, basically a week, to get clear on what I'm going to run fast toward, now I can run really fast the other 51 weeks out of the year and hit the target and achieve what I want. And so I like to go by the water typically. So I was in Boston at the W Hotel there on the wharf. And I asked myself those questions in July of 2019. And I'd been feeling this for a while, like, what's next? I call this Derek 2.0. And I began to write a list out of all the things that I would like to do. Just dreamy, blank canvas, canceling the voices that have said you'd be a failure at this, you can't do this, this is something new. And I wrote down some crazy things like write a book, launch a podcast, coach, speak, consult. Could I build another business that had the same level of recurring revenue as my financial planning business? And I realized in that moment, that was my moment to leave being a financial advisor and move on to Derek 2.0 because I could monetize the business I built. But what was most important to me was not just handing off my clients. I wanted to hand them up. That was very important. And so one of the hardest things, just being completely transparent here, Marcus, that I ever did was I called each of our clients personally to let them know that I was selling the business. And this took about 2 months for me to do. Okay. And most of the people were excited for me. They said, Derek, you get to do what you've helped us do. They were celebrating with me. But some people were angry. There was just a handful of people, a couple people actually cussed me out a little bit.
What?
I can't believe you're abandoning us. You made a promise that you would help us retire. Here you're leaving before we retire. And I was able to calm them down. But one lady, Marcus, summarized it the best. She said, Derek, if you're going to have a midlife crisis, just buy a Corvette. It's a whole lot cheaper. But so I started this. It was the first week of January 2020, right before COVID started. And I made my last call the middle of February. And I remember thinking about it now, it brings it all back. The moment I made that last call and I hung up, I began to weep like a baby. It was like all this emotion that I had just experienced, doing the hard thing, calling the people I loved, that I'd walked alongside, my team had walked alongside through marriages and sometimes family members that had passed away, and new jobs and achieving goals and seeing their kids grow and weddings and all the things. And I was choosing to say goodbye to that to go to what else I wanted was so hard. But what I realized was to be the best advisor legitimately, because I prided myself on being like the best advisor in my local area. But I had to tell myself, I now need to find a better advisor than me to hand my clients up to. Because the win was no longer them saying, Derek, you're the best advisor ever. Who did you give us to? But a year later, them saying, wow, Derek, we liked you, but we really like so-and-so. And it was like eating a big slice of humble pie because that was the goal. And that actually happened. And that it's been 5 years now, and I'm still in the local community. I still see a lot of these people, but the transition went very, very well. And so for me to sleep at night, it wasn't just a transaction, which financially I did very, very well on, but it was knowing and having the peace of mind that when my head hit the pillow, that I helped these people improve their lives, help them make money, save money, and that was part of my legacy, was giving them a better advisor than I was.
Oh man, that's powerful. That's great motivation. Like, just think that you realize that you need to take time to set the agenda before you just go fast. People say if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together.
That's right.
Situation, right? So are you still in 2.0 or are we in 3.0? Which iteration are we in?
Yeah, I'm still 2.0. And, there's a lesson I learned, and I've been learning this, is at first I began to create some things that I thought were going to be what worked. And I learned this lesson about 1.5 years ago, and that is a lot of the ideas in my mind I thought were perfect because Derek thought of them. Of course, they're going to be great, right? I built a successful business. Everything else will be equally successful. What I learned is what I call the focus group principle. And that is what I now do is I'll take ideas in my mind and I'll say them to other people and see if it resonates, if it connects, and then how they say it back to me is my reality. Because it doesn't matter what I think is true. If 3 or more people tell me something about me or an idea that's whatever, then that is true. So for example, when our kids were younger, my youngest son would come in our bathroom as he got ready for school and ask, hey, do I look good in this? And my wife and I would say, yeah, you look fine. He said, you always say that. You're my parents. And I said, you know what? Go ask your sisters. Ask your sisters if you look good in that. And so he'd go back and he'd ask his sisters. Yeah, they said I look good, but I don't like this color. I said, Dylan, let me give you a simple life and business lesson. When it doesn't matter what color you think you look good in. If other people say you look good in it, then that's the color you want to wear. And especially if the girls say you look good in the color, that's the color you want to wear. Okay. But the point was, the focus group principle. In your mind, you may think it should go or sound or look a certain way, but it's how people say it back to you that is reality. And so, for example, when I began to do the work I'm doing, I built this communication framework. How can you simply say the words that cause high net worth people to want to work with you? And a trusted voice I ran this by said, "Oh, Derek, you're like the client conversation guy. You should be at every main event to complement all the technical stuff. You give people the exact soft skills of how to connect with people on the human level." And when he said, "You're the client conversation guy," I just began to adopt that. I hadn't heard that before, but in his words, it made sense. So that's the lesson, is take your idea, but let other people tell you how to implement your idea. It saves you a lot of time and a lot of money.
Man, that's very cool. That's good stuff. And I love how your purpose is and how you listen. That's what people aren't doing enough of, in my opinion. Like, we have 2 ears, 1 mouth for a reason. It seems like you listen
That's
to what
right.
people say, and then you actually apply it. You know, like you were telling your son what looks good. It's clearly by you wear, for those who don't know, you wear some loud stuff, man. You're like, what was my Craig Sager? You remember Craig Sager, how he wore loud stuff on the sideline?
Right.
Yeah. You bring that to the financial advisory community. It's great, man. I love it. That was, for those who don't know,
Thanks,
I was doing an episode with Kevin Thompson, former New York Yankee. He now has an RIA down in Texas as well. And we were talking about introducing, how you introduce people. And he was like, "I can't remember his name. I'm thinking of his name. He wears the loud stuff." I was like, "Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about." I said, "He doesn't wear pants." No. Derek probably has those shorts sitting over here now. Like, but because he shares his stuff.
I am wearing pants today, so you're good.
yeah. I say this because he shares his stuff. Derek's really, I like to say prolific on LinkedIn. I don't know how he would describe it. Like, Derek says some good stuff. I'm showing his LinkedIn right now. We're talking about business owners and some of the struggles. I saw this post this morning that you made. It's coming up. Sorry, it's a little latency, about following up. Because when you tell your story like this, people probably think that every time you approach someone, your close rate's 100%. And you know what I mean? Like, no one's close rate is 100%. So you can see the post, right?
Yes,
you can see the post.
I see it there. Yep.
So just break down like how resilient you have to be, and how like people should realize that it takes more than one conversation. Like, people probably think that the conversation you had gets you a client. There's more to it than that.
Well, yeah. Well, it's interesting. Let me go back 1 second. A trusted friend of mine pulled me aside at Future Proof. We were talking, and he said, "Derek, on the outside, you make everything look easy, like everything is successful for you. You need to be more open about the mistakes and how hard it actually is." And I had to take a deep breath when he said that. And it prompted me to really change my content to be more relatable. Because ultimately, you like to be able to show, hey, here's the result you want to get. But when you can walk with people like, here's a struggle I had, and here's what I did, and here's how you can do it and save time that it took me, that's a quality post. And that's where this came from. So, for example, at the very bottom, there's a screenshot of the email that I was referred to a company to speak, and we'd had some dialogues, and then it went cold. And I'm like, well, man, what do I need to do? And so I just tested a new approach, and I just simply replied, "Have you given up on having me speak?" ? Send in reply to the last email 30 days earlier. That was like at 5 something in the afternoon. And then the next morning at 9 a.m. or so, I get a reply back, as you can see, "Oh no, we absolutely haven't given up on you. It's just this. And so 2 things here. In my mind, they're ghosting me. I can't believe they're doing this. How rude of them. They weren't even thinking about me. It wasn't malicious at all. They just didn't have an opportunity. Therefore, they pressed pause. But in my own mind, I began to make up a story of like, I can't believe this. And so by being very direct with, "Have you given up on?" it's so direct, it elicits an immediate response. And so then the conversation restarted. We're back talking, instead of doing speaking, some more live sales events, webinars for their team. And so it just got the ball rolling. So what I find is, don't always think about malicious intent. Well, this person is really not wanting to visit with me. They must be upset with me. No, they may be busy. Their kids might be having challenges at school. Their parents may be struggling. They've got an issue at the job. All of that stuff is in their minds. But when you just call them out and say, in a nice way, hey, have you given up on? And you want to insert the concern they shared with you, like they were really worried about their stock options and how to handle. Hey, have you given up on an effective stock option strategy? Question mark, your name, send. Typically, you're going to get a response, and it's going to inform you as to what their situation is. Then you can take the next step. Oh, you know what? So I'm so glad. What advisors tell me is like 90% of the time, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you reached out to me. I completely forgot about this. You've been stewing about them for a month, thinking they're out to get you and avoiding you. You weren't even on their mental radar. So it's up to you just to take this very short snip. I just like to be very direct with people.
Mhm.
And the more direct you are, most people beat around the bush. They say words that don't mean anything. You have to burn brain cells to figure it out. When you go direct, it typically leads to dollars and opportunities.
Direct leads to dollars. You have a lot of good sayings, man. I like
Thank
these
you, man.
things. Derekisms. I know times where
Derekisms.
Yeah, Derekisms. I do have a couple more topics I want to cover with you, man. Just because, like you said, you're pretty industry leading. You do a lot of speaking. You go out to speak at events like Future Proof. You're on local and national TV, international TV, I guess. But for someone, a financial advisor, because this is your bread and butter, helping financial advisors there's someone who's like, I'm doing good work for my clients, but I just feel like I'm being overlooked. Like, what can I do differently?
Yeah. Well, this was my personal problem. And that's why it's very personal to me. So, if you're being honest, you might ask yourself, well, why is that person working with that advisor? They're not as smart as me. They're not as good as me, but still the client is working with someone other than you. What did that person do? And what I've realized is they connected with a pain point that person has, is ultimately what they did. Most advisors make this fatal mistake. I'm going to wow high net worth prospects with the features and benefits of the products and services that I offer. We've got this new high yield savings account. We've got this new insurance policy. We've got this new investment strategy. The reality is all of those are what I like to call commodities. They all sound the same, all look the same. You might have a temporary feature or benefit, but ultimately other companies catch up. And so if that's the game you're playing, you're going to lose. And then the other game people play is, well, you know what? I need to compete on price. I'm going to charge less on AUM than the people down the street. And ultimately, that's like having a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house that you're trying to rent out. And there's 5 other rentals that have the exact same floor plan. How do you win? Only on price. High net worth people don't base a decision to manage and build a relationship with someone to help them grow their wealth based on price. They don't. They base it on, does this person get me? Does this person understand me? And finally, someone connects with exactly what keeps me awake at night. I'll tell you a quick story. I had a 24-year-old that I was coaching. And the backstory is a recognized advisor around the country. You know the person's name if I said it. Called in a favor. He said, Derek, I've got a 24-year-old advisor who is struggling to attract higher net worth clients and any clients at all. Can you help her? And so I did a couple coaching sessions and I asked her, I said, when someone asks you, what do? What do you say? And she said, well, I say I'm a financial advisor. I'm a CFP. Within our firm, we have over, 500 years of experience, et cetera, et cetera. And she said, when I say those words, it's like the people are judging me. It's like they're thinking to themselves, are you even old enough to invest money? She said it was crushing her confidence. Now, this firm focused on business owners and professionals and entrepreneurs. And so this was on Thursday, and they had this big event on Saturday night. And so I began to practice with her what to say instead when asked, what do you do for a living? So I get this call from her Monday morning, excited, feels like a different person. She says, Derek, you're not going to believe this. I did exactly what you said to do, and I want to share with you what happened. So she said, Probably she's 24. She thinks the guy was probably 55 or 60, mingling around the room, asked her, hey, what do you do? And she was like, Derek, I felt my heart rate go up a little bit. And she said, okay, Derek, just as you said, I began to communicate like I cook a brisket, low and slow. And she said, you know how so many entrepreneurs, what keeps them awake at night is the thought of what they work so hard to build. Their kids are not going to know what to do with it. We help them fix that. She said, Derek, the guy's eyes got as big as saucers. He was like, that's exactly what I'm worried about. And she said, this is going to sound funny, but I'm 24. The reason the firm pursued me so hard is because I'm the youngest person here. And guess what? Your kids and your grandkids that eventually you'll pass your business to, who will they listen to better? You or someone my age? And the guy started laughing. Oh my gosh. He set up an appointment the next week, rolled over about $10 million.
To the 24-year-old?
Yeah, to the 24-year-old and the firm to help that 24-year-old walk alongside his kids and grandkids who he wanted to help coach them and prepare them to one day take over their business. So what we learned was so many advisors today talk about wealth transfer. How do we keep the money once the second spouse passes away? 90% of the time, it goes out the door. When you bring in these young advisors, so many advisors think I've got to train them, take 10 years to learn our system. Instead, let their age be their superpower, not a liability. She before was like hiding behind, I don't want to say I'm 24, I have no experience. We found a way to help make her age her superpower. And so when you bring in these younger advisors, position them as, look, we know that you've built a great business. You have this big inheritance that you may leave down the road. We want to make sure that your kids and grandkids are prepared to manage your money and grow this business. So you've built a legacy. And that concept is what attracted them to work with that firm.
Oh man, that's beautiful. How many advisors do you think you've helped so far?
Well, I speak all around the country. Speaking for me is what I love. Being in front of a live audience, and then when there's that line of advisors that form, even leaders, hey, can you speak at another event? Can you do this? And then they ask questions, or can you coach me? These kind of things. It's thousands. But there's a secret that I have, and this can help other speakers, but also other advisors. When I step on stage, even when I go on TV, if I'm on Fox News or CNBC or even local TV, I always think about one person. Who's the one person in that audience that I'm speaking to? How old are they? What concerns do they have right now? And what can I say to that person to give them just a quarter twist, just enough to get to their next big revenue goal? As I say from stage, I'm not here to change your life. I'm not here to change your entire business plan. I'm here to give you the simple steps that lead to big results. And so when I think about one advisor, like right now, who I'm talking to is somebody who they're hungry to grow, but they feel like a Lamborghini stuck in city traffic. They might be in maybe that 250 to 750 range. And they're like, I can't break out of this. I want to get to the million. I want to get to 2.5 million. What are they doing that I'm not doing and I should be doing? They're not better than me. They're not smarter than me. And it's typically those two things. When you own a problem, you own your success, and you have a cause you care about, you attract people to want to work with you. Those two simple things, I've helped coach a lot of advisors to become top 1% advisors when they begin to know what is the problem they own and how to say the words that connect instantly with people's pain points. When you do that, everybody else becomes irrelevant and you become the specialist that people want to pay. And we know people pay more to work with a specialist than the general practitioner.
Yeah, man. And like you said, that's good stuff. And you mentioned earlier, before I asked you how many people you work with, high net worth individuals don't particularly, it's not the price that they're looking for, it's the value you're going to deliver for whatever that price is. You could tell someone $1 million for something if you're going to deliver them $5 million worth of value, like if you're going to help them grow their funds. Before we hop off, once again, I know you have time issues. or timing, and I don't want to abuse it. Just think about with Main Street right now. Like you said, you do live TV, local live TV, or in international, you do CNBC, you do Fox Business. You were just on it recently. What were you speaking about then? Because I imagine Main Street's feeling that same concern. And what message would you tell for the people who didn't see you on TV recently?
Well, first of all, one of the things I get asked about is, Derek, you're like the personal finance guy that helps make complex topics easy to understand. So, you've watched somebody on TV or on a podcast and they start to spout so many technical aspects of things that your eyes glaze over. You start to walk backwards. You're like, oh my gosh, this is like way over my head. What intimidates even smart people about money is how complicated so many people make it sound. Ultimately, what high net worth people want is not they're paying you by the pound of paper you print off. They're not paying you based on how many slides in your PowerPoint slide deck. They're paying you to take their complex lives and make it simple. They're paying you for bullet points of, here are 3 options I looked at for you. Here are the pros and the cons of each. I know which one I think is best for you, but I want you to decide, and then we can figure that out. They'll always say, what do you recommend? Here's what I recommend. Here's the pros and the cons of it. Let's do that. And so you help take people's complex lives and you're selling simplicity. You're selling the solutions to their problems. And so what I tell advisors is just get clear on the messaging that you have. For example, I'll be doing a live interview later on this afternoon. Today I'm answering viewer questions. So people write in, hey, what are the questions that you've got? And so what I think about is, what can I do in probably 1 minute or less to add them the most value, but not solve all of their life's problems? I'm simply there to give them one simple takeaway that they can use to improve their life in one of 3 ways. Can I help them make money, save money, or make their life better? And if I do that, then I've added value. And then that then becomes the tip of the spear. If they want to work with me on some other areas or part of our group coaching or mastermind or these areas, just like with advisors, just like the hungry person that says, hey, I know you're hungry, but hey, do you want to climb up that mountain real quick? No. What food would you like? Would you like to go to Chipotle or would you like to go to Salad to Go? You meet the immediate need they've got, then they trust you for higher and bigger problems.
That's great stuff, Derek. I mean, so these questions are the live questions. They're not, you won't have these beforehand, right? Like this is a live band experience. You're getting
this
real
is live,
thing.
brother. Yeah.
I love it, man. That's great. How did you start doing live TV?
So funny story. So when I became an advisor, I was 26 and I realized I looked young, but I had this crazy idea that if I could get on TV, that could be a way for me to build my brand. People always told me I had a knack for taking complex ideas and making them easy to understand. So back in the day, we had these things called fax machines, which was the primary mode of sending things to people. So I would get to the office early and I would send a fax to the local news producers at the CBS, NBC, and then ABC affiliates here in Dallas-Fort Worth. I did that for several months and I would put topics like, hey, 3 ways to save for retirement, 4 ways to cut your debt, 5 ways to save for your kids' education. Always good to put a number in there and then the value. And I said, when you need somebody to talk about complex topics in an easy to understand way, call me. Well, what I learned was I could have practiced and then pitched. What I've learned from me, I pitch, I get the deal. Then I figure out how to get ready for the deal. Okay. Better to have that sense of urgency than the other way around. So I got a call from the CBS affiliate here in Fort Worth, Dallas. Hey, Derek, we know you love to be on TV. Could you come on next week and talk about this? I said, of course, love to be on TV, having never, ever been on TV before. And so, but I knew in the confidence I had in myself, I would be ready. And I practiced talking in the mirror. I practiced having my wife interview me. And I just visualized, Marcus, as crazy as this sounds, as plain as day, I visualized when I finished that interview, the producer's going to say to me, Derek, you are made for TV. Could you come on a regular basis? The interview went great, and almost word for word, the producer said, "Man, Derek, that was really, really good. Could we call on you and have you come on a regular basis?" And the answer was yes. But had I taken all the time to prepare, practice, and then pitch, probably wouldn't have happened. But instead, I focused on the pitch. And then once I got the deal, then I practiced to fulfill the pitch. That was the lesson that guided me for the rest of my business as a financial advisor. And now I teach that as well. So many people think I've got to have this perfect, but we know that action is better than perfection. 70% of the way, 80% of the way, you got to go and then adjust it along the way. And so now I've done TV for over 20 years. Those first interviews I thought were good. I look like a kid in kindergarten, but you just keep learning. And then you got to have a short memory. You've got to have a short memory. So if I, for example, on our time today, if I finish and I think, oh my gosh, I just bombed that conversation with Marcus, and I beat myself up, everybody else listening may think that was a pretty great interview. So I'm my own worst enemy. So you got to just give it your best, pick one thing. Next time I'll do this differently. And then you incorporate that and then you move on. If not, you're going to live in regret, and regret does not lead to revenue.
Regret definitely does not lead to revenue. Perfect is definitely the enemy of just like good and getting started. Like I firmly believe, like you said there, like you have to go, right? And then you can iterate as you're going. And I think if people look at successful people in life, they generally do that. Like they generally go and then they like these world's richest, quote unquote, that's how you measure success. These type of people, they generally do that. They start and then they keep iterating. We saw Jeff Bezos's Blue Origin just blow up the other day, right? And investors and even Jeff Bezos, he was like, this sets us back. But for the people who are building those spaceships, those rockets, they like that because they don't like that it blew up, but they like that it helps them know where they need to go in and what to fix, right? That could have been with people on there and they didn't have that taken care of. So they'll take that big blow up to fix the iteration to get to where they're going to. They'll have multiple space launcher pads now, right? Like SpaceX has multiple places where they launch. They ruin one of the launcher pads. I digress. Derek, I've taken a lot of your time. I really appreciate you being on here. I want you to take a second. So if anyone wants to have you on to speak, or if anyone wants to connect with you and anything you want to tell Main Street, just go ahead and let us know, man.
Yeah. Marcus, first of all, I'm honored to be on your show. I've heard other guests on your show, and when you called me and asked me, I was excited to be here. So thank you for what you've done. I've loved this conversation. A couple ways to connect with me. First of all, is through the website, which is successforadvisors.com, successforadvisors.com. And that's primarily where I get booked to speak. And I do a lot of what are called virtual events that wholesalers will hire me to deliver a message to all their advisors that helps them drive sales and revenue. Also, an easy way is to follow me on LinkedIn at Derek Kinney. And there's also on the LinkedIn piece there's a way to download a free PDF, 10 conversation mistakes advisors make, which is very, very popular. It's helped a lot of people attract more clients as well. So those would be the two best ways to connect.
Very good. Very good. And anything else you want to tell Main Street other than?
No, just, set goals, work hard, and just keep reassessing as you go along the path, man. We don't die before you're dead.
Got that right. You got to live life to the fullest. And if they want to see you on live TV, do you have a rotation like every so often they can find you, or is it they just call you like, come on, we need you?
Yeah, two things. Well, I'm on live in Dallas-Fort Worth every Tuesday at 4:35 Central. And I post about that typically on my Instagram, sometimes on LinkedIn. And then Fox and News Nation and CNBC, they will call as needed. Whenever there's topics that are needed, I'll get a call. So that's very more infrequent, but I love doing it. I'm in my studio right now, so I do it typically live from here, which is a lot of fun.
Very good stuff, man. I do appreciate you being on. We didn't even talk about your book. Like you're going to come back. You're about to come back.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
Conversation. Derek Kinney, y'all. Main Street Heart meets Wall Street Smarts. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you. Hey everyone, welcome to another Main Street meets Wall Street conversation. Today I'm sitting down with James Callahan, industry professional, veteran. He knows a lot more about the debt than most people, the deficit than most people. Don't get scared about what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about debt, the deficit, ratings agencies. How do they come up with these type of things, you know? And then we'll let James give you a little bit about himself and his history. But so with that little short intro, we'll just start out with you, James. How are you, James?
Fine, Marcus. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I'll just give everybody a brief background. I spent most of my career as a credit research analyst, approximately 19 years at State Street Global Advisors. The first 8 years were spent on the investment grade credit side, and the remaining 11 were spent on analyzing high yield debt instruments. Prior to that, I worked as a CPA. So I'm glad to be here. Marcus and I sit on an advisory board for Circa Capital LLC, and we were talking about debt, specifically the national debt of the United States on our last meeting. And so he just thought it would be a good idea to have me on and we could talk about it because it parallels individual debt in terms of it growing astronomically high and the increasing cost to service or to service the debt or pay the interest. And so we just wanted to talk about that in general, and then I guess dive into different topics that may be of interest. So, you know, the key figure we talked about was the national debt of the United States. It's running currently at about 38.6 trillion. And that's a huge number. And, you know, along with that, that's specifically legal debt obligations of the United States. But along with that, the other unfunded obligations of the United States include Medicare promises, Social Security payments, health and welfare liabilities. And when you look at all of those forms of unfunded liabilities along with the national debt, the latest figure is approximately $164 trillion. And that compares to assets of 5.7 trillion of the United States.
Hold on, James. Hold on, James. Can you give me that number one more time? Give me, because I know I hear like 30 some odd million in debt. What did you just say? 100
Yes.
and can you give me that one more time?
Sure, it's 164 trillion in all. That includes, Marcus, what they're including here is unfunded Medicare promises, unfunded Social Security promises, pension and retiree health care liabilities, and then other liabilities. And when you look at all those in the aggregate and you add in publicly held debt, now of the national debt, they're including only 28.3 of the 38.6 because that's what's held by individuals. The remaining 8 and change is held by intragovernmental agencies. So it's a significant number. And again, as I mentioned previously, most of this, with the exception of the national debt, the 28 trillion in debt, bonds, notes, treasury securities, et cetera. The bulk of that, it's not legally binding, but those relate to promises made by politicians to pay for these other programs, Medicare, Social Security, into the future. So it's a lot of money. And that's just at the federal level. That doesn't include anything at the state level or local government agency. So it's a significant amount of debt. And I think why it's important to think about this is because when we look at the individual level of debt in this country, the last number I saw was about $18.6 trillion. And that's substantial. And the bulk of that obviously is mortgages, but there's still a lot of credit card debt, auto loan debt, et cetera. And the reason why, when you think about this, the amount to service, for instance, on the individual side, the amount of income that people earn that needs to go towards servicing that debt is about 11%. And on the governmental side, to service the national debt, it's 13% and growing. Not sustainable levels, and they're going to have to be dealt with sooner or later. But that's a very important part of the United States and capital structures for many companies and corporations. So it's important to, you know, get a basic understanding of it and just ask questions about interest rates, credit quality, the ability to service the debt. Really important. I think for both individuals, if you can understand it at the individual level and then apply it at a larger scale level to corporations and the government, I think it becomes easier to understand or to, to sort of wrap your head around how significant it is.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a lot. That could be scary to some folks. Some people, ignorance is bliss when it comes to those type of things. So if I'm understanding correctly, let me try to break it down in a way that, so we could say the national debt, the stuff on the balance sheet, the 28 to 35 trillion, that would be like your household debt. And then this other debt, the Social Security, which that's another thing. I thought all this stuff was already paid for. This other debt you're talking about, I thought that was already funded, right? But that was how it was intended. But this other debt is maybe like buy now and pay later type stuff. Would that be maybe a good analog to that?
Yeah, that's a good analogy. The national debt of, again, 38.6, but we'll call 28.3 of that is publicly held. So the rest held by intergovernmental agencies. So that 28.3 is basically the US's way of funding their budget deficits. The difference between what they take in taxes, the bulk of the revenues of the United States comes from taxes, individual, corporate, etc. And when you take the income that the United States generates and then you compare that to the spending that the US does, there's a shortfall. And since the pandemic in 2020 and the elevated spending that the US has done to sort of combat the effects of the pandemic, the deficits have been running around 2 trillion, one and a half to $2 trillion, meaning that the amount of money it takes in via taxes and other sources is not sufficient to pay for the programs that it does, 60% of which are non-discretionary and like Social Security, Medicare, et cetera. So that has to be done. But that shortfall between the revenue the revenue the government takes in via taxes less its spending requirements is insufficient. So what they have to do is they have to go out and issue debt, treasury bills, treasury notes, treasury bonds to try to make up for that shortfall. And each year that happens, each year where our spending exceeds our revenues, it continues to add to that deficit and it's growing larger and larger. And one of the consequences of that is, that increases interest costs to carry and service that debt. So that becomes a bigger part of the budget. So, when you look at, say, an individual who has a substantial credit card bill, maybe it's so large that the interest that they're paying on that, they can only afford to make the interest payments. They're not afford to address the principal. So the more that they're unable to pay, the principal remains unpaid and all they're paying is interest cost. And it eats up a big part of their income. And, they could be doing other things with that, making other investments, buying or spending on other items. And so that could potentially have negative impacts on the economy, their failure to spend in areas where they would like to, home purchases, car purchases, etc. So servicing debt is becoming a larger and more important issue. And in the case of the U.S., we talk about in the credit space, we talk about potential default scenarios. A default is when a company that issues debt is unable to pay the debt service, the interest, or the principal itself. And that's problematic because many people lose in that case. And the U.S.'s level of debt is growing large, as is its debt service requirements. And so that is going to be a problem if it's not addressed down the, soon. And yeah, it's a very, very big issue.
Yeah, that's a huge one. So, and with the debt and deficit, this is so all debts and all deficits aren't necessarily bad, correct? It's like more so the level. Like if I go see my barber, there's going to be a deficit there because I've never cut his hair. He's always cut mine, right? But they're not all the same. But I know there used to be a level, what somewhere around 90%. There used to be like the debt to GDP ratio. Are you familiar with that? And like, where do you think we are now? I've heard it's well over 100%. Like, how does that
So
interplay in us?
Yeah, so when the latest figure that I looked at, again, the United States fiscal year runs from October 1st to September 30th. So we're in the 2026 fiscal year, which will end on September 30th, 2026. So, these figures are constantly moving and they're changing because of the magnitude of them and the fact that they're not static. So when we look at the most recent GDP figure for the United States, that's the output of goods and services, it's about 30 trillion. And the national debt is running about 120% of that right now. If we use approximately the 38.6 trillion, it's not going to be accurate. Again, these figures are moving all around. So I'm just trying to use a big picture. But debt to GDP at 120% is extremely high and potentially problematic. And we'll sort of go off track here and we'll just talk about the ratings agencies that rate the debt of the United States. So the United States used to have pristine debt ratings, which were AAA across the board. And I'll cite Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. They're the three main ratings agencies that operate in the United States. And they do globally, but in terms of rating the debt of the U.S. The U.S. at below AAA is the main reasons why that triggered ratings downgrades from the ratings agencies were they were concerned about the sustainability of the debt levels. They were also concerned about they looked out the fiscal situation, they didn't see things getting better, or they didn't see solutions being put forth. And they also talked about the political instability in terms of the two sides in Congress being able to sit down and address these items in an amicable manner and reaching good solutions. So when you see a country coming off a ratings downgrade, that's potentially problematic because typically that tells you that now there's a higher level. Again, we're still AA, which is very, very solid, but it's not AAA. And so as you go down the ratings charts, the lower the ratings, typically, the higher the interest cost or the cost to service debt. So if we looked at, there are two companies in the US that have AAA ratings across the board. They're Microsoft and Johnson & Johnson. These two companies have strong balance sheets. They can issue debt at very low costs. And that's a big benefit. And so there's a reason why you want to have the strongest ratings. You want to have people confident in your ability to service your debt. When you issue, there'll be strong demand. People are comfortable loaning to you or purchasing your debt instruments. And they can look at those ratings to know that historically you've never defaulted and you're a very strong credit. Same thing in the corporate space, same thing with individuals, right? We have Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian, right? They're the ratings agencies that look at the FICO scores for individual borrowers. And for someone with a very strong credit score, say in the mid 600s to 800 category, it means you're going to be paying for your mortgage, you're going to get a lower rate. For your car loan, if you decide to get a car loan, whatever you decide to do, credit card, etc., it's going to cost you less to borrow. So the stronger you are personally, corporately, governmentally, the easier it is for you to borrow and to get an interest rate that's going to be favorable and conducive to you to be able to service it. So all around, individuals like corporations, like governments, you want a strong balance sheet because you don't want a ton of debt. Or if you do have debt, it's very important that you have the resources, whether it's income from job or assets that generate income, to be able to service it. And you want to cover that very, very strongly, meaning you have the assets or the resources. It's not like if you have a mortgage payment, say that's $1,000 per month, and maybe your net take home per month is $1,300, you have a $300 differential, and maybe you have to use that $300 for food costs, for gasoline, whatever the case may be. If you run into a problem or see a shrinkage in your income or something happens, now to service that debt, that mortgage payment, whatever it is, the liability is going to be that much more difficult. and potentially put you in a situation where you have to default, or you lose something, your house or your home, or your car gets taken away or repossessed. So like having a real strong balance sheet and being focused on the amount of debt that you can take on and service is really, really critical.
Yeah, knowing where you're at, knowing what you have, that's very important. And like you said, more importantly, knowing what you can spend. I think I saw a figure recently that said that Americans right now are like at over 50% of their income for their housing and total housing expense. And that's just way too high. Like you said, if you have something pop up, you don't have the margins to take care of these types of things that just pop up into your everyday life, because it's not if, it's when, right? Something's going to happen. There's going to be an event that happens. And so I guess that's just kind of like why countries like the US would have got downgraded. I mean, we have, and this is a question, James, we have we have the reserve currency. I guess we had a reserve currency, right? Ever since we
Right.
all this changed, we went back off of the gold standard, right? But as of recently, we see that gold has become the number one reserve currency in the world, and we see the U.S. have a downgrade rating, right? In their from AAA down to AA, or AA down. No, it's AAA down to AA, I believe. So
SGS AAA down to AA.
in
And
your
that
days working, James, how would you, if you were sitting in this situation, how would you come to this? If you were rating it and analyzing it, the U.S. as we are right now?
it's very difficult. Because of the US's track record and its ability to service debt, it's never defaulted, and it's got the strongest economy for now. These are things that are very important. The U.S. dominates when it comes to equity markets. I think we're 50% of the global equity markets. Um, it would be, I would be challenged to stick with the AA. Again, though, I analyzed corporate debt, and there was a difference between investment grade and high yield. High yield, another name for high yield, was junk bonds back when the industry was first created. And so the quality of the assets, the quality of the businesses were not as strong. They obviously had lower ratings and therefore much higher interest rate costs. But, again, it would be hard for me to say, while the United States, looking at everything, the AA is appropriate. I'm concerned about a number of things. And if I looked at the country like I did a corporate debt instrument, especially the levels of debt relative to GDP, I'd be very, very concerned. And it would be hard for me to justify the AA ratings across the board. Now, S&P was the first one to downgrade. Of the three major rating agencies, S&P was the first one to downgrade the debt of the United States from AAA to AA plus back in 2011. And the other two, Fitch and Moody's, didn't do so until 2023 and 2025, respectively. And again, Marcus, the reasons why they did that, they cited big picture, rising debt, fiscal projections, and the political factors that we talked about a few moments ago. So those are very concerning. I think because of the U.S.'s history and again its economic position, it probably garners a level of favoritism from the ratings agencies that would be hard to justify for a corporation. So I'll just leave it at that. But it's has to be addressed. So when we see things in the press about interest rates and the Federal Open Market Committee and the meeting, it's really important. And even though it doesn't sound like a lot when they talk about a 25 basis point rate cut, or it's very meaningful when you consider it against the amount of debt that the U.S. has. Very, very important. And Marcus, I'd just like to back up just so your listeners have an idea. When we talk about interest rates, right, the Fed, we're talking about the federal funds rate. And that's the rate that member banks charge each other for overnight loans to meet their reserve requirements. And that's the cornerstone of the U.S. monetary policy and key driver in terms of economic activity. Everything swings off of that. So we know this past meeting, the Fed held constant. They didn't change it. They've got a Fed funds target rate of 3.5 to 3.75. And the next meeting will take place in March. But quarter basis point increase, decrease in either direction, huge ramifications again against that national debt. Now, we're not talking about refinancing all that debt because it comes due in stages, right? I think a third of the national debt is up for matures, and it will need to be rolled over in 2026. That's a huge amount. And for the United States to be able to roll that over at potentially a cheaper rate goes a long way towards reducing the amount of debt service and reducing the amount expended for that, and helps with that deficit situation. So we've talked about a lot of things, and I hope I'm not going too far off track.
No, it's
Um,
perfect.
Yeah, really important, because that Fed funds rate, everything keys from that. The rates that we pay for, mortgages, which keys to the 10-year, but again, everything keys off of Fed funds rate. Credit card payments, car loans. So it's all important. It's all part of, it's all part of what consumers deal with.
Right, because I mean, you can't figure out how much someone can pay back if you don't understand the rate they're already paying on their interest and the direction of interest rates, right? If the interest rates are projected to go up in the country and it's going to cost them more money to service their debt. When we say money to service debt, and when James was saying that it comes due every couple of years, it's because this is like paper money, like short-term treasuries that he's referring to when he's saying this debt. So it's not like actual physical dollars, commercial paper, I guess is a better way of saying it, short-term money. Taking bags of dollars overseas when we service this debt. It's actually like more of a balance sheet transfer, debit and credit
Well,
and credit on the
yeah,
balance sheet.
but for those buyers, and again, so the big buyers of U.S. Treasuries, foreign buyers, are Japan, China, and the UK. So anyone who buys a Treasury bill, which is short term, Treasury notes, which are 2 to 10 years, and then bonds, which are greater than 10 years, they have to be paid that interest. So the government does pay that interest when it's due. With bills, you pay a discounted amount and you get the full amount back. So you buy them in Treasury bills, you'll pay less than $1 million, but you'll get $1 million back, and that differential will equate to the interest earned. On notes and bonds, there's a stated interest rate that you'll collect twice a year and to be paid out. And then when the instrument matures at maturity, you have to get paid back your principal. Those are monies that are important. And, again, it's borrowing. A lot of people use the investment word with fixed income instruments or credit, like bonds and notes. But in effect, you're really loaning the government or corporation that money because they're legally obligated to pay you back and to pay you interest based upon the terms of the debt, the covenant package, the whole bit. These are things that are specific to bonds and notes. So yeah, it's just like you or I, Marcus. We got a car loan, the mortgage, you got to pay that each month. You're writing a check, and a portion of the mortgage is principal and a portion is interest. So, to your earlier point, you made a great point in talking about not all debt is bad. No, when it's utilized usefully in a manner that can be handled properly, I think it can be very good. It can be like for a mortgage, sort of forced savings, right? Because each month you make that payment and pay down the principal, you're building equity in your home. And for most consumers, mortgage interest is deducted in their tax returns. So that can be extremely beneficial. The problem arises when maybe you've gone too much debt, or something happens, you didn't look at the numbers, or you have a shortfall in your resources to service that debt or repay, and then it becomes problematic. But for most people, it can be a great tool to build wealth and equity, and really beneficial. It's important. One other thing we should talk about, that the debt or credit markets are larger than the equity markets in the United States, and also the same on the global level. So equity markets are huge, and we think about that, but the debt markets are larger at both levels. So extremely important,
Yeah.
key
Some of the
part of our economy.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the biggest moves we saw last year, I don't think people realize, like in the stock equity market was when the actual bond market started to shake, like in through February and right through April. Like the bond market started to move, and that's when people were like, "Oh, we might have done a little bit too much in the economic detox. We need to get clearer with our message." Because that's part of letting people think that you can serve your debt, or your debt is if you can explain how you're going to get to this number. You know, with the U.S. right now, we're going through this economic detox, and one of the big things I think that we're, you know, with America, we have two camps anyway. This isn't what we're doing on this podcast. We're not going for one way or the other. We're talking straight facts. But one viewpoint is that you can grow out of this debt, right? You can grow out of this
Right.
deficit, maybe inflate away the debt. What could you maybe expand on that a little bit?
Yeah. So the hot thing about debt, right, is we talk about inflation. If inflation can erode the value of debt, say if I buy a bond, I spend, just say for instance, example, I buy $1,000 bond, 5-year bond. Well, in 5 years, if we have inflation, it's running pretty hot. When I get my money back, because I only get my principal back, I get interest and principal, right? Because again, the best you can do with a bond is to get your money back. In some cases, you know, I don't want to go off course. There are ways you can make more above par, et cetera, but we'll just keep it simple. So inflation, if it's running, 2% a year after 5 years, that's 10%. So now when you get your principal back, the value of that is 90% of what it was. And if inflation runs hotter, then the value of that dollar will erode even further. So think about it. If I have $1,000 now, I can probably buy a lot more now than 5 years from now with that same 1,000, all else being equal, you know? So erosion and inflation it can really, really hurt bondholders. Now, from someone who's paying or borrowing that money, if I want to pay it back, like if I bought a house and have a mortgage, I sort of like that because each year I'm earning more money and I'm paying back in weaker dollars, you know? So I'm building equity faster and the value of the loan that I borrowed is going down, declining pretty quickly. So that's what they mean about, inflating away debt. If inflation starts to get really out of hand, the value of that debt, it just takes less and less to pay it back. So inflation, obviously problematic from a consumer's point of view because you're paying more for goods and services. But that's when you apply it to debt, that's what it means. You're going to get more hurt from an investor standpoint. So those people that, like, I'm trying to think of an example, right, Marcus, someone who's reliant upon fixed income, maybe they have a bonds. They don't have any equity because they're older. Maybe they're retired for a period of time.
Social Security.
Right. Social Security has, CPI increases, et cetera. But if I just had bonds and I'm relying on the interest income, well, now the value of that dollar is cheaper. So my level of living has gone down because I'm getting money in interest payments that's worth less. And when I collect my money, when I get the principal repaid, it's worth much less. So I may not have the same level or standard of living that I did, when inflation ran lower. So that's potentially a problem. There are so many things that stem from inflation on both sides, but it's impactful and probably more so for consumers on that side. There are some benefits again to paying back a mortgage, but it all depends upon if you're receiving, if your wages from your job are keeping pace with inflation, et cetera. But essentially, with inflation and debt, if you own debt or buy bonds, it hurts you because the money you're receiving in terms of debt service, coupon payments, and then when you get your principal back, is the value has declined.
Got you. And just for folks who know, when you say coupon, the reason they call it coupon is because you literally used to get a book with coupons that you can like mail in or get your money back for. So that's the coupon. Very fascinating, James. So we're looking at both sides, all sides of this conversation. I'll tell you some conversations or some things I've had some of my clients ask me before. And this is, the U.S. is the reason only the dollar the only safe only safe investment because there is no alternative? And if the world happened to move away from de-dollarization, like how fast do you think that would happen, and how detrimental do you think that would be to the economy? I told them guns and butter if we get to that point in the flash. So, like,
Yeah,
I don't see it coming. But
it's a concern, Marcus. I'm not an economist. It's harder for me to give you a good answer here, because during my lifetime, the U.S. has been the strongest economy and the number one reserve currency held by foreign governments. So the value of the dollar was high. Our interest rate policies were strong. Higher interest rates and more solidly based interest rates without runaway inflation will make the value of the currency stronger, because if I can borrow in, say, yen, which is low interest rate, and invest in the US at a higher rate, it makes that demand for US dollar from other countries that much stronger. But we're starting to see where, again, you mentioned we went off the gold standard, Bretton Woods, in the 70s. So the value of the dollar was based on the scarcity. But when we started pumping dollars into the system post-pandemic, you increase the volume of the US dollar, and which saw the value decline, because now there's so much of it. And hence this sort of benefited the belief that we need crypto, something that was free from central bank intervention and influence. But I, think it's important that the U.S., to maintain its economic status, have a strong currency. If it's the number one currency, that just it identifies that the U.S. is an economic engine and powerful. It concerns me when I see China, which was one of the biggest holders of U.S. debt. They've been, over the past 5 years, they've been reducing the amount of debt that they hold, and that reduction has been pretty significant. I think it was like 1.5 trillion down to like 700 to 800 billion. So that's a concern. And
yeah,
I don't know, again, I mentioned in my lifetime, the US is the strongest economy. That's expected to change by over the next 10 years, with China and India emerging as economic powerhouses. So I can only think that if the US gives up its top spot as the economic powerhouse, that will be hurt. I don't think it will be a good thing. And I don't know if that's selfish, me selfishly speaking, but again, I've never known a time in my life where that's happened. And so I'm assuming that probably won't be the ideal situation. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. And again, I wish I could give you a deeper level discussion with that, but there are so many other parts and pieces that go into it. But I just think a strong economy is good. We do a lot of global trade. We have a free society. People can come in here and do business. We don't have a ton of restrictions. And I think those are good things. It's not perfect, but it's difficult to do that if you wanted to go to another country. There may be more restrictions. It may be difficult to get your money out or pull it out or repatriate it. So I would just like to see the U.S. currency remain strong, and I would like to see our economy remain strong, and to be a good global citizen and competitor.
exactly. I mean, capitalism is the worst form of economics until you try the rest of them, right? That's not my quote, and I butcher it. But until you look at the other economic philosophies, and you'll see. Yeah, you need a strong economy in your country. James,
Yeah,
you're giving so much great information, man. Don't worry. I still have a couple more things I want to just
yeah, no,
ask you about.
whatever. Yeah, that's fine. You take your
Yeah,
time.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's just so you hear, because I just want to ask questions that I know I'm hearing people ask. You hear politicians or the government go and they talk about GDP, and they talk about, you can see double-digit GDP growth, but they're combining the two numbers. Could you maybe expand on that a little bit more for Main Street when they speak of this? I think it was 8% nominal growth GDP last quarter, something like that. It was
Yeah,
something really high.
I think it's hard with an economy this size. We've seen China as a great economic engine, and their GDP growth has been in the mid to high single digits. I think for the U.S. to get anything above like 2.5% would be pretty solid. again, because we're a developed market and we're substantial, and again, the number one economic powerhouse on a global basis, it would be hard to generate that kind of growth. So I don't think that that's possible. I'm constructive that we can see. Look, if we see like a 3% grant, that would make me pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm,
But
I'm talking about nominal GDP versus real GDP. So that's probably where the difference is in the numbers that I'm referring to.
yeah, nominal GDP considers or factors in inflation. I mean,
That's where they're getting the spread and saying it's like
yeah,
8.
I don't want to see. I would hope that inflation doesn't run that high. We've seen it slow its ramp in recent quarters, and very important to get a handle on that. I would hope not, Marcus. I would think that would be problematic because then when you have runaway inflation, then it has to be addressed through, monetary policy, fiscal. It would be a problem because now the Fed would have to start thinking about raising rates to slow down that pace of inflation, and higher rates would slow the economy. Now that's a drag, higher cost of doing business, to purchase, et cetera. I don't, you know, I would hope it's steady as she goes. Is 2% inflation, which is one of the Fed mandate, appropriate? There are a lot who argue it should actually be raised. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Again, there are smarter people who discuss those things and could give you better reasons for why that should be. But it's real important to cap inflation, not to let it get out of control, and it would be a lot better for consumers and for the states. Again, we can talk about, it makes it easier to deal with debt, but overall, you want to see steady progress, consistent GDP growth, interest rates that are stable but low, to help us going forward as we look out over the next 5 to 10 years in terms of debt servicing, maybe closing those deficits and reducing deficit spending. That's what I would prefer to see.
Right.
I don't
Otherwise,
know.
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know, Marcus, how many of our politicians really have a lot of them have legal backgrounds, very intelligent people, but I don't know how many have a good understanding of economics and financial statements, just concepts that I think they don't teach in school. Sometimes you have to go beyond to get exposure to them. But I would hope today, with the proliferation of the internet and the ease to access this information, that more people are getting up to speed or getting an understanding. And I'm not always convinced that our politicians have the firmest grasp on economics and the situation, what it means. Because I think if they did, the levels of spending, maybe they'd rein those in a little bit and understand that you can't spend more than what you take in. I don't think that's a terribly difficult concept to understand, but it's hard. It seems hard for them to follow that, and I think it needs to be addressed.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, since the 70s when we walked about Bretton Woods and the gold standard, we've been kicking the debt down the road for a while now. And it's interesting that you say a lot of the politicians are lawyers, because I know Jerome Powell isn't a politician, but he was a lawyer, if I remember correctly. He was an attorney, which is very interesting. He's had a big part of our economy. So James, I want to kind of bring it back. You mentioned the internet. So thinking back to rating these companies back then, like a company was Oracle. I think Oracle was coming up back then. Larry Ellison and Oracle back in the days, and now they're at the top of the news when it comes to credit default swaps and the AI build out. Do you see any perils to any company back then that could compare to maybe an Oracle now? Like, should we all be worried about Oracle based on like their credit and their rating? Because I know you said like jump bonds being below A, so like they're not necessarily terrible, like triple B is not necessarily terrible. It's a jump bond is going to pay you a little bit higher rate, but do you see like any companies that parallel that to from back then to now?
Yeah, I've been away from it, Marcus, but we used to focus on triple C. They were one of the significantly large tier of debt in the high yield space. The triple C was like the lowest rung. You go down to triple C minus, and after triple C, it was default. So if we start seeing more and more companies with those ratings coming to market and issuing, it was a sort of a sign for us that look at people are loaning these companies money, purchasing their debt, and their financial metrics, their leverage profiles, and their ability to service that debt are very, very weak. But you'd hear, well, people have money to put to work, so we have to buy something. We're afraid just to sit on the sidelines. I get nervous about the rise in triple C, and the high yield market was always a good indication because as spreads blew out, they were termed like the smart money. They were able to understand when the economy was all of a sudden going to turn south, like a precursor to potential economic deterioration. So we always kept our eye on that. Today, again, we've come through an earnings season. The earnings were pretty solid for the big names. We don't see, high yield interest rates or debt rates are in the mid six. So not something to get alarmed about. When you see spreads blow out, spreads, I mean the rate over treasuries, because treasuries are the primary, they're considered non-defaultable, and all other rates typically key off of that in the corporate space. It's treasuries plus. So spread over treasuries. That's the amount that you need to be compensated for the risk you're taking on in lending money to that entity or company. So the higher the risk, the higher that spread, and the higher the yield or interest rate needs to be. So keeping your eyes on that. And they haven't blown out. We haven't seen any dislocations yet. At least I'm not aware of any. But again, I'm not in there every day like I used to be. So is it a problem when you see a lot of these big players like Oracle's issued a ton of debt? Now, they have triple B ratings. So, they're probably in the middle of investment grade. So not overly concerning, but we'll watch those. The more that gets issued, potentially that could trigger a problem, more debt that they take on. So I haven't seen it. I know Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, they're spending huge, right? Hundreds of billions of dollars in CapEx. Some of them are issuing debt. But these are companies that just have gargantuan balance sheets, billions in cash, and it's just not an issue. They're AAA rated at Microsoft level, and the other one's a AA. So I think the Mag 7 are very, very strong, maybe with the exception of Tesla. Tesla's, I think, triple B, but I don't have an issue with regards to them. But it's important to watch other issuers, watch those high yield spread levels, and see where they go. But earnings have been good. The guidance given by many of the companies, we're not finished earnings season yet, of course, but I think what we've heard so far is pretty constructive, pretty positive. So there's nothing I can foresee. But Marcus, you know as well as I do, that doesn't mean we can't have like some event that comes out of the woodwork and that no one was focused on.
Black Swan.
Yeah. So I don't know. You can't discount that. But you mentioned another thing, credit default swap levels. Credit default swaps were developed to sort of offset the risk that the banks were taking when they were loaning money to companies. And, you and I spoke offline about this with Enron. When Enron was coming along and, they were issuing all this debt, and they were the darling company, everyone was investing in them and buying their debt. The banks who were loaning them money were buying credit default swaps. No one knew to ask the question, why are they buying? Who's buying? It just came to light after the fact. But that's like a perfect example. But, keep your eyes on credit default swap levels because they're also a great indicator. Each country has a sovereign credit default swap level, and developing countries or emerging companies will have much higher credit default swap levels. The U.S. is pretty good, but there are countries that are tighter. There's still AAA countries like Switzerland, many of the Nordic countries. Keep your eye on CDS levels, high yield levels. I think those are good sort of read-throughs to think about how sophisticated investors are thinking about risk. But again, to your point, something comes out of the woodwork. You never know. It's hard to plan for those, but absolutely possible.
No, that's a great explanation of how someone can look at the ratings of, the AAA or triple C and see, like you said, you see where the institutions are moving. It shows the debt that's coming out and how the markets are going to respond as well, and just where your money where other money is moving. That doesn't exactly mean your money should move where the money moves. Some people are contrarian investing, but it shows you where the money is actually moving. That's just a really good breakdown into that. I guess I've been stealing your brain for almost an hour now. I guess one thing that I do want our listeners to get from this conversation, like, you worked at the ratings agency, and they might not exactly understand what that means. And like, can you just like break down, like, I know you gave a brief breakdown of it earlier, like what the rating agency is, who they are, but like when you say triple C, triple B, obviously the lower the grade, the higher the interest a company is going to pay you because they're taking on more of a risk. But like, what makes one company what makes Oracle triple B and Microsoft triple A?
Yeah. So when I worked analyzing debt, Marcus, for both investment grade and high yield, a big part of our time was spent focused on what the ratings agencies were doing, how they assessed the companies that they rated. Because if you brought a bond deal, you wanted it rated. If you didn't have it rated, unrated bonds, probably there are many people who cannot buy unrated bonds or stay away from them. There won't be the demand, and you're going to pay through the nose. Now, so the ratings agencies, they're officially known as the nationally recognized statistical rating organization, NRSRO. They're registered with the U.S. Securities and Exchange, and they evaluate the credit worthiness of issuers and financial instruments. So in the debt space, you have all sorts of different types of financial instruments: senior secured debt, unsecured debt, subordinated debt. It goes on and on. Basically, the ratings agencies are assessing the risk of the debt. They're assessing the risk of the companies issuing the debt and of the specific instruments. So Moody's, S&P, and Fitch, they will go in to those companies and ask to see if it's their first time doing it. They want all the financial information going back to the beginning, and then going forward, they want to see projections, however far out the company does that. A lot of the information that they had access to was they were privileged to, wouldn't be provided or disclosed to, say, ordinary investors. So they were charged with going through those numbers, looking at management, number of factors involved in analyzing and rating the debt. And, they have their proprietary or specific methods for how they did that. There's a lot of overlap, but, just like we would look at an individual or a rating aid, TransUnion or Experian, Equifax would look at an individual ability to service the debt, resources, income, projections, management's ability, covenant packages, protections around specific debt instruments, all of these things. And they would go through and provide a rating. And for those looking to issue debt, the stronger the company, the higher the rating, the lower the cost of that debt. And so it was real important. It speaks to quality. It would speak to demand. There are many funds that can only invest in investment grade rated bonds, so that's really important to them. So if I'm a company and I'm on the cusp, I want to get the lowest triple B because it's going to be cheaper for me and I'm going to have stronger demand. So it's important from an issuer's perspective. And so also by the same reasoning, if I'm an investment grade company and I'm in danger, my numbers are bad and I'm in danger of losing my investment grade ratings and possibly going down to high yield or junk status, that's called a fallen angel. That could be detrimental because now my bonds fall, and those people that thought they were invested in investment grade have to sell. They're forced sellers, so the bonds take a hit, and it has a lot of repercussions because if I have to refinance debt or come to the market with another debt issue, now I was once investment grade, now I'm high yield. Now I have to issue as high yield. I have more stringent covenants or requirements for me to issue. I've got a higher interest cost. It takes more of the profitability, impacts on profitability. So all these things are real important. But basically, the ratings agencies, they're just like Equifax, Experian, TransUnion. They're assessing the credit risk of the organizations, of the corporations, and there are municipalities, everything. They're involved across the board, and also the specific debt instruments, commercial paper, unsecured debt, senior unsecured, subordinated, at the operating company, at the holding company. It gets very complex, and it's very it's significant, right? Because we talked about the size of the debt market versus the equity market. It's far-reaching and really important. And the ratings agencies have to do a good job, because if they don't, it's their reputation at stake, and this is how they earn their money. They're paid to provide the ratings on the bonds and entities, and if they do a lousy job, it'll come back to bite them. We go back to 2008, 2009, when the economy fell off a cliff. A lot of people blame the ratings agencies because they ran behind. They were less focused on the pricing of the bonds versus the analysis of the company's financials, meaning the one part of the puzzle that they didn't factor in was the market price of bonds. Just like when people look at equity prices, if you know nothing else but you see equity prices dropping, it should raise questions. Wait a minute, something's going on. What am I missing? And we got to take another look at this. And they were generally backward looking. And yeah, they were forward looking to the extent that, okay, we'll look at projections and forecasts, but it's not the same when there are so many smart people out there and the market as a whole functions like that, and they're telling you something through price action that something is wrong or potentially problematic. It has to be addressed. It may not show up in your numbers, but there's something there that needs to be explored further.
Yeah, the bond market really does like run stuff. I don't think people realize like how powerful the bond market is. That's a great breakdown of the rating agencies as well as how
Yeah,
they do it. Um, I just got a couple more questions for James. So like just given
sure.
this macro outlook right now, and this is for Main Street, we're helping Main Street meet Wall Street. How would you, and I know you're not in it every day, how would you maybe tell the average investor maybe to position themselves like hard assets versus maybe international assets, not equities or anything, like specific names or like inflation protected securities? You think should be like more of a hedge, or you think they should be buying the dip and like concentrating in all more on equities right now?
It's all individual and specific, right, Marcus? It's
Right.
so hard because everyone has different needs. Everyone's a different age. They approach retirement differently. I would think to young people who are just starting out, I think that they want to be extremely aggressive in their investing. And we know about the time value of money and compounding. And so they should just be in the market. And, whether that's, again, I'm not going to tell anybody what to do through ETFs, through funds. I think, do some homework, learn. But I think you should be more aggressive the younger you are. I think it doesn't hurt to be diversified. But again, at that young age, you're probably going to need, fixed income really shouldn't be a focus. Again, international, there are so many opportunities. There are economies that are growing incredibly fast, like China, India. I think having the ability to invest in those countries makes a lot of sense. I would encourage younger people to be more aggressive. But again, that doesn't mean you don't do your homework and you don't learn as much as possible and try to understand what you're investing in. And most importantly, always keeping in the back of your mind, even something that could be potentially strong, there's always a risk of loss. And if you need money soon or in a few years, or you're trying to buy a house, you have to factor that in and say, hey, look, this is capital I cannot risk. I have to preserve it. There's a big difference between putting something at risk and preserving and trying to grow it. So I would just say keep that in mind. But again, the more education, the more an investor educates him or herself, I think the better off they'll be, because no one has a crystal ball, and some people make some great calls, but you just never know. It's individual and it's personal. Someone older is going to have needs for more income or fixed income. They'll have to address bonds and corporate debt. So I think that's something that ought to be looked at. And again, ETFs, and there are multiple ways to do that. Very low cost. Vanguard is great at that. And maybe someone older feels less comfortable with investing internationally, and that's fine. Higher quality, you want to take minimal or no risk at all. So all those things have to be factored in, and some people may not be comfortable doing it themselves. They should contact and have conversations with people like yourselves and other money managers who can maybe, ask them questions and find out what their needs are, because everyone has different needs, goals, and safety or risk parameters. And so, yeah, I would just leave it at that. But the most important thing, I think, Marcus, is understanding risk and trying to mitigate it, because sometimes it's hidden, it lurks below the surface, and it can hurt you if you're over allocated to a specific area, concentrated. So I think in anything you do, you have to understand the risks and the downside. And if you can get comfortable with that, then it makes it a little bit easier. But again, even that is no guarantee against seeing your investments decline.
Right. That's a great point, that everyone's a lot of great points, but that everyone's different depending on your time horizon. And that this is not personalized financial advice that we're giving people. If you need some personalized financial advice, you should go sit down with a professional. But this is definitely some good information to help you make informed decisions, which is one of the goals of this conversation. One thing I may have missed you or didn't hear you say was gold. That's interesting that you didn't say anything about metals in there for the diversification.
It's funny, Marcus. I guess because I had a hard time with gold.
Valuing
It's
it.
not like a stock or bond. A bond has an interest component. A stock has a dividend or the ability to appreciate, and gold does too. But like in and of itself, I know there's a jewelry component people use, but I don't. For me, it's harder to understand. It's like crypto, and perhaps it's my age. I need to see how something has an intrinsic value. I know a stock represents an ownership, and that ownership can grow and increase through the value of reinvestment or through the payment of a dividend. Bond, I'm going to hopefully, depending upon the quality of the issue, get my money back plus an interest component. And I just, again, there are people who are much smarter than me and understand those things better. So I just have to try to stick to what I know. And again, what we talked about, what I feel comfortable with, how much risk am I willing to take? If I don't think I can understand something, then I'm never going to be able to sleep comfortably at night if I know, Jesus, I don't know what I'm doing here. And people shouldn't feel that way. If we talk about like this fear of missing out, FOMO. The market's there. It's always going to be there. There are new companies coming along all the time. I think you should be comfortable, start small, learn. And, as you get more seasoned, more educated, you increase your rate of investment, but learn about mortgages, your own investment, budgeting your paycheck. How much am I going to spend? I think those things are real important. I think those will help most people, right? That's what I tried to do when I started out. Okay, I have a checking account. This is my net pay. All right, I know I've got to pay this, and that's like the foundation. Because I think if you can do that, it goes a long way. People shouldn't feel bad about that because we all start out the same way. We're all capable, and with the tools out there now, I think it makes things easier.
Yeah, there's so much information out there right now. Like there's just enough information to be dangerous for some people, unfortunately, But those are definitely really salient points that you made, and people really should know what they're investing in. Just because someone is telling you to invest in gold, if you don't understand why gold makes sense, or you don't understand why Bitcoin makes sense, or you don't understand why blockchain makes sense. And by the way, these are all things that we're going to have people coming on and talking about pros and cons. We're going to have a guy come on talking about the pros of Bitcoin, the cons of Bitcoin. We're going to talk about blockchain. So it's just going to be a wide range of series here. But yeah, if you don't understand what you're investing in, you probably shouldn't be investing in it. That's one of the big things. And yeah, man,
And
like I said,
Marcus, no
go ahead.
way, and sorry for interrupting, and no way is that like a put down or casting any negative aspersions on those asset classes.
Oh no.
It's just a personal preference of mine, and yeah, I just and I think the blockchain that would be a great topic. I've spent some time, but I think that would be a great topic for you to address. I think that would be fantastic because I think it's definitely here to stay and that's what will hopefully eventually provide value for cryptocurrencies, et cetera. But I think that would be a great topic for you to explore.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and it'll be good. And and there will be people you express. This is a space for you to express your whatever you want to say, James. I'm fine with that. There will be people, like I said, there'll be an episode with a guy who's a real big crypto bull, and there's a guy on another episode who's a real big crypto bear. So like doesn't believe there's any value in it. So yeah, we're going to give people information, mainstream information, and then we want them to make informed decisions, man. With that being said, I know we're over an hour, man. This is so much. I could talk to you all day, Jim.
No worries. No worries at all.
I want to hit you with, I have a question for you, and then I just want you to say whatever you let people know where they can find you. So we've talked about a lot of stuff right now, and if someone has probably sat here from the beginning to the end of this episode, they might be a little bit afraid, like, oh my goodness, we got 3 or 4 times the debt than what I thought we initially had when you count Social Security and all these other funds that we have to fund. Worst case scenario, best case scenario, like, is there a way out of this, I'm air quoting, massive crisis that we might be in right now? How would you suggest that, Jane?
Yeah, I just think for most people to understand it, that it could be problematic. I'm not saying that it is now. It is a concern. The U.S., again, we've never defaulted on debt. We have a lot of smart people in this country, and it would be good if both parties could sit down and address it. I think, to me, we do have a spending problem, and I think that's a big driver of it, and I think that has to be addressed. And I definitely think there's a way. There are too many smart people in this country for it not to be addressed. But it is a concern. I think more that people think about it and understand it and apply it maybe at a personal level, I think that's a good thing. And so, yeah, I'm concerned. These are big numbers, but we got a lot of people that are starting to look at this and address it. And hopefully over the next 5 to 10 years, there's some sort of a plan or drawn up as a way to address it. But I think looking at spending as this administration has done is important, and shrinking the size of that deficit. So going forward, it starts to maybe move the other way would be helpful. But yeah, just so that people are aware of it and why interest rates matter, the Fed funds rate, and why it's really important to understand how it affects everything within our economy.
Yes, very, very good. That stuff rates, it translates right down to Main Street, just hopefully folks got something out of this conversation we just had. I know I took a lot from it. Like I said, when we were on that meeting the other day and you mentioned the total debt that just jumped, that really just hit me in the head. I don't know. I guess I never really just thought about the whole encompassing debt. And then could you imagine if the U.S. had a sovereign default, if we actually bounced a check to someone that we owe money to? That's like, those are the kind of questions that start running.
Yeah.
So I don't know if other people on Main Street are having those questions, when we get there. So it's just really good to have you on. I know you're hiding, or you're laying low. I don't know if you want anyone to find you, but if they ever did, are you on LinkedIn or anywhere? Where could they connect with you, James?
Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn. I am on LinkedIn, and that would be helpful. Again, I've been out of the industry for about 7 years now, so my knowledge is not up to date, and but always happy to talk to anyone, anything I can do. But there's so many good websites out there as well, and this information is accessible, the Treasury websites, et cetera. But yeah, Marcus, more than happy to help on LinkedIn, and yeah, that will be fine.
Yeah, thank you, James. Yeah, and for anyone looking, this podcast, Main Street Meets Wall Street, we're here just to take, Main Street part, add some Wall Street smarts, combine them together, and just see how we can help Main Street meet Wall Street. I really appreciate James coming on. If anyone found any value from this, subscribe, like, hit, do all that normal stuff. Thanks for coming on, James.
Thank you, Marcus. Really appreciate it. You take care.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Welcome back to the Main Street Meets Wall Street podcast. I'm your host, Marcus Sturman Sr. Today's guest is a colleague who perfectly embodies our mission. He's a CFA charter holder, a leader within the CFA Society of Atlanta, and a seasoned investment strategist with a career spanning firms like Investigo and Prime Boat Cycle. more dedicated. He's a dedicated mentor to the generational financial advisors coming into this world. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. George Hopfengardner. Hello, Mr. George. Welcome to the show.
Marcus, it's great to be with you. I appreciate the invitation to do this.
Yes, thanks for having you on. We have a lot going on in the world today, so I'm not sure if you had a chance to check out the podcast. What we like to do here is we like to take a little bit, just talk about current events, and then we'll speak about a little bit about your history and where you've come from, you've seen a lot of this stuff before. So we would love to catch some of your knowledge and wisdom in that perspective. I just look for a wide range conversation. So I guess people always say that history rhymes, but history doesn't repeat itself, or maybe history repeats itself, but history doesn't rhyme. What's your perspective on it, and what does today's environment looks like to you compared to historical times?
That's a great question. Certainly, there are things that we should be able to learn from the past, but I think every situation is a little bit different. And today, that war in Iran is a factor that we haven't really seen anything similar in my lifetime, although we have had previous Gulf wars. I think the other thing that's a little bit different today is the fact that we're about to get a new Fed chair, and we don't know exactly, what his point of view will be, with perhaps a bias toward trying to reduce the Fed funds rate, short-term rates, but with inflation still above 2%, really closer to 3% today, there's not too much I think the Fed could or should do in lowering rates near term. So I wouldn't be surprised if the market just treads water for a while now. Earnings seem to be pretty good. That's always a key factor as well. I think one thing that I've hopefully learned in my career is to try to remove the emotion from the investment decision. In the final analysis, corporate stock prices are a function of earnings and earnings growth, and then whatever PE multiple you put on those earnings. As I mentioned earlier, earnings have been coming through pretty solid. That could change if the war in Iran lasts longer than most people expect, and if oil prices go from the current $100 per barrel range up to 120, 130, 140. We could possibly be facing a recession, not just in this country, but in a lot of the G7 and other countries that we trade with. So that's a wild card. And to me, another lesson I hopefully have learned in my long career is the importance of being diversified, not putting too many eggs in one basket. And so whether you're talking about stocks, where I think it's important to have a non-U.S. allocation as well as your U.S. allocation, but also within the U.S., have your large cap, your mid cap and small cap, but also have a good style balance between growth and value. And when you see one area of the market significantly outdoing the other, I think a good discipline is to trim back your winners. In this case, mega cap growth names have really dominated the U.S. market for most of the last 5 or 6 years. And so I just think it's prudent to trim and take some of those gains and rebalance into small, mid-cap, value-oriented names. My comments apply more to institutional investors, where you don't have to pay a tax on capital gains. When you're thinking about retail or individual investors, where you do have to pay a tax and then you're reinvesting 75 cents on the dollar, that can be a different issue, because you have to be even more convinced that whatever you're trimming is not likely to continue to do so well, outperforming the rest of the market, and whatever you reallocate those funds into is likely to do better. So it's really a twofold decision when you make that kind of rebalance as a retail or individual investor.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown. People tend to forget about taxes when they're investing, or even when they're preparing for retirement. They'll have a lot of their money in pre-tax accounts, and they'll retire and they'll pay Uncle Sam. They'll take out $100,000 to give Uncle Sam 40,000 of it or something. They're really upset of it when Uncle Sam's really happy that you just retired. So you were mentioning your strategy, a good approach with the diversification, and You actually mentioned the barbell strategy, whereas if you see growth start to get too heavy, maybe you move a little bit heavier to value inside of your investment strategy. Inside that, you mentioned that you were referring to institutional investors. That's the level you worked at before. Can you go a little bit deeper into that as to like some of the differences because people always see institutional investors as having the advantage, but there's a lot of information now for retail investors. What kind of information or what kind of advantages would you say institutional investors have that retail investors don't have?
Well, number one, institutional investors can access alternative assets like private equity, private real estate, private credit, and hedge funds, direct hedge funds, as well as fund of funds in a way that most retail investors are unable to do, although there is now an increasing number of what we call evergreen funds that have lower minimums that retail investors can go into. The firm that I've just retired from, Prime Buckholz, does not currently recommend any of those, but I know the research department is looking into that as a possible solution. So the first thing would be the breadth of assets that you can tap into as an institutional investor, especially those where the minimum could be as much as $5 million. Was a Prime Buckholz, we had plenty of accounts that were, 100, 200, 300 million or so. And so it was not too difficult to allocate 5 million to meet a particular alternative asset manager's minimum. The second thing that I think institutional investors are able to do, which most retail investors find more challenging, is take a really long-term strategic view, and be able to ride out the inevitable ups and downs in the stock market. I think retail investors tend to be a little more influenced by short-term swings, and they're more emotional in making their investment decisions. If something goes down sharply, say 20%, they might be more inclined to sell it, whereas an institutional investor might add to it. If they liked it at 100 and it's now selling for 80, why wouldn't they like it better if the fundamentals are still intact? That's a big if. But I do think institutional investors think longer term. They're not likely to be tactical the way some retail investors may be inclined to be.
Gotcha. Yeah. So the mindset, first of all, like you said, that just the different types of investments you have access to, the mindset is very important as well. So when you mentioned like the dips of 20%, we actually saw that last year when we saw the market go down 20%. So I don't know. I'm not sure how much institutional investors bought back into that dip. I know retail investors purchased a lot of that dip last year. That's why I was saying it seems like there seems to be a shift inside of the institutional versus retail investor mindset. Would you, do you think the democratization of information has made the retail investor, do you think retail investors have the exact same information now as institutional investors? I know back in the day, people could go out and count cars in parking lot, those type of things that retail investors weren't doing, but institutions were doing. What do you think that the information level is now?
Yeah, I think the difference in terms of information has really narrowed over my career, which goes back actually 45 years. So it's a more level playing field now. And I think institutional investors, just given the resources that they can bring to the analytical process, still have an advantage. But I think retail investors have narrowed that advantage by what's available, online and through other sources. I will say that there's another important distinction in the investment world that might be worth making, and that is momentum investing versus what I might call contrarian investing. And, momentum investors, if the stock goes up, they may buy more of it. They're going to think that will stay in motion positively. Whereas a contrarian investor, in the example that I gave a couple minutes ago, if the stock goes down and the fundamentals have not changed in any material way, in other words, key personnel at the company and positions in their market, haven't changed, that makes it a more attractive stock. So you have those two schools of thought, and I think it's a challenging balancing act for most investors. So you don't want to be always playing the momentum game or always being a contrarian. You can get burned either way. As a contrarian, for example, and I had this happen to me once or twice when I was at Invesco, and we had a discipline of, adding to losers if we thought the fundamentals were still intact. And, a stock that goes down 20, 25% can go lower. It's like trying to catch a falling knife. You can be burned or cut in this analogy by thinking something is likely to rebound and then it doesn't. So it goes back to what I said about being well diversified. When I was at Invesco, our average client portfolio had 50 names in it, and each position was in the neighborhood of 2%. Some might have been 1, some might have been 3, 3.5. But in general, we wouldn't have any position be 6, 7% or so. And I think the average investor today probably doesn't realize that if they own the S&P 500 index, they've got 7% in NVIDIA as one stock, and then they've got a pretty large percentage in Microsoft and Apple and other mega cap stocks. You can buy the equal weighted S&P. I think my old employer Invesco offers that, among others. And that way, if there's a rotation in the smaller and mid cap stocks do better, you'll do better in the equal weighted S&P as compared to the traditional cap weighted S&P. But I think that's enough on that particular tangent for now.
Yeah, and the Invesco fund you're talking about, the RSP, the equal weight, has actually been outperforming this year until it recently started to change. And yeah, people don't realize the amount of concentration inside their portfolios. Speaking of, so you said you've been doing this 45 years, so like 1981, right at the beginning of the 80s. So you've seen different type of markets. You've seen you've seen how hot the market ran in the 80s, and you saw how that ended, right? Like every cycle ends eventually. Right? What do you look for in cycles? Because people think we're in an AI bubble. What should we be looking for as to maybe this cycle is run hot? Is what we're seeing right now a signal that this cycle's in, or is this just something in a longer rotation cycle?
Yeah, you don't really know where you are until you have the benefit of hindsight down the road. But I will say, the period at the end of the 90s, 98, 99, going into 2000, was a pretty clear bubble. So at Invesco at that time, all of the portfolio managers could pick from a purchase list and approved list that had, 80, 85 names. And we would circulate the statistics of the client portfolios quarterly. And I realized as we were moving toward 2000 that the average capitalization of my client portfolios was a little bit lower than those of my partners managing, the same U.S. value equity, core value. And that was because I felt like, Cisco and the other mega cap names were ahead of themselves, that the current and future earnings didn't justify the prices at that time. So I was migrating down into the mid cap space and, lagging the S&P 500 as it continued to go up. It did turn in, the first quarter of 2000, and the small and mid cap did outperform for the next couple of years. So I was a bit early, but I think my inclinations were correct. And so bringing that up to 2026, it is hard to know about the impact of AI. We've already seen some of those, so-called Magnificent Seven stocks benefiting from that. And no doubt it is changing the way a lot of companies do business. I think for the better. And it's unclear, at least to me, whether that's going to result in the aggregate employees being laid off or the need for new hiring. Most people think it'll result in net layoffs. But I think the jury is still out on that, and we'll tell. But there does tend to be a little bit of, I would call, overhype in areas such as AI. We've seen that historically in other areas. You've probably heard about the so-called tulip mania in the Netherlands, several centuries ago now. And, whatever the product or commodity might be, there's usually a limited supply. And then when the demand takes off and the price takes off, you have to be really careful. I think it was probably Warren Buffett who said that when others are greedy, be careful. And, when others trash a stock, take a closer look because there could be a buying opportunity. So that goes back to what I was saying earlier about being a bit of a contrarian. And I think the part of Invesco that I was involved with for those 14 and a half years was more in that camp where we would be trimming our big winners and we might be, adding to our losers.
So y'all were in constant rebalancing, more actively managed at that time than most accounts.
Yeah. I was at Invesco just when passive management was starting to become more and more popular, primarily through firms like Vanguard that offered all these indexes at a really low fee. And today, you can get a lot of their indexes at 3 or 4 basis points. When I was at Invesco, and I don't know about today, but we would charge, I think it was 75 basis points on the first 10 million, 50 on the next 10 million, and 25 basis points above that. And if you had a really large account, you could negotiate that. But that is a headwind for active managers compared to the low-cost index funds. Now, that said, my younger son is at T. Rowe Price, which has active orientation and a great long-term record, depending on whether you want to look at, 5, 7, 10 years or what have you, at pretty reasonable expense ratios. And active managers in general will lag strong markets and then outperform in flat or down markets. So in a full cycle, you tend to have a smoother ride. And a lot of investors prefer that smoother ride rather than the more volatile ups and downs that you see through.
Got you. And like you said, so in that situation, when you have the actively managed fund, it's going to be a higher fee. You're looking for some delta inside, just maybe the way you're actually managing the fund. You're finding different accounts, different stocks. Like you said, you're contrarian view. You're going to catch stocks that are low, and then when they come back up, it's going to make up some of that change that you're not getting or for that you're charging extra fee. People will pay extra fee if you can show them that you're worth the fee. I want to pivot a little bit here, but we'll talk about Kevin Warsh. I know you were speaking about the Fed. We're entering into our situation right now. So with new Fed chairs, you've seen several of them in your life. They always seem to get tested by something. Something happens in the market when the Fed chair comes in. Right now, it looks like one big thing is going to be whether Warsh is, when he gets put into office, I'm up here in North Carolina, you're in Atlanta, so I said up here, but down Wall Street South, and Tom Tillis is holding up the process right now until he gets some more clarity on Jerome Powell. But Kevin Warsh is coming to a situation where we have global geo tensions at a really high level, oil disruption at a really high level, and then the national debt at like a serviceable national debt of above $160 trillion. How can Warsh approach this? Do you think he'll approach it? And then how can Main Street investors approach this? That's a big question.
Yeah, that is. I could go a number of different directions there. I did have the pleasure of listening to Warsh at the Atlanta Society Annual Forecast Forum, February 4, I think it was. And he did a good job. He's a veteran of the Fed and been around to understand all these cycles. The Fed chair, when he or she meets with the media every 7 weeks or so when they have their 2-day meetings, has essentially a bully pulpit that they can use to lecture in a nice way Congress the way they, spend, beyond our means and have that kind of annual deficit and cumulative deficit that you mentioned, which is now more than 100% of the U.S. GDP. I do worry about our kids and our grandkids, inheriting that problem because just servicing the debt is taking a bigger and bigger slice out of the budgetary pie. And so that leaves less for other important areas such as education. I do think Warsh will be approved. I understand Senator Tillis's problem with commentary about, I think it is really surprising that he presided over spending so much money on that new Fed headquarters in DC. I think that's not a good legacy for him. But I think we should drop, whatever litigation there is at this point. And hopefully, even though he could stay on the Fed after Warsh becomes the new chair, I kind of hope he steps aside so that he's not in any way looking over the shoulder or second guessing the new chair. I think the Trump administration or any president of whatever party should allow the Fed to be truly independent. I think Trump has spoken, overly critically about the Fed. I mean, it is true that Powell was wrong saying that inflation was transitory, back in end of 21 and going into 22, as inflation hit 7, 8, even 9%. The Fed, again, hindsight's always 2020, but the Fed should have been raising rates pretty aggressively back there in 22 so that inflation never got to be 8 or 9%. I'm not aware of the Biden administration trying to exert undue influence going into the midterm elections in 22. Maybe they did. But again, the Fed should be independent. So I am glad that they're serving, to the best of their ability. I think some of their models may be outdated, overly focused on historical data in an economy that is changing rapidly, like you were saying before with AI. So maybe some of the dated models need to be replaced with new models. Maybe they don't need quite as many PhD economists, working off of the Fed. Maybe there's an opportunity to save some expense there. But again, I think independence is important.
Perfect. Yeah. And just for the record, Jerome Powell isn't a PhD economist. He's like an attorney, I think. Like the way he's trained, an attorney and a guitarist, right? Yeah. So Warsh will definitely come in with his hands full, to say the least, historically. And like you said, he was there for 2008. So he saw that whole financial crisis as well. So he's seen the playbook, and he's definitely a proponent of trying different models. He wants to try different type of models and new systems for data. And people hear this on Main Street all the time when you're referring to models. Like, which particular models are you referring to that may be time to put out the pasture?
I don't have anything in particular in mind, Marcus, but, back 30 or 40 years ago, there was a term that was coined called the Laffer curve, named for Art Laffer, who served while Reagan was president. And he continues to be a contributor on Fox Business with the Kudlow show, led by Larry Kudlow, who was an advisor to Trump during his first term. That talks about the trade-off between inflation and unemployment. And I don't think what held true a number of decades ago is still as true today. But I'm sure there are better examples that I just can't think of. By the way, I did have the pleasure of meeting Jay Powell, and he was a client when I was at Prime Buckles, and he was on the board of a school in DC where he lived. And so report to him, and he recognized my last name, which is pretty unusual because of going to the same college as my brother, who was a pretty good basketball player.
Really? So your brother used to dunk on Jerome Powell. That's awesome.
I don't know if they had any one-on-one opportunities, but my brother was 6'7", or is 7.5", and he has bigger hands than I do. So I think he was able to dunk, although I don't know if he ever did that in a game. I'll have to ask him next time we talk.
Dunking wasn't quite the thing back then, but yeah, 6'7" with big hands. And your last name is Hopfengardner, so fewer hops, as we said offline beforehand. It's very cool correlation. Very cool story. I want to talk about the flight that we've seen. People have mentioned taxes in like New York, people are talking about increasing taxes in like states like Washington State now introducing personal income taxes. And in general, maybe not so much for the taxes, but we're down here in the Wall Street of the South now, right? Charlotte has become the second largest economic center in the world. Atlanta's starting to grow. The Southeast is just becoming the Wall Street of the South, and Texas as well is starting to grow. What do you see? Because even before the taxes were becoming an issue, this flight was already starting. Did you see anything that led to this move, or that you've seen why people want to move down here to the South?
Well, I think the climate is preferable for a lot of people compared to the New York area. You know, it's interesting. I don't really want to get into politics, but, you know, New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut are very blue states. And New York City is a very blue city. And it now has a mayor that I guess is a...
You say he's a socialist.
Exactly. So for people that are more middle of the road or to the right, you know, maybe they feel like a purple state like North Carolina or Georgia, or a red state like Texas or Florida is more appealing, in addition to the fact, or related to the taxes being lower in these, you know, southeastern states.
Gotcha. Yeah. I feel like it's probably more of a, I don't want to have just conjecture here, but like more with the taxes, it is with the political belief. Because I think at the end of the day, like you said, these are institutional investors. So you all know, like at the end of the day, your returns and your stocks and bonds, it doesn't matter the administration, whether it's red or blue. Like history shows that the stock market goes up and to the right pretty much throughout the history of time. So people making investments based solely on, you know, red or blue, they're really missing out on it. They're really missing out on a lot of stuff.
You've just raised another issue there, Marcus, which is the pitfalls of market timing. Since the market does tend to go up long term, you got to be there to have that ride. So, you know, when you have the inevitable downdraft, like we saw at the end of 2008 going into 2009, or with COVID, back, you know, at the end of the Trump first term, you know, it's really a buying opportunity rather than a time to look for the exits. So again, it's a caution for especially retail investors who might be inclined to, you know, throw up their hands and raise more cash. But for my client, when I was at buying Buckholz, and we had that downdraft both at the end of 2008 going into 2009, and again with COVID. Even a year ago, April of 2025, the tariffs were announced and the market, you know, went down a double-digit percentage. It was an opportunity to buy more at attractive prices. And so if we didn't have a regular meeting set up with clients, you know, we would call a special meeting to give our recommendations and move forward in that kind of rebalancing.
Nice. So y'all historically bought the dip, and your clients, you called them, educated them, which is a very important part of it, to let them know, like, hey, this is going to go up and to the right. And I imagine some of your clients already knew that you were going to buy the dip. You probably didn't even have to call them because you've done it before for them. It's very, very great point. Time in the market. People trying to time the market, you're going to miss the best 8 days of the year every time trying to time the market. Just going back to, so speaking back 45 plus years, what was it like to be in the industry in 87, 88? There aren't very many people out here, like right when the market went down, like Black Monday, like when that happened.
Yeah. Well, I have not seen such a strong downdraft before. I had some good summer jobs in the early 70s where the market was, flat and then generally down, especially when Nixon ended up having to resign in 1974 because of the Watergate crisis. He would have been impeached, but he chose to resign, before that would have happened. And the market was really in the doldrums then. I wasn't an investor then. I was not making any money, but I remembered that time as being a good buying opportunity. And the same thing toward the end of the Carter presidency, when we had Americans taken hostage in 1979 in Iran, which is when the current regime took hold from what had been the Shah. And, we had real malaise in the U.S. and, gas prices rose and inflation rose. And I remember President Carter having a fireside chat, dressed in a sweater with the fireplace behind him, asking people to turn their thermostats down, and in the wintertime. And, just do everything they could to conserve energy. I mean, that was a tough period, especially for check to paycheck and had to get gas to drive to their jobs. But I think the Reagan years were a wonderful growth period. And then, Bush 41 kind of continued that. I think the Clinton years were actually very good for the country. That was the last time that we balanced. To his credit, was able to work across the aisle with Newt Gingrich of Georgia, who was the Speaker of the House on the Republican side back then. And there was a collegiality in Congress that we really need today, that we haven't seen in a long time. But anyway, let's see, after Bush 43, and, his presidency was marked by 9/11 early on in 2001. And, another really tough state election in 2004. So the country has been so evenly split ever since then. And the partisanship has gotten worse and worse. And I don't know what it's going to take to get people to, especially Congress, to listen to one another and be willing to compromise the way they used to back in the 80s and 90s. But it's, in my opinion, something worth praying for, because I think our whole country, the morale of the country would be a lot better if we weren't so evenly split in ways that can be very evasive.
You got that right. This country is so divided right now. We're just red or blue. I think if you even look back, like you mentioned with Clinton, like historical Clinton, his politics and his views now, he'd probably be viewed as a Republican, right? Just based on, especially like his economic policy, some of the law enforcement policies he put into place. And then you go into all the presidencies you mentioned, all of them saw like the cycles, right? So they all kind of had wars in between those times, like 10 years. People talk about the market goes up 8 to 10% every 10 years, right? Historically. But they tend to forget that the market has those down times, right? So you have the late the whole 70s, right? You have the 70s that were just pretty much terrible. And then you have in 79, like you mentioned, when with Iran, the leadership was that it was because we took in their king or something, correct? Came to our country for medical treatment. So that started a whole big thing, and then just led to, so there's cycle. What I'm saying is inside of all these, there are always cycles. And I know you focus on some dividend growth type strategies. So this market relates to part of it probably the 70s and 80s, part of it probably the late 80s, part of it probably even like the 90s and the boom and bust of the .com. How would you suggest Main Street tries to find balance and invest in this type of market? You don't have to give like specific names, but just like, I know you mentioned diversification earlier.
Yeah, well, I guess my time at Invesco ingrained into me the importance of buying stocks that do offer a dividend. And so, I've missed, other than through an S&P 500 index, I've missed some of the really strong growth stocks in recent years. But personally, my rule of thumb is to try to get a yield that is at least in line with the money market fund, So, because otherwise you can just put it in cash. But a lot of companies will increase their dividend every year or two. And so if you can get a solid company that has a solid balance sheet, good free cash flow, and the yield is, say, nowadays 3.5%, 4%, with the possibility of that dividend being increased. And then, as important or more importantly, capital appreciation on top of the yield, then your total return can be in that 8, 9, 10% historic long-term average. And I think it is important for Main Street investors to realize that total return is a combination of the yield and the appreciation. Of course, the appreciation could be depreciation, but still you have the yield. And so I think there should always be a place for dividend stocks in most portfolios, if not all.
Perfect. Yeah. And inside the yields, you mentioned like if the appreciation doesn't happen, that generally means that your yield's actually increasing. But that might not be the best. That might be the best thing, because then maybe they can't cover that dividend at the end of the day. So that's probably something you're looking for. What factors are you looking for inside the company to see if they can actually cover that dividend that they're offering?
Well, I think number one, you look at the balance sheet. What is the debt to equity ratio, and what is the current ratio, current assets to current liabilities? So how strong is the balance sheet? And number two would be interest coverage. How well covered is that debt? We're talking about interest coverage. It's usually EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. And then number three would be the payout ratio. If you take the dividend per share as your numerator, the earnings per share as your denominator, is that payout ratio reasonable? And what is reasonable? 40 or 50% certainly is more reasonable than 60 or 70%. But as I alluded to in passing earlier, I think free cash flow is actually more important than stated regulatory earnings. So, how much does a company have in the way of depreciation, amortization that's not being plowed back in terms of capital expenditures to that company and available for share repurchase or dividend increases? So all of those factors, I think, are important at getting comfortable with a company's dividend policy and current payout.
Very good. So those are definitely some good factors to look at before you're picking a dividend stock or any type of fund that pays a dividend. People should always remember also that you do pay taxes on dividend. Unless you have your dividend stock Roth account and you want to pay taxes on that. Just speaking, so we were at a conference recently, we were talking about different kind of assets and asset allocations. One of the topics there were physical assets, gold. I know gold versus crypto has been a big thing, and I don't know how deep you want to go into maybe crypto, but what are your thoughts on just like the move back? Because we're seeing a move back to hard assets, right? People are buying art, people are buying collectible cards, baseball cards. So gold, like real assets, real estate. Do you see that move as a permanent move, like a longer cyclical move, or do you think that's just something that's kind of happening quick?
Yeah, I don't feel well educated to be able to answer that question. I can just tell you that when I was at Invesco, even though I did have some high net worth clients in addition to institutional clients, and the same thing at Prime Buckholz for the last 19 years, there was not a lot in the way of collectibles. More recently, there were people dipping their toe into the crypto area. When I was at Prime Buckholz through a couple of different funds that were, again, pretty well diversified, so you didn't have too many eggs in one basket. I will say personally that I have followed a company that used to be called MicroStrategy that is now called Strategy, and they have 3 or 4 different preferred issues. And because of my interest in dividend yield, I did buy one of those preferred issues, which was selling for about 82, 83 at the time, and therefore yielding about 12.5%, 13%. But the stock has gone down. It's now in the low 70s. And so if they continue to pay the stated distribution, the yield is now 14.5%, 15%. But whenever you see a yield that's that high, I think the market is telling you that there's above average risk that distribution may be cut. And in this particular company's case, and the preferred issues that I'm referring to, it's going to trade, I think, pretty close to the underlying price of Bitcoin, which is down significantly from where it was, 12, 18 months ago. Is it going to rebound anytime soon? Who knows? Trump himself seems to be a fan, and I think the Treasury Secretary Bessent is also supportive, and it does seem to be getting traction outside the U.S. So, I tend to think it will rebound at some point. There is a finite supply level. They're not creating that many more Bitcoin going forward. And so it doesn't take too much increased demand for the price to move up just because of the microeconomics, supply and demand factors. So I'm going to stick with that. Although if it doesn't move much before the end of the year, I can realize that loss to offset a gain and minimize my taxes.
Perfect. And that's a great example for people. So people on Main Street, if you want to invest in maybe some type of crypto, there you go. You can find a fund, because anyone can go buy this fund he's talking about. Just go buy it. There's a ticker for the fund. Just go buy that fund, and then at least you're getting some type of dividend on the backside of it, where you're getting paid back on it. Even if it goes down, you're still getting some returns. And know when to get out. He has a plan for when he's going to get out. Another big thing that you mentioned, George, inside of that at the end, you said, I'll probably hold on to at least the end of the year. You're going to get this investment time. If you're going to buy something, in my personal opinion, you want to hold it for at least, and this isn't investment advice because everyone's investment advice is different, but if you're investing, you want to hold it for at least a year. You want to give that thing time to see what it's going to do. Also, it's going to change the way it's taxed. Capital gains, long-term, short-term gains. But you want to give it time to see how it reacts to different cycles. Shouldn't be jumping in right now making like drastic moves or anything. That's just something I wanted to put out there for Main Street.
Yeah, unless something is fundamentally broken after you buy it, one or two key executives leave the company, or maybe it's a healthcare company that expected to get final FDA approval of something and they don't get the approval, and therefore the forecasted earnings have been cut. There's any number of different factors that could fundamentally cause you to sell in less than 12 months. But I think that's the exception rather than the rule. And that theme reminds me that Warren Buffett, again, just wonderful, long-time investor, as we all know, he is famous for saying, a lot of times you win by not losing. And so that goes back to what I said early on about the importance of diversification. And it also reminds me of a little question that I would ask when I was doing interviewing, either on behalf of a company that I was working for, or perhaps, somebody who was looking for a recommendation to get into the MBA school. I would say, and some people would get this immediately, and some people would have to think a little bit, but I would say, well, if you own stock A and it's $100 and it goes to 50, goes down 50%, what percent increase do you need to get back to where you were, to break even? A lot of people immediately would say 100%, and that is correct. But, some people would have to think about it, but it's a good illustration. A percentage decline hurts you much more than the same percentage helps you on the way up. So protecting against the downside, I think important. My brother, who lives near where you are in Charlotte, Marcus, does not fully embrace that philosophy. He may have a hub and spoke approach with a small index fund at the hub, but then he'll have as few as 7 or 8 stocks around that hub that he knows inside and out. He's following every press release. He's talking to the CFO or the IR person, and the average Main Street investor doesn't have the time or necessarily the background to do that. My brother is a JD MBA and has great experience, and he's got the time, and he loves doing it and has done really well doing that. I think that's a great formula for building wealth, but once you have wealth, to me, it's better to diversify and lower your risk profile to preserve that wealth.
Right. That's a great point too. And even as you mentioned with Mr. Warren Buffett there, who probably is one of the greatest investors of our lifetimes. He believes in diversification, but he doesn't have as many stocks as people would think. He has a fewer amount of stocks that he's really concentrated in, and he knows them inside out, like your brother. So for Main Street, before we go up here, I know we have to run soon. You kind of opened up the box about how concentration versus diversification in the long term. Like, so if you're changing, like you mentioned, you just retired here recently, I'm assuming, right? Last year or maybe this year, you just recently retired?
It was the very end of 2025.
Congratulations on that very fresh retirement. I know you're still trying to figure out what to do with yourself. You don't have too much of a honey-do list. But inside of this, someone who just retired in 2025 and now they're in 2026 in your position, maybe not same financial position, but just in your position, what should they think about, or someone who's about to retire 25, 26, as they go from that accumulation to that to the stage where they're spending money?
Well, as you well know, Marcus, everybody's situation is unique and different from everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to consider the specific circumstances and risk tolerance and so forth. But there's been a development in the last, 12 or 15 years, which I think may apply to a lot of retirees, either right before or when they retire. And that is target date fund. And so you can pick a fund, whether it's at Vanguard or another firm, that has a particular asset allocation for those people that are expected to retire in 2030, 2035, 2040, 2045, 2050, pick whatever year you think you're going to want to be lowering your risk, and it will automatically rebalance every year or two, reducing the equity allocation and increasing the fixed income allocation. And so that's a really easy, low-cost way for people to be setting aside money for their own retirement or for other loved ones. It could be somebody listening to this podcast on behalf of their parents, or an older sibling or just a good friend. But again, the major fund companies offer those target date returns. I know T. Rowe Price, with our younger son works, also has a similar program. Before we run out of time, if you would permit me, I'd like to also offer one thought, that as people on Main Street do well in their careers, and we certainly wish everybody to do well. But one thing that I did when I had the good fortune of buying a little bit of Intel stock back in the mid-'80s, when I was at, a different firm, actually right before I joined Prime Book called Invesco. But I bought some Intel, maybe only 100 shares, but it, tripled or quadrupled over the next few years. And then my income was also rising. And I decided, instead of, meeting my church pledge by writing a check every week, I would just peel off a little bit of the Intel stock and give it to the church. And that way I didn't have to pay a gain on the stock. The church got the same amount of money. I didn't have to mess with weekly or monthly, checks. And it was really simple. And then fast forward a few years later, and my Intel continued to do well. And I had one or two other stocks that were doing well, and had some charities that I wanted to support in addition to my church. And I peeled off some low cost basis stock and sent it to the donor advised fund at Vanguard. DAF is the acronym that some people use. And back then, and maybe still today, to open a DAF account was $25,000. The beauty of doing that is you get the deduction in the year that you give that stock to the donor advised fund, and then you can direct that fund to make gifts to your church or your alma mater or whatever 1C3 beneficiary that you choose. And I just do that online. It is so simple. And our kids have grown up knowing that I do that. For those of us who have been blessed, we should be a blessing to others. And I obviously feel strongly about that. So thank you for allowing me to share that.
No, thank you for sharing that. And yeah, take a second. That's good stuff. You know, the donor advisor fund, people don't really realize that you can, when you have gains in these stocks and concentration risks, that you should give this stuff away, that there are ways that you can give it away and still be, you still benefit yourself, you know, with the tax benefit, but you're helping causes that you're going to help anyway. You're going to give this money anyway. Has that rubbed off on your children? Are your children giving people as well?
Well, every year, my wife and I asked them, you know, who would you like to give money to? Part of the reason I got emotional was I was thinking about our oldest grandchild who was diagnosed with brain cancer when she was age 7 and went through 3 surgeries, brain surgeries, chemo and radiation and so forth. And we wanted to be grateful to St. Jude Children's Hospital in Memphis because they flew Charlotte. And I wear this band on my wrist to remember Charlotte. And you can remember her name since you live in the Charlotte area.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, they flew Charlotte and her mother, which is our daughter, and continue to fly her down there for her periodic scans to make sure the cancer has not come back. But they gave her all that treatment. They put them up at night, feed them, you know, without charging anything. And they do that for kids, not only around the US, but now coming from different countries. And so I remember the celebrity that started St. Jude. His name was Danny Thomas. And you may have heard of his daughter, Marlo Thomas, who has continued to carry the torch for children's cancer research and cancer treatment. And talk about legacy. That all started in the late 1960s. So that's, 65 years ago. Back then, childhood cancer had a survival rate of 20%. 80% would not make it. Today, those numbers have flipped where 20% don't make it and 80% survive with good quality of life. And so far, our granddaughter is in that category. Our daughter knew that we would want to use the donor advised fund at Vanguard to thank St. Jude for being so generous to us. And we've continued to support them. In fact, there's an event that I'm just now signing up for in Atlanta, which will be, I think, April the 16th at the Intercontinental Hotel in Buckhead that we have been to in the past and will be there again this year. Our daughter knows that and her brothers know that, and they're all very supportive. And so that's one example of where we are involving the kids in our charitable giving.
That's very good, Mr. George. I appreciate that. I appreciate you sharing that. Yeah, and people should realize, like, when you have both of your hands gripped like this, you can't ever get anything back. You got to let that stuff go. It comes back. You know what I mean? It all kind of works itself out in the long run. And like you said, you've been giving to charities throughout life, and then you really needed that for your granddaughter, and St. Jude's is there. It's beautiful stuff. I guess I know you have to jump off the call, so if there's anything else you want to tell Main Street, and also where people can find you if you want to be found, if anyone wants to talk to you, where are those things happening, Mr. George?
Sure. Well, I no longer have a work email, so I'll give you my personal email, and that's GJHII@hotmail.com. And if anybody wants to text me or call me, that's fine. 404-313-415. I would like to mention one other thing, Marcus, just in closing, and that is,
take your time.
I think, well, let me say 2 things. My career really was significantly aided by pursuing the CFA charter that you mentioned earlier that I got back in the 80s. And it's a lot tougher exam today. Our younger son, the one at T. Rowe, got it along with his Kaya for alternative investing. And very proud of him because the body of knowledge is so much bigger today than when I was tested back in the early 80s. Before, all the alternatives took off and so forth. So I'm glad I passed when I did. But I would encourage anyone who has an interest in the investment profession, whether you're going to try to do it for a living or just for your own personal, investing, consider taking CFA 1, 2, 3. And if you're with an employer, that believes there's benefit to the company for doing that, they should really do. And there is a lot to study, a lot to read to be prepared. And the pass rate is only in the neighborhood of 50% for certainly level one, and maybe it goes up a little bit after that. But I think that's a good thing to put on your resume for whatever you might do down the road. And then the second thing I was going to say is the importance of asset allocation. We've talked a little bit about individual stock analysis, and I forgot to mention earlier, but one thing that I've always used going back to my years at Invesco was the PEG ratio, where you take the PE of a stock and you divide it by the growth rate of the stock. And ideally, you're using the PEG using forecasted earnings, which here we are in March of 2026, would be the forecast for, calendar or fiscal 26. And then the growth rate looking at least 3, maybe 5 years. And the lower the PEG ratio, the better. So, there's no hard and fast rule of thumb. And nowadays, maybe it's better to use free cash flow than it is earnings. But, a PEG ratio of under 1.5 certainly would tend to be more attractive than one that's 2.5 or 3 or higher. But back to asset allocation, the average Main Street investor, I think, would be better served by going into low-cost index funds. And you can do that either through an ETF, which is more tax efficient if you're a taxable investor, or a mutual fund. And so, for example, Vanguard has a world stock index fund. The symbol is V. And again, very low cost. It gives you exposure to the US, which is roughly 62%. And then developed markets and emerging markets would be the other 38% or so. I think that's better than buying the mutual fund because in a mutual fund, you inherit an unrealized gain. And as a taxable investor, if there are net outflows in a particular year, the mutual fund company, in this case, this example, Vanguard, might be selling to meet outflows and realizing some gains. And so you could have a taxable gain at the end of a year, even though your fund value did not go up. It may have been flat or down. So I think the ETF, exchange traded fund approach, is good. So if you want just US, VTI is a good ETF. That's the Russell 3000 domestic. And then if you want non-US, VXUS, I think is a good option. But again, trying to, as you mentioned, I heard your podcast on the brand recently, and you talked about the power of compounding, and that is so true. Set the money aside, try to add to it when you can, and maybe it's through a 401k plan. Employer matches up to 3 or 4%. Definitely take advantage of the employer match and just let it grow. And compounding, by the time I retire, which I just did, I mean, it's a nice chunk of change. And now I have my, required minimum distribution to take the place of my W-2. And so, all is good.
All is good. That's good stuff. Yes, I think that's thanks for watching that episode, by the way, with Sam. Sam, shout out to Sam. This is great advice. Like, as far as with the ETF versus mutual fund, then you actually gave people places they could go and buy these things just to have diversification inside their portfolio. Wow, Mr. George. I could talk to you all day, but I know you have to run. I guess I'm wondering, is there anything else you want to say before we hop off?
Well, let me just check my notes here. You were nice to send me some possible topics. Another thing that really helped me early in my career, in addition to getting the CFA, was I joined the Atlanta Society of Financial Analysts, which we now call CFA Society Atlanta. And it was really easy for me to do at the time because they met across the street from where I was working. And for one relatively low amount of money per year, I mean, I think it was less than $100, might have been $75. They included lunch and a speaker. and it was every Wednesday at noon. And so, I mean, that was a no-brainer. You know, you would just go to the lunch and listen to whoever it was. And lo and behold, back then, this was, 85, 86, 87. I met some of the original 9 partners of Invesco who had left the old Citizens and Southern National Bank, CNS Bank, at the end of 1978. And they were growing rapidly since they left the bank. And they were looking to hire younger people, preferably with a CFA, who weren't used to managing money a certain way, who were open to the Invesco way. And so had I not met great guys like Ed Mitchell and John Morgan and Wendell Stark and others back then, I probably wouldn't have had the great opportunity to join Invesco and be there for 14 and a half years. So if any of your listeners are geographically in an area that has CFA society, whether you're pursuing the CFA or not, I think they will let you in and let you attend those meetings, which can be very educational, and they're also good from a networking standpoint. So I think that's the only other note that I had made that some of your listeners might find of interest.
Wow, yeah, that's good stuff. So networking is very powerful. But another thing you got to give yourself credit too, Mr. George, is that once the opportunity was there, you have learned and prepared, and you were ready for the opportunity. You have to be prepared and ready to execute on the opportunity as well. People just tend to think that when the opportunity presents itself, you have to be prepared. All right, Mr. George, it's been a great conversation. Main Street, if anyone has any questions for Mr. George, he gave you his information. He's really an open book here. I've really enjoyed this conversation. Like I said, I really hope you can come back, hop up on the podcast at another time. We can go deeper, have another conversation when you have time. Until then, I just want to say thanks to Mr. George Hopfengardner for hopping on with us. You were Hops. Main Street, work and smarts. Heart meets Wall Street smarts. Thanks, Mr. George.
Been my pleasure. Thank you, Marcus. Be well.
There are those temporary dislocations, and those can happen, several weeks ahead of earnings, and where there's this kind of boundless optimism that may surround the stock. And it doesn't matter how well they did. There was an opportunity to sell into the news, right? That it could be either the company is priced to perfection, they already knew the results were going to beat, or there was a whisper number, or hedge funds who were doing their mosaic theory already knew that there were numbers that were going to suggest that they would outperform and had bid up the stock.
Welcome to the Main Street Meets Wall Street podcast. I'm your host, Marcus Sturdivant Sr. If you're tired of the noise and looking for a real world institutional grade audit of what is actually moving your money, you're in the right place. Today, we're pulling back the curtain on the 2026 economic landscape, breaking down the volatile data points, identifying where the real wealth is flowing, and mapping out the Main Street agenda for the rest of the year. We have a massive session ahead of us, including a high-level deep dive with Benzinga's own Brad Olsen. We're going to deconstruct how to move from being a passive retail investor to an active institutional level strategist. Now, I need you to stay until the very end of the episode. Not only are we covering the tactical moves you need for your portfolio, but I'm sharing a specific exclusive link where you can access the professional grade tools that both Brad and I use to conduct these audits every single day. We're giving you the keys to the engine. You just have to be ready to drive. The ledger's open, and we got a lot to get through. Let's get to work. Check out the intro of Brad, and we're going.
Welcome to the Main Street Meets Wall Street podcast. I'm your host, Marcus Sturdivant Sr. Today, we're cutting through the noise. We're navigating an economy defined by more massive infrastructure spending, macro headwinds fueled the Middle East, momentum that's tested historical valuations, and a ruthless need for operational realignments as companies fight to prove that their AI investments are actually delivering tangible earnings growth. To help us translate these headlines into actionable intelligence, I'm joined by Brad Olsen, Chief Content Officer at Benzinga. Brad is seasoned with over 15 years of experience leading air-talk teams and growth strategies across the industry's most influential financial brands. From shaping the gold standard intelligence of the Bloomberg terminal to his current role at Benzinga, He has spent his career bridging the gap between professional data and the retail investor. Brad brings a unique perspective, having spent his formative years immersed in the cultural and markets of Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and the Middle East. He doesn't just report on the news, he understands the second-order effects that move the needles for your portfolio in a volatile world. Brad, let's get right into it. We're seeing a massive trillion-dollar AI build-out, yet the market is increasingly skeptical about monetization. When you look at this current rally, are you seeing genuine operational realignment that justifies these valuations, or just high frequency momentum masking up deeper macro fragility?
Yeah, Marcus, first of all, thanks for having me. And these are very, very tough questions that I think the whole market is wrestling to and grappling with, frankly. We saw just today and earlier this week, Dell's earnings kind of exemplify how far reaching some of this AI build out is going at the moment. Yeah, at first, in the earlier stages of all of this AI investment, you had these circular financing deals where all these different AI companies would sign a commitment for power usage or chips or compute, and then they would turn around and they'd sign another deal with a similar company, and it was back and forth, and no one really understood, how these agreements were actually going to translate into financial results. And now we're seeing the downstream effects of that from all the picks and shovels plays, be it the Nvidias of the world, although you could argue they're not the picks and shovels. They are one of the main beneficiaries of the secular trend, and all the way up to Dell. And then now we see some analytical thought that says that all of this build out's going to have a ripple through inflation too, when it comes to construction jobs in all these different locations. You're talking about electrical engineering demand and so on and so forth. To some extent, will these companies get the ROI that they want? That's to be seen. You're seeing token prices slowly increase at some of these AI companies. Notably, you had some larger companies blow through their AI spend with only the first quarter of 2026 after budgeting billions of dollars in spend on AI compute. So it's still TBD. I think we're still in the earliest stages, but clearly you look at the Anthropic commitments with SpaceX, they're willing to spend $1.25 billion per month. There's clear money that's following a lot of this, and so it's only a matter of time till the profitability comes. And I always look at the Uber and Lyft model, where VC massively subsidized the cost for all the consumers, and over time now have Uber and Lyft who are making lots of money now because the prices have finally caught up with this with demand. So I believe that these companies will see the fruits of these labor very soon. But obviously, with these very, very large numbers being thrown around, it's very hard to feel super comfortable that the money is going to be returned at a healthy return.
That's a great explanation. I'm glad you hopped on with us, breaking it down just from 50,000 feet. You were mentioning circular investments is one thing. Do you think the circular investments are over with, where like people are invested in one company, it seems to always come back to Nvidia? So I definitely look at Nvidia as a picks and shovel, because everything's built off of Nvidia, even though they're not physically building the data centers or things. And that way, they are building chips, kind of like Taiwan Semi. I kind of send them like a baseline. I haven't heard circular investment in a while. You were the first person I've heard speak of it in a while. Are you hearing that less in the markets now?
Yeah, I think so. This was at the earlier stages, the circular financing agreements, whether it was Microsoft investing in OpenAI and then OpenAI turning around and committing to another business. That used to be kind of a trope, some sort of comedic punchline for a lot of the Wall Street pundits for a while. But I think as things start to shake out, there's going to be real money to be made as these companies start to invest on their own, right? We're seeing some developments now where, rather than leaning entirely on Nvidia, many of these large companies are going to go out and start building their own chips. So I think it was just a matter of forming strategic partnerships when there was a lot of unknown. And I think it was more about just sticking your stake in the ground early, just to avoid this moment passing you by.
We're going to come back to this in just a second, but you made a really good point when you were talking about companies needing to diverge outside of maybe Nvidia as they needed capacity, they couldn't reach it. We see companies like Micron right now who are just going parabolic with demands for storage and supply. With that whole thesis, I want to jump. You've seen a lot of global. You've lived in different places around the world. In my opinion, I feel like America has kind of forced the world to rebalance the way their strategic partnerships, kind of like we were talking about with the circle investments. What are you seeing and hearing over there at your outlet that, as far as that goes, are you seeing results to people rebalancing outside the USA, sovereign nations as well?
So it's interesting. We're talking about whether you, as an investor, you want to be invested in U.S. equities or global equities. It's been a constant refrain in the 20 plus years that I've been in this career, where there's always this idea that you need to be invested internationally to balance some of the returns that you might see in the US based companies. Especially in the past several years, that hasn't panned out very well. Yes, sure, you're seeing Taiwan Semi definitely capture the hearts and minds of a lot of new investors over the past year or so. But I still think, by and large, the U.S. is kind of at the front end. It's definitely the deepest capital markets that there are. There's deep liquidity. If you want to have any sort of investable opportunity, this is the place to be. We have at Benzinga, we have a lot of different partnerships that we're forming overseas, especially in Asia. By and large, the information that we hear from brokerage platforms and otherwise is that investors want to have access to U.S.-based companies, the U.S. capital markets. And so, yes, there are a few of these players that have that global reach that are very interesting to some of our U.S. audience. But I think still the fact that OpenAI, SpaceX, Anthropic, Microsoft, Alphabet, all of these players are still U.S. based, and that's basically where all of this is happening. Now, is that to say that China is not a place to watch between the DeepSeek models that came out and all of the efforts they're making? I think there was a recent headline just a couple of days ago about restricting some of their citizens from leaving the country who happen to work in sensitive industries like AI, broadening that restriction from that used to exist around government individuals is now extending to the private sector. Definitely China is going to be at the forefront of a lot of this AI innovation, but I think by and large it's still a U.S. centric opportunity. There's a lot of money sloshing around, as you saw with the Anthropic, the recent raise for Anthropic with a valuation of close to $1 trillion. And obviously the SpaceX IPO, which is very well covered by our outlet and many others, and is very highly anticipated. And all those are still U.S. focused businesses.
There is a lot of push with the USA. There was a U.S. exceptionalism trade, quote unquote, air quotes for anyone listening, that actually did run really strong until like the last year when international definitely flipped and outperformed. I think the U.S. may have taken the lead back here recently.
Yes, I think, yeah.
But, and that's the thing.
Yeah, there was that weird period. Yeah, there was that period recently where international did kind of take the lead.
But you mentioned how portfolios are constructed. And for our listeners or viewers who don't know, it's based on modern portfolio theory, which goes way back to like the 60s. The guy who created it won a Nobel Peace Prize for, well, not Peace Prize, he won a Nobel Prize for the theory, right? So folks listen, so it's based on back in the day, these nations weren't correlated. And part of that was, speed of information, like everything couldn't move as quickly. Diversification, right? We had countries being rebuilt by the US dollar at this time that you would realize from the war. But so my portfolio theory is just basically that when the US is up, Europe will be down. But eventually, US will be up, Europe will be down. It will make an up to the right curve. In 99, that's when you saw it break. You said it's been for a few years, like 25 years. That's where it broke, and it's just not been the same. The US has just been outperforming, except for a section like just a few minutes ago, where you mentioned like last year, it pops out. Speaking of things that just pop up every few years and seem to take the lead, and we're talking about things that are actually leading the market, small caps. What do you see with small caps? Because they're leading the markets right now. You're listening to the Main Street Meets Wall Street podcast. We've been breaking down market data with Brad Olsen. But remember, data without strategy is just noise. If you're tired of being a spectator in your own financial life, it's time to move from theory to execution. Stay with us as we shift from the macro trends to the specific moves you need to make on your ledger today.
Also a reminder, this is not personalized financial advice nor stock recommendations. We're going to dive deep today on the forces moving the market. Insights like these are exactly why I started this podcast and this YouTube channel. The Wall Street South Journal as well, to bridge the gap between the trading floor and your kitchen table. We're going to get back to the conversation with Brad in just a moment. First, a quick note on how you can gain some of the same professional edge that the institutions are using. Like I said, strategy is only as good as the tools you use to execute it. In this market, this fast moving, waiting for the evening news to tell you what happened is a losing game. You need real-time data. Check out Benzinga Pro. Talk about how it can help level up your toolkit. It's part of what Brad does. We'll get back to it soon. Back to our conversation with Brad and if small caps can continue to grow.
Yeah, it's funny. Several years ago at Bloomberg, I was writing a column, and there was one particular reader who kept writing into me and saying, you know, we're talking a lot about the S&P 500 or SPY. You know, you should really start to pay attention to the equal weighted ETF, the S&P ETF, and I think that always keeps coming back to my mind, especially as we talk about market concentration. These top names, these multi-trillion-dollar companies like Apple and Alphabet and Microsoft and Nvidia, it's only a matter of time until the pendulum starts to swing back and the concentration is lessened. I don't have a strong opinion about the small caps. I think it's just the trend may have gone a little bit too far, too fast. You still have, you know, we'll all remember in the first administration, 2016, that the America First idea was a very heavily focused platform that tended to benefit small caps the most. There was this idea that money would stay within the country. These smaller companies would benefit. These companies that have a high concentration of businesses in the U.S. A lot of people tend to forget. Oh, I'm buying McDonald's stock. I'm buying Nike stock. I'm buying all of these American brands. So they make all their money in America, but they don't, right? A large portion of their revenue and their profit, frankly, is derived overseas. And so when you think about either the fiscal policy or monetary policy of the U.S. and to the extent that it's going to benefit, whether it's in the tax code or in contracts or other policies, the small caps are going to be bigger beneficiaries because they're more heavily concentrated in the U.S. and in their ultimate businesses. So, in terms of their recent upswing, I don't have a strong opinion on it one way or the other. I think it's just over time, this idea, the saturation of money in these very, very large names, people tend to get a little bit of a cold feet buying into a company with several $1 trillion valuation. There are definitely very sophisticated actors within this marketplace, and they can determine whether they want to buy a company at 50 times earnings or more. And I'm going to let them kind of do that math. I know that the average bystander, if you're trying to figure out whether you want to buy a value name or a growth name, it's pretty hard to think, is this worth 3.3 trillion today and it's worth 3.8 trillion tomorrow? Is it really worth that when that's a swing of 500 billion, like a billion here, a billion there, and sooner, then at a certain point, that's some real money. So I think these big numbers are making it a little hard for everyone to kind of contemplate whether these companies are truly worth what the market is saying they're worth. But, don't fight the market, as they say.
Don't fight the market. Yeah, and it's been like some irrational exuberance. I've heard that word thrown around a little bit more, but even when that was first said back in what was that, like 96 by Greenspan, the market still ran for like 3 more years. So we're definitely giving people, this is one thing we want to sit back and take a second for people to realize, like, we're trying to give them information. We're not telling you to go invest or not invest time in the market, though I will tell you that. Don't try to hop in time in the market, but we're trying to give you information so you can figure out how to make a more informed decision, right? Brad's all about delivering alpha over there, and we'll talk about some of what you do over there at Benzinga, as well as your history at Bloomberg before. But fresh off the presses, I heard Secretary Bessent speaking, or I heard some sound bites where he said, the Fed's going to get back to the basics. They have 100% approval for removing forward guidance. How do you think the global community is viewing our Federal Reserve right now? Because the American Federal Reserve pretty much controls global interest rates, in my opinion. Like Japan sets the floor for lowest pretty much, but America controls it.
Yeah, I think recently look, we all talked about how the central banks are supposed to be independent. Many of them are independent. There's some countries that there's less of a line between the political parties that run the business, run the country and their central banks. I'm not going to name any names. You can look it up yourself. But those types of things are wearing, we're getting very, very close to that line in the U.S. I'm not casting aspersions. It's just when there is frequent commentary about the central bank coming from political figures that should, I think it's not crazy to say that that's kind of a concerning thing, only because it's a departure from the norm. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, that's up for the markets to decide, not myself. But it is a different way of doing things. And what we're noticing politically is, look, there were these norms in the post-World War II era. The US, Europe, and the UK were very, very closely tied. And now you're seeing rumblings within the European Union about not relying on the U.S. for the same types of support that they may have, relied on in the past. And this idea that they don't necessarily have to look to the U.S. to emulate any of the things that they are doing. And so even if the Fed stops with the forward guidance, I don't really expect some of the other countries in Europe to, like the ECB, the European Central Bank, I don't expect them to necessarily alter any of their policies, nor the BOE or the Bank of Japan. I think they've understood that the way of doing business with the U.S. has changed, and they have to forge their own path. Are the markets happy with forward guidance? Nothing's set in stone yet. I think we're going to have to wait to see it before the market can react. But I definitely saw the criticism around why are these different central bankers showing exactly where they think things are going to be, only to be proven wrong several months later. Where's the value in that? I know when those dot plots were originally put together, it was out of a need of transparency. The market wanted to know exactly where things were going. And I think that's a common phrase and refrain that we hear a lot, is that the market doesn't like uncertainty. And so the more information the market can absorb and contain, the better. When you don't have that kind of transparency or information, then that's when excessive volatility tends to occur.
Excessive volatility is where some of the biggest gains are made in stock markets, but
Absolutely.
Hence why you have to stay invested in the market. What are your thoughts, digging a little bit deeper into that? We're talking about central banks and their guidance. What are your thoughts on the SEC's move to reduce the amount of time from quarterly reporting for
This is a good one. This is a sticky one for the financial media world too. Obviously, Reg FD, it was huge for not only transparency in markets, for companies to be obliged to disclose material events that are happening within their company, whether that's a departure of a key executive or a particular lawsuit that they might have to settle that might have some sort of material adverse impact or positive impact to their business. And quarterly reporting, in my view, but this could just be biased and anchored in the role that I have in financial media. I think it's important. If you think about 6 months, 6 months is a long time, right? If we move from quarterly to this kind of semi-yearly or even annual disclosure, that's a long time. A lot of things can change in a year. If we want to use AI as an example, just think back 6 months. What happened 6 months ago in AI? You had Anthropic, and look, Anthropic's a private company, and they don't have to disclose any information that they don't need to. But imagine taking a company that was in a similar trajectory as Anthropic. In a span of 3 to 4 months, they went from a $9 billion revenue run rate to $44 billion. And that kind of movement in a short span of time without disclosure is rather interesting, and I don't think it's necessarily helpful for investors. I know the concern, and that's for the burdens that it puts on certain companies, and then also I think even Warren Buffett and others have been very vocal about short-termism and how the quarterly reporting cycle drives companies to make decisions that may not necessarily be in the long-term interest of a business. However, there are key examples of very, very well-established businesses that have had that long-term view, Berkshire Hathaway being one of them, where they've ignored the need to want to beat every single quarter and to make short-term decisions to juice gains. I think when a company does that, there are more concerns that you should be worried about. When they feel they have to do that, you should probably be digging more under the surface about that company itself and whether they're taking the long-term view. So my personal view is a little biased. I think that more disclosure is better. It provides a better narrative. It gives people more information about what's going on. There are more opportunities for companies to talk. And look, the proposal that's out there right now allows companies to do what they want, right? It doesn't oblige them to no longer report quarterly, as far as I understand it, and I could be wrong there. But my guess is that some companies are probably going to choose to pull back the curtain. I don't know if that's the wrong. I think it's the other way. They're going to pull the curtain in front of their results. Pull the curtain the other way, and
Pull down the curtain.
Yeah, pull down the curtain, and I think for retail investors, that's less information. They don't get access to the countless investor conferences and other kinds of non-public exposure to executive commentary and financial results that other more sophisticated investors get. So my view is Reg FD was a win. I think giving investors more information is better, especially with AI now. The ability to translate a ton of new information is helpful. And I think more information is probably better.
Transparency helps. Like we said, like I was saying earlier, like that was part of the reason why modern portfolio theory was working. Like the information wasn't getting across to other people as quickly, so they couldn't exactly move or make moves. There were people, the velocity and speed at which we trade in this world nowadays, like 0-day options, like it's just insane. People don't have a long-term mindset. Like going past quarterly, some people will go crazy, as you said, like the retail investor. What are you seeing with the retail investor? I've been making the case now that like 2025 was the year of the retail investor, whether anyone wants to admit it or not. Like that was, the retail investor came in and bought the dips, and they continue to buy the dips, but institutional money has come back in buying dips in this year, right? And they started to buy it towards the end of last year. What are you seeing with retail investors right now? You think they're still strong, or are they pretty much exhausted?
I wouldn't say they're exhausted by any stretch. I think there's so much opportunity in different stocks, right? That people don't normally think about. Uranium and nuclear stocks are obviously hot for the power story that, we talked about the picks and shovels and AI earlier in the show. Nuclear stocks are of note. You have the space stocks that are also capturing everyone's attention. Quantum stocks. All of these are great stocks that people really weren't paying attention to several years ago, and now are for better or for worse, right? There are definitely some there's some dogs with fleas, as Gordon Gekko would say, and you need to do a lot of due diligence when it comes to some of these smaller names that may not have a strong pedigree or track record. Obviously, not casting aspersions about any of these groups, but where there's opportunity, there are always people who are looking to capture that opportunity, whether a company has renamed itself in a new vein, it was doing something else entirely 3 months ago and is capitalizing on the new zeitgeist. That's something to always be aware of. They could very well be successful doing the new thing that they want to do. And, I guess one of the more famous examples in recent memory is Allbirds, right? Allbirds is the sneaker company that now is an AI company. But that they're not the only ones and they may have a really good business idea for taking that IP cash and reinvesting it. You had a long line of companies in cannabis and in blockchain and otherwise who have who rebranded based upon, new opportunities. So that would be the only concern, is just do your due diligence as an investor. But as far as our readership is concerned, they can't get enough about what's happening in AI. That's where there's opportunity in the markets. And we could talk about how, $0 commissions is helping, and fractional investing is really clearing the pathway. You don't have to worry about that high cost stock. If you only want to buy $50 of a stock, you can. As you said earlier in the call, stay invested. That's probably one of the most important things that you can learn. But stay invested in stocks that you understand, I think is another key principle. Either you want to be buying an index that is trustworthy and has a track record, or you want to be broadly invested, but make sure that you don't, like you said, try to time the market. We talked about YOLO trading, and at Benzinga, we were definitely part of the GameStop saga and AMC back well into COVID, and we were part of chronicling that story, and a lot of our readers were really enjoying it. But right now, from my vantage point, people want to know about where that next opportunity is, and so we're doing our best to chronicle that.
Perfect. Yeah. And that's actually a great lead. So you mentioned Gordon Gekko, Actionable podcast episode last week, where I started on the More economy, and started with the Gordon Gekko speech where he said greed is good. And then he explained why greed is good. And I was saying, people, that was 1987. And the people who run the country now were like, some of them were like in college, or some of them, that was the environment of the world. It's back into that environment now where like irrational exuberance, people want more. They want more. They want more. Like you mentioned, though, you said the GameStop move, and you covered the whole meme trade move back then. Can you take us back through that from back then to like even right now, the latest you're hearing on Ryan Cohen and the eBay thing? I think Cohen may be trying to play chess. People told me I was crazy with the whole move. And I know I can unpack this question a little bit more because it's long, but I know when he was on the interview, which I think most people seen, where he just kept saying, read the website, half cash, half stock. And then they asked him, they said, what if eBay made an offer for you? You think he's trying to get eBay to buy them? Hey, thanks for hanging out so far with my conversation with Brad Olsen from Benzinga. We've been breaking down some critical market moves today. And honestly, this conversation is exactly why I'm so excited about this upcoming collaboration with Benzinga. When you're trying to navigate a market that's changing by the second, you can't just rely on headlines for yesterday. You need the same real-time intelligence that the pros are using. Brad's influential in putting this content out. So that's why I partnered with Benzinga. And if you've been following the Main Street agenda, I don't believe in guessing. I believe in auditing the data. So you should check out Benzinga Pro. Check it every single day to see if you get that institutional edge. Whether it's tracking insider movement or getting news before it hits the mainstream, it's the tool that helps me stay ahead of the curve. Now, full disclosure, the link in the show notes below is an affiliate link. If you decide to level up your tool and sign up through the link, I may receive a commission at no extra cost to you. And Benzinga is at the top of the list for market research. It helps support the channel, the Main Street mission, and keeps the audit running. So I appreciate the support. If you're ready to move from speculating to strategizing, use that link, get set up, and let's get to work. Now, we're going to jump right back into this deep dive with Brad as we see his thoughts on this exuberantly irrational market.
I'm not sure. I saw that interview. I think what is more interesting about that interview is that he did two interviews. He did one interview on CNBC, and then he did another interview on a different outlet, and he had a completely different countenance to that whole interview. One was lighthearted. One of them was a little more skeptical, cynical. I don't know how you want to call it. I do think there's a little bit of gamesmanship going in there. I don't know if it's checkers necessarily, but there is definitely some gamesmanship. I think he really understands, and I think there's been one idea that he wanted to galvanize the retail community to help drive the value higher, which would then allow that process to unfold. Similar to any sort of story stock, right? If you can even use Tesla as one of the original story stocks. You have a very strong figure at the helm who tells a great story, who is always in the public, trying to provide his vision for the business. He has a strong group of people who are they're on top of every word. They're willing to buy the stock. And guess what that allows Tesla to do? They can go out into the market. They can raise capital extremely cheaply. And is it any wonder that they can go out and raise $5 billion at next to zero cost on the valuation of their business, while their competitors like Ford and GM and others are still saddled with traditional forms of debt. They don't have any sort of room for dilution of their investor base, and it's harder for them to compete given the cost of capital. So I think if you can galvanize the base, if you can tell the story, and that can drive the value of your business up, that gives you a war chest to go out and make a splash and do the things that you want to do. So whether it's a reverse psychology of wanting eBay to buy them, or whether it's trying to galvanize the base to drive up the stock to allow them to better afford that acquisition, I'm not sure. I actually don't think it's a terrible idea, those two companies getting together. I think there's been some criticism that I've seen about why they would even get together in the first place. I don't think that's a terrible idea for both of those businesses. But, in terms of his plan for the future of those two businesses, I guess I'll let the analysts duke it out on whether that's the right idea or not.
Why do you think that's not a bad idea?
I think where GameStop has been and where it can go, the memorabilia push, having those retail stores available for people to visit, trading, collectibles, all of those, that whole area has really done extremely well. You can even look at the success of a Netflix show. What is it? The King of Collectibles. All sorts of memorabilia has performed exceptionally well as an alternative asset class, especially at the high end, whether it's Pokemon cards or otherwise. And so I think having GameStop move into that area, whether it's video games and memorabilia, having that overlap with eBay as like the front retail store, this is my ignorant view of both of those companies. I bet they're much more sophisticated than that, but I don't necessarily hate the idea of a tie up there.
That's the thing. Like, companies need to be able to have their investors understand their company, like you said, understand what you're investing in at the simplest level. And you just broke it down like kind of how like eBay and GameStop, where you see the synergy. eBay stock was not doing bad, for the record, when Cohen came in and made this statement.
No, not at all. And that's the interesting part of that, right? Is usually you'll see some sort of takeover offer or even sometimes you'll see a take under offer around businesses that aren't doing well. But yeah, it didn't look like eBay was hurting for it. And by the way, I'm not advocating to buy any one of these stocks. I don't think anything, or any stocks, period.
No advocation for any stocks. This is just general conversation.
Exactly. Anyway. But again, just on the surface, I wouldn't put it past him that there's some good ideas back there.
Got you. Yeah. And speaking of stocks, we're about to mention another stock. And you were talking about with Anthropic, if people could see the run rate and what it would look like if it was a public company, Intel. Is that not kind of what you just saw? Like with what happened with Intel, even going back 6 months, and you mentioned the guidance, right? So with these AI booms 6 months ago, when companies were reporting, they would have strong reports and their stock price would go down. Last quarter, we saw companies report and some of them were rewarded, like Intel, which is parabolic. That's got to be some meme stuff in there, right? And then Dell today.
Yeah, I think, underscores the need for transparency. Dell blew away every analyst by far. They blew away their own guidance by far. And that was only 3 months ago. So big fan. I think we need to continue the disclosure processes. Imagine if this lasted 3 more months. The only people who would know this was happening would be the executives and the people who knew inside the company, and maybe a limited set of investors. And so I think important for the rest of the world to see this and have their opportunity. In terms of stocks that have risen on poor results and fallen on good results. There was an old trope that and it's not anything that we made up at Bloomberg, but one of my technology reporters back in the day, we would always joke, we would just call it P2P, and we did price to perfection. So there were companies that would just, it was so telegraphed that they were going to do well. And one would argue, well, if it was telegraphed that they would do well, why didn't the analysts catch up to to those expectations? Well, sometimes the market can get ahead of those very, very quickly, and sometimes they ignore analysts' expectations for just a short period of time. Now, you talk to analysts themselves, they'll say stocks always follow earnings, right? Don't worry about the stock price, just worry about earnings, and stock prices will follow those earnings. But there are those temporary dislocations, and those can happen, several weeks ahead of earnings, and where there's this kind of boundless optimism that may surround a stock, and it doesn't matter how well they did. There was an opportunity to sell into the news, right? That it could be either the company is priced to perfection, they already knew the results were going to beat, or there was a whisper number, or hedge funds who were doing their mosaic theory already knew that there were numbers that were going to suggest that they would outperform and had bid up the stock. But there's also stocks that have done extremely well over the past year, and this is an opportunity to sell into that report, right? You have to think about a market is not just some abstract theory. It's people that are trading against one another, and there's going to be a large set of people on one side who want to exit a position, but they can't exit a position without a similar number of people or market makers taking the other side of that position. And so you want to make sure, in many cases, there are these market dynamics that play a part in stock prices, rather than just, is it good, it goes up, is it bad, it goes down.
Right. For every dollar every dollar has a party. Like $1 goes to another person. Like we can't create money. We can, but it would be bad. Like the money you already have.
We do create a little bit of money each year.
I got you. We're saying the alpha and delta. Jumping into that, because that's what you do over, right? Benzinga, that's what you do over here. Take our listeners, I want you to take your time and just take them back to when you were at Bloomberg. Just tell us a little bit about you. Like, everyone may not know you, Brad, but they should definitely listen because you have a different perspective. So take a few minutes and just tell us about you, like how you got into this industry.
Yeah, so I mean, the trying to use my little quick elevator pitch here, because it's hard to compress 20 plus years into a short sound bite, but most of my career has been around trading and investing, and media is something that I've embraced over time. I started in media providing services to hedge fund clients and retail investors who were curious about how to trade, quite literally trade the news that they were seeing. And that kind of led into a natural fit at Bloomberg, where the team that I, happened to work with we were tasked with trying to provide that immediate color. When there's a piece of information that comes out, why is the stock doing what it's doing? What did Wall Street think about that stock leading into that piece of news, and otherwise? And we had an opportunity to be at the forefront of short form content before that was really commonplace. There were many people will think of traditional financial media as these long-winded, maybe 700, 800 word articles about some XYZ company that launched a new product, or maybe it's a long-winded piece around their earnings. But our job was tasked with trying to break down very, very quickly and succinctly why someone needs to care about what's happening in a particular stock. And our goal was both analytical and journalistic. We would be talking with investors on the buy side, we'd be talking with sell side analysts, we'd be on the receiving end of a lot of their notes and information and their views on the stock. And then we'd also be using our own tools at our disposal to track, at scale, how stocks were behaving, whether it was volume or volatility or investor ownership. All of those things kind of bled together to help us tell a strong story about each individual stock. And then ever since then, I've had the opportunity to lead a couple different organizations, and where the goal has been to just truly qualify what is happening in the market at any given time. And you may look at your brokerage app and see, think you may be a genius and said, hey, wow, I'm up 5-6% today. And then you may not know why. But part of what our job is to do at Benzinga is to tell people, okay, but within that portfolio, you had 2 or 3 names that outperformed, and they outperformed for these reasons. And by the way, you may want to take a look at some of these other stocks that might have some sort of knock-on impact that you may want to be aware of. So those second-order effects, the second derivative of what might be happening, we talk about the picks and shovels at the top of the show, all those interconnected relationships between ETFs, sector-wide moves, even though there might be a piece of news around one particular space stock, even that other space stock that may or may not have some questionable origins, that might benefit from that same type of piece of news. And it's our job to help qualify what's going on and help people either construct their portfolios if there's a little bit of self-directed element there, or at least make them more informed about what it is that they want to do with their portfolio, whether it's dividend investing. You can be a REIT investor. You could try to YOLO some of your portfolio as well in space stocks and nuclear, or you can go for that solid return. And we'll talk about that too, between our personal finance content and markets content.
Very cool, very cool. And so that's a very cool story. Been doing this for 20-something years. So you've seen several bubbles and several moves and several pops. And now we're talking about the current bubble, the AI, quote unquote, bubble. First of all, do you think AI is a bubble?
I think, and I'm happy that we're having this conversation this week, where the CEOs of the very AI companies that swore that there would be doom and gloom imminently have walked back some of their statements.
That was great. I want to talk to you about the institutional edge. Most retail investors are operating with a massive disadvantage. They're getting the news after it's already priced into the market. If you're serious about building wealth, you cannot afford to be a passive consumer of information. You need to be an active strategist and consumer of information. That's why you should check out Benzinga Pro. Whether you're looking at small cap movement, tracking institutional or insider trades, or just need a news feed that doesn't bury the lead, Benzinga Pro gives you the same kind of real-time insight that financial professionals use every single day when they're checking their own ledgers. And remember, Main Street meets Wall Street. We're not guessing. We're using data. Benzinga Pro is where that data lives. They've got a workspace designed to save you time and, more importantly, to help you take charge of your financial ventures. If you want to move from guessing to knowing, I've made it easy. You can check out Benzinga Pro and start your journey towards institutional level analysis by clicking the link in the show notes below. Use the link to support Main Street meets Wall Street movement. And more importantly, start giving yourself the advantage the professionals have and that you deserve. Main Street Heart meets Wall Street Smarts. Also, if you do use the link, I may receive a commission. No extra charge to you. Main Street Heart, Wall Street Smarts.
Is Bitcoin a scam? Welcome to the first part of our 4-part series, where we dive into the heated debate between crypto bears and bulls. In this episode, we'll explore the skeptical side of the crypto world, questioning the legitimacy of the Bitcoin and other digital currencies. Our guest, Clem Miller, a seasoned trader and Georgetown professor, will unravel the myths surrounding crypto, challenging the notion of Bitcoin as digital gold. Get ready for a thought-provoking discussion that sets the stage for the upcoming episodes, where we'll hear from both sides of the crypto world. Check those numbers. Let me know. Look forward to it. And make sure you listen towards the end, where we talk about a phenomenon that I hadn't heard of until Clem enlightened us. So check out Main Street Meets Wall Street podcast with Clem Miller, part 1. Thanks. Hey, good morning, Main Street. Welcome to another episode of Main Street Meets Wall Street. I'm here with Clem Miller, and we're here to talk about crypto. Why is this really a scam? Is this really anything? Is it digital gold? Uh, Clem's going to give us a reality check. Clem's just tell you a little bit about Clem. Clem's a retired trader. He's now a professor over at Georgetown. He's been a little skeptical of crypto since he maybe first heard about it, and he's just going to hop on and let you know where he stands and the pros and the cons of crypto, or maybe just the cons. But here goes Clem. Thanks for hopping on, Clem.
Thank you so much, Marcus. I'm happy to be on the podcast today. Sounds like you're doing great with the podcast so far. So all the best. Luck for this. So, we're talking about crypto, Bitcoin, crypto today. And as Marcus mentioned, I've been a big skeptic of this area for a long time. That's primarily, I think, because I come from a background of looking at stocks and equities. And when you look at stocks, you're dealing with, for the most part, you're dealing with real companies, companies that generate sales, that generate profits. Hopefully the companies you're investing in generate profits. Some of them would pay dividends to you every so often. These real companies, right? Real companies, real businesses. That's what I like to invest in. And crypto offers none of that. Crypto is not a company, right? It's not something that generates revenue. Inherently generates revenue. It's not something that produces profits. It's not something that pays dividends. It is ephemeral, to use a highfalutin word, right? It has an existence that is only electronic, right? Despite the marketing presentations which try to show it as a gold coin, that's kind of nonsense. And in reality, it's just sort of bits and bytes, right, on computer screens, and that's all it is that. So I want to talk about a few aspects of it. And one of the problems with delving into crypto a lot and delving into the mechanics and the technical aspects of it is that it tends to give crypto a credence that I don't think it deserves. And so, with that sort of caveat, I'll mention a few specifics that go a little bit deeper than what I just said about why crypto is not great, why it's speculative. It's not really an investment asset. And then we'll, Marcus, you can ask me questions as we go along. So let me start by saying that, crypto is being marketed or has been marketed in various ways to try to appeal to different audiences, right? So it has been variously described as, some kind of new technology, which it isn't. It's been also described as a commodity, which it isn't, right? It's also been described as a currency, which it isn't, right? It's none of those things, right? It's sui generis, as you would say in Latin, one of a kind. And it's not the best kind of asset either, right? It's not a stock, as I mentioned. It's not a currency. It's not a commodity. It's none of those things. It has no tangible presence. And what's bizarre is that the crypto promoters, and using all this razzle dazzle terminology that they use, they'll essentially diss currency like the dollar and the euro and so on, and call them, quote, fiat currencies, as if to say that they've got no value to them, right? And implying that Bitcoin is of much greater value than the so-called fiat currencies, using their terminology. When in reality, that could be, there couldn't be anything further from that situation, right? Currencies, regular currencies, let's call them what they are, regular currencies, real currencies, like the dollar and the euro and the yen and so on, are backed up by the full faith and credit of their respective issuing governments. And also, there's this element of, sort of power, geopolitical power underlying those currencies. So, the US dollar is not just, a printing machine, as the Bitcoin people will tell you it is, right? It doesn't just come out of a printing machine. The US dollar is backed by the Treasury, by the revenue receipts, receipts from revenues. If you were to ask, the Trump people, they would say, "Oh, it's the tariffs, right? The tariffs are generating it." There's real revenues, right, that are coming in to support the dollar, and ultimately you've got the geopolitical power of the United States supporting the U.S. dollar. If you look historically, take a longer term geohistorical lens on this, Marcus, you will see that the U.S. dollar replaced the pound sterling as the global sort of reference currency after World War I, and especially after World War II, because of the rising geopolitical power of the U.S. relative to the declining geopolitical power of the pound sterling of the U.K. And so so you can see that there was a geopolitical element. And in the past, there were similar points where currency use changed with geopolitical changes. So it's kind of, I mean, those who don't study history, are not going to be aware that in the past, at times the Spanish thaler, Thaler, the Austrian currency, the French, the Dutch, all these were currencies that were used more globally, ultimately replaced by pound sterling and then by the U.S. dollar. So it's a function of geopolitics, and we'll see that if China should come to the fore, and that's a whole different subject, Marcus, about China, but you might see a situation down the road where rising Chinese geopolitical influence might make their currency a more important currency in markets. But Bitcoin, these bits and bytes on a computer screen, don't have any of that geopolitical substance to them, don't have any of that actual revenue support. There's none of that, right? So, what's the real fiat, right? It's Bitcoin is the real fiat, right? It's not, it's not, it's not the so-called, it's not the real currencies that Bitcoin promoters describe as fiat. So that's kind of nonsense. Now, the Bitcoin promoters will come back and say, well, the value of Bitcoin is in the fact that, only so much can be issued, right? There's this limit, 21 million Bitcoin that can be issued over time. And they have this whole process of mining Bitcoin using computers doing crypto games, not exactly mining, right? I mean, by using the term mining is misleading, right? Because you think of like gold being mined or copper being mined. It's not mining, right? It's computers using up a lot of energy and water, right, to solve puzzles. And once a puzzle is solved, it creates an extra link in the blockchain, and then you get and then whoever solves the puzzle gets a Bitcoin, right? I mean, that's kind of crazy, right? But the folks will say, the Bitcoin promoters will say, okay, well, you've got $21 million Bitcoin max volume. And as a result of that, you've got, a scarce asset that should rise in value. Okay. Now, there are several problems with that. Of course, the promoters won't go into those problems, but there are several problems with that. First of all, first and most important of all is that the price of something depends not just on the supply, but on demand. And so when speculators rush out of Bitcoin, doesn't matter how many Bitcoin there are, when speculators rush out, the price is going to fall. So it's a function of both supply and demand. So the fact that supply is limited doesn't by itself predict that the price will go up. And that's what all the Bitcoin promoters are trying to pretend. Oh, as we reach our maximum limit of Bitcoin, the Bitcoin price will soar. That's what they say. It's nonsense because it depends on demand as well. And I forget who said this. Some famous economist. Not that we should always listen to economists, but they said they said supply, does not create its own demand, or supply creates its own. It doesn't. Supply does not create demand. You could have a supply of something and it doesn't create demand. You could have, huge supplies of various product, any kind of product, right? And unless there's demand, you're going to have just lots of inventory sitting around. The same thing could happen with, and could happen and has happened. If you look at the year to date on Bitcoin, it's down over 20%. And anecdotally, there's been a lot of folks leaving Bitcoin, selling Bitcoin. So there you have a live example of demand diminishing for Bitcoin, even while the supply stays the same and the price goes down. So it's, Bitcoin is not exempt from the laws of supply and demand. No asset, speculative or investment asset is exempt from that. So that's one issue with the whole, notion that Bitcoin is somehow an attractive asset over the long term. But there's also another concept too as well, which is that there are alternatives to Bitcoin that your typical Bitcoin investor will try to exploit as well. So there's
Okay,
direct.
hold on before we jump into that.
Yeah.
That's going to be a deep one. You just unloaded a lot of good stuff to us, man. A lot of great information.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, we'll come back to the alternative thing.
Yeah, we're going to come right back to the alternatives in just a minute. I just want to kind of unpack it for for people who might we just say a lot of interesting things. So when he's saying fiat money system or fiat system, he's referring to like money, dollars, paper. That's what people refer to as fiat. One big thing when you were mentioning that the U.S. became the backing for the global economy, the dollar. When it started, we were on the gold standard, right? So that's a whole different thing, right? We had gold to back the dollars before Nixon changed that in the 70s. So like every dollar was backed by hypothetically physical gold asset. And then in your conversation, and I love how you're breaking down the cons.
Yeah.
I love how you're breaking down the cons in the conversation. It seems like someone could just replace the word gold with Bitcoin.
No, right. So, okay. So a couple of things there. First of all, between World War II, Bretton Woods, right after World War II, and 1973, when Nixon took the U.S. off the gold standard, indeed, gold was priced at $35 an ounce, right? But, the question then becomes, was it gold that was supporting the dollar? Or was it the fact that the U.S. was the most important, power in the world? I don't think it was gold. I think it was the fact that the U.S. had achieved, global domination that made the dollar so important. The dollar was used to help rebuild Europe, for example, right? You had the Marshall Plan. In the 70s, when oil prices went up and you had the Gulf states and others making a lot of making a lot of dough off oil. Where did that money go? It went into dollars, right? Dollar assets, the so-called petrodollars, right? So the dollar, the dollar is a dominant asset, was in up to 73 a dominant asset, not because of gold, but because of geopolitics. So and the role of the U.S. in the world. So I think that that needs to be revisited. The an interesting thing on this question of, well, is Bitcoin the new gold or whatnot? You mentioned that, right? First of all, you know, gold is actually physically mined. It actually has a limited supply. It has been used for thousands of years as a store of value, thousands of years, thousands and thousands, right? And Bitcoin is what, a couple of decades old, right? So I mean, it's kind of ridiculous, right? I mean, you think Bitcoin will be around in 100 years? No. You think Bitcoin will be around in 10 years? I don't. Right? It's it's not an investment asset. It's speculative, right? So which brings me around to, well, I want to mention one thing first, then I want to get back to the alternative discussion that I wanted to talk about. So one way to think about crypto and to address this question of whether crypto is more solid than what the crypto promoters call the fiat currencies, or what I call the real currencies, is this whole notion of stable coins. You've heard that term, Marcus? Stable coins?
Yeah, I know,
So
genius act.
yeah, so stable coins. The idea of a stable coin is you have a crypto token. Let's call them what they are. They're not coins, they're tokens, right?
Mhm.
That's the real term, tokens. Like, some of you from New York may have heard the expression "that in a token will get you on the subway," right? I don't know if you.
Mm.
So I think so with these stable coins, the idea of a stable coin is that it's basically linked to the dollar. Okay, so think about the contradiction involved in the concept of a stable coin. The people who promote stable coin are saying that our product is valuable because it's linked to the dollar. But crypto promoters in general are saying Bitcoin should replace the dollar because the dollar doesn't have value. So go figure, like, who's right? Either you can be a Bitcoin promoter and say that the dollar is weak, Bitcoin is stronger, Bitcoin is digital gold, blah blah blah, or you can be a stable coin promoter and believe that the only reason your stable coin has value is because the dollar has value. So what is it, right? Pick a side. Do you pick the stable coin side or do you pick the Bitcoin side? You can't pick both because there's an inherent contradiction. So I'd mention that. Okay. And then let me come back to the alternative to Bitcoin question, right? So where I was going with that is that, Bitcoin, everybody talks about the value, all the promoters talk about the value of Bitcoin being in the fact that there's only a limited supply. And I already mentioned the fact that demand is a part of that equation too, not just supply. But also there are supplies of other things that your typical Bitcoin speculator might want to put their money in. And one of those would be various kinds of prediction markets and gaming and so on. And a lot of folks speculate on prediction markets. They speculate on gaming, right? And they so Bitcoin is just another one of those games, so to speak, right? You can have speculators, dump Bitcoin and decide they want to invest in speculate on the Super Bowl, right? So you got that as an alternative type of speculative instrument. Not to mention the fact that you've got various kinds of meme stocks that are out there that people put their money into as well, and try to speculate on those, and those also are alternatives to Bitcoin. And I also want to mention, in addition to that question of alternatives, that even within crypto space, there are alternatives to Bitcoin. We mentioned stablecoins already, and there are other types of crypto tokens as well that are out there. Lots of different kinds, not just Bitcoin. So how do you measure the volume of the crypto tokens? How do you measure that volume? As other crypto tokens are issued by other kinds of crypto tokens are issued besides Bitcoin, how do you measure that supply? Do you measure it only as 21 million, or do you measure it as the supply of all crypto? If you can dump Bitcoin and buy other crypto tokens, and I'm sure there are folks out there who speculate and say, well, I think Bitcoin's going to go down, and I think, Ripple or whatever is going to go up, right? Then, what is the supply? How do you measure the supply? The supply is infinite, right? It's not 21 million. The supply is limited to only by the amount of crypto tokens that are being issued in general, not the 21 million. In general, all of the tokens, right? So you can't measure it by that. And then the last thing I'll mention on alternative instruments and the supply of Bitcoin is that there's a process known as forking, Forking, right? And I can't, I don't pretend to understand the underlying computer logic for this, but tokens, crypto tokens, depending on their underlying technology, can fork, which means that they create replicas of themselves. So there was a forking episode, I think one, maybe there were more than one, involving Bitcoin itself, where Bitcoin spawned off a baby Bitcoin and created 21 million more tokens. So or you can look at it as kind of a clone, right, of the original Bitcoin. And right now, I can't remember what that Bitcoin is called. It's got a different name, and it trades differently. It's at a price that's lower than the regular Bitcoin, than the parent Bitcoin. So, you could have, and I have not seen any research about whether the forking diminished the value of the regular Bitcoin, but you have to believe that if you're, spawning a baby Bitcoin, then it's got to affect the value of the parent, right? You got to, because it's creating additional supply. So one has to worry about forking episodes too, which would, make the supply of Bitcoin larger, despite this, this initial concept of the 21 million Bitcoin.
Wow, that forking thing is very fascinating. Sound like it's just missing a couple of letters or changing for what might have really just happened to people who invested in that. Like just creating a totally different coin, like just cloning it is. I haven't heard of that one, so that's very, very interesting.
Yeah, look it up. Forking.
Yeah. No, don't worry.
All of you listeners to Marcus, look it up. Forking, Forking, and I think you'll be shocked that this can actually happen.
Yeah, that just brings me right into our next topic we can jump into maybe. So you're talking about like with Bitcoin, if you have gold, and I know you we connected on LinkedIn. I saw how you would share your portfolio, which is very cool. Actually, you say you recently left gold, but say with that said, like gold or with stocks, and in general, when we're talking about these coins, if you want to compare maybe somewhere where people think like, because there are so many tokens, Bitcoin would be like maybe a large cap stock, and these other ones are probably like small cap, micro, quantum computing, not on the earnings, but on the recognition level. Okay, so not on earnings, not on any intrinsic
Well,
value,
yeah.
just how people, because there's so many coins.
Right.
Like,
If you live in a crypto world, right? Then I guess you could say that some are large cap and some are small cap. But the whole idea of cap doesn't really. I know the crypto promoters talk about coins having cap, and all that is the value of the coin times the number of coins, right? That's all that is. It has nothing to do with any kind of earnings at all, right? So,
right.
I mean, and I guess you could say that stocks are similar because you could have a company that has no earnings.
Growth.
You could have a company that has no revenues, and it can still have a market cap because it's based on future expectations of revenues and earnings. So you can have that, but at least it's based on something that is a real flow of revenue or earnings, even if it's expected in the future. Whereas Bitcoin and crypto tokens, the market cap is basically based entirely on the willingness of somebody to buy that token off you in the future.
See that, and that's the big part too, right? You teach in university. We learn in school. You learn that money, like when you talk about what money is really, or what something has value of. What makes something valuable is what something's willing to pay for, right? Like
Yep.
if I was like, hey man, I'll pay you $1 million for those glasses on your face right now, like those glasses suddenly become much more valuable. Like you said, supply doesn't create demand. You have to have someone that wants to buy that widget that you're creating with the digital coins and the Bitcoin, all in the same. I want to jump into the risk, right? Because that seems to be one of the big things we need to let Main Street know. The systematic risk versus like. So if I was to invest in a stock, right? This has been covered by the SEC, reviewed, maybe not recommended because the SEC is not going to recommend your stock, but it's been reviewed. Regulators know it's publicly available information. This corporation has to report, and if something was to happen, there will be some way to get some recourse, right? Whereas if you lose a wallet or a token, there's not particularly any way that you can go back about it and find your wallet or your token. Someone could just find. I saw a statement where a guy was like, my dad just invested, I don't know, $200 in Bitcoin. I told him to send me his like key or whatever, and I stole it. And I told him that's your first lesson in crypto. Never share your wallet token. So just like, can you just expand on like, because I mean, you can have gold, but someone will have to break into your vault and take your gold. So do you see, go deeper into the system at risk, if you could.
So a couple of things I think about when just based on what you were talking about. So first of all, you mentioned about the regulation, right? And I think that's a very important thing. But again, there's kind of a myth that's come out of the crypto community about how, crypto will really soar only if we have a proper regulatory framework. Right? You may have heard of that, right? Crypto will soar if we get a good regulatory framework. Well, what the crypto promoters are really talking about is they want to have a quote good housekeeping seal of approval for crypto so that they can keep selling it, right? So they can keep selling crypto, and they can say, well, we have the government's approval for this. The government is blessing it. They will misconstrue. Some of these crypto promoters, the unsavory ones, will misconstrue what the government is actually doing with regulation, and sort of spin that into this is actually a real kind of investment asset because we've got government regulation and everything. So trust us. and the crypto promoters, including the Witkoff and Trump, was it Witkoff? Yeah, Witkoff and Trump sons, right? have made inroads in trying to, create this regulatory framework that provides this good housekeeping seal of approval. If there were a solid regulatory framework around this, you would not have crypto at all, right? Because it's not an investment.
Very interesting. Yeah, and the purist of what Bitcoin and crypto, they don't want the government intervention. It's more with the corporations like Strategy and Coinbase who are trying to get more into that type of regulation. And just so, yeah, you trade in equity. So I'm assuming you would never, and we're not recommending any equity on here, just so y'all know everyone's individual personal investments. But like Strategy or Coinbase, you can see through let's talk about Strategy. You can see through their books, right? Michael Saylor's always out here talking about how he'll just keep buying Bitcoin. He says he can afford Bitcoin to go down to $8,000, which is, I don't know how his numbers work. I haven't dug into them. Right now, to mine a Bitcoin, it's about $67,000, I think is the numbers coming out, just to get one. And we know Bitcoin's been trading below that level. It could trade above it, but it's been currently trading below it. So if someone was to say, okay, what would you look at in that company that would make you not invest in the company if he shows you all these things and all this leverage and all this leeway? Or you just saying, I don't believe it? Because if he goes out and he's just lying to the world like this is a publicly traded company and he could really get in trouble for it.
Well, I don't think he's lying to the world. I think it's very clear that he promotes Bitcoin, right? He's all over the place promoting Bitcoin. And I would never invest in his company because it is so dependent on the price of Bitcoin. So I would never invest in it. He's highly leveraged to Bitcoin. Why would I do that? I wouldn't want to do that. So Coinbase, I believe they do trade some other things besides crypto, but they're mainly focused on crypto trading. And, why would I want to invest in that? I mean, if I wanted to invest in an exchange, why wouldn't I invest in the CME or the CBOE or, one of the real,
Commodities exchanges.
Yeah, one of the real exchanges, right? And at times those are pretty good stocks, right? Because, they make money regardless of where the of where the share price is, because they're the trading platform for this, right? So they make money, and they're more solid. They've been around for longer. I don't know why I would want to invest in Coinbase when I can invest in real trading platforms, real exchanges. Just I don't get it. So I mean, you can tell that I'm a little bit on the, you might say I'm really conservative. I'm not conservative at all, right? I'm realistic. And when I look at some of these things, they're just, they're just, Coinbase is just, it's so narrow and focused on such a risky asset that I wouldn't want to be involved in it.
Got you. Yeah. And like you said, you're not risk averse. You understand. You're just risk realistic. You know when you should have more risk on, more risk off. I mentioned earlier that on your LinkedIn.
So and Marcus, it's not just Bitcoin that is something that I wouldn't do, or crypto is something I wouldn't do. I look at and I don't want to necessarily. I mean, you mentioned Michael Saylor and that, but there's another person who Kathy
Woods.
Kathy Woods, right?
Tom
Kathy
Lee.
Woods. Tom Lee's more of a big strategist. Let's talk about. I mean, Kathy Woods runs funds that invest in crypto, but they also invest in a lot of kind of newer startup technologies, like real technologies. Crypto's not a technology. In sort of real technologies, quantum and not to mention things like Tesla and so on. That's what she invests in. I wouldn't invest in her fund either, right? And the reason I wouldn't is because she's taking long run bets on a portfolio of companies that, many of which may not have any revenues or profits right now. And that's not something I would do, right? I'm not averse to technology stocks. I invest in technology stocks all the time, but I wouldn't invest in something just because Kathy Woods is involved in it, right? And what one thing that you see with Michael Saylor and you see with Kathy Woods is that they are sort of CNBC personalities, right? They're out there promoting things and they have a media platform for doing that. And then, you have to wonder, well, if they're out there doing that, they're a media platform, why, should I invest? Why wouldn't I want to invest in somebody who's more silently pursuing real investments and doesn't want to talk too much about what they do and how they make money? I would rather invest with those people, right, than with folks who are, promoting themselves on TV all the time.
So that would say maybe you want to invest in Intel over Nvidia. Jensen Huang's out all
No,
over
no,
the
no.
world. Look, I'm saying like he's out
I
promoting
would
AI all the time.
I would never invest in Intel. No, never.
No. Not for fundamental reasons. Like we're not going to break down why you wouldn't invest in that. I'm just saying like the CEO of Intel, she doesn't. They just changed over. They're not out really promoting anything, but you see Jensen all around the globe all the time.
Yes.
So that's where I'm going with that. As,
Right.
You see the people who are always out promoting something.
So from my perspective, the fact that Jensen Huang is out there promoting his company and talking about AI all the time, and him out there in his leather jacket all the time talking about things. I mean, he's creating this image, and he's really been promoting Nvidia. But if you see what Nvidia's done for the last, I don't know, the last time I looked, 9 months, it hasn't really done too well, right? I mean, it was soaring for a while, and then lately it hasn't been doing too well. And there have been many better technology stocks to invest in than Nvidia. So
True.
um,
And I think Intel's actually done better than Nvidia. Well, I'm just in that time frame you're mentioning, but yeah, I was just mentioning it maybe for the big space versus the little space.
yeah, Intel is in sort of traditional pre-AI semiconductor spaces, and
Cisco.
yeah, and that's not where the action is.
Well, I mean, maybe that's where the action is going this year. It seems to be a rotation now, and not just Intel in particular. We're not, once again, not making particular investments. We're just trying, like, technically people think of Intel like old technology and Nvidia is new technology. But yeah, you definitely make your own decisions for investments. You mentioned so there is a certain type of person, quote unquote, who invest in Bitcoin. They usually or crypto in general. Maybe they're playing a bunch of parlays, or maybe they're trading in crypto markets. Maybe they're the Robinhood retail investor type. And most people don't even consider these people investors generally, right? That's how they're like, you're not investing, you're just trading. But there are people who bought Bitcoin, at like $4,000 and watched it go up to like $125,000, and now it's like $60,000, like, and they're still holding it. Those folks are investors, right? They're investing in Bitcoin.
Well, if you define investing as simply buying and holding something, then yeah, it's investing. But I'm looking at an exercise machine in my basement. I bought that a long time ago, and I haven't sold that, right? So is that an investment? I don't know. I mean, you can buy a lot of things and hold them for a long time. That doesn't make them investments.
Maybe. I mean, with your bike, it would be an investment if you used it, right? Like, it's still there. I don't know if it's a Peloton bike, it probably hasn't gained any value, right? It's one of those, but I don't, so that's just. But yeah, I get what you're saying, right? Where are you investing in? Do they know why they're investing in that stuff? I imagine someone bought Bitcoin though at that kind of price. They probably know whatever their theory is.
So,
they'll hold it.
Bitcoin has maybe some characteristics of being a collectible, even though you can't touch it, right? And so, if it's a collectible, people collect things and they don't necessarily sell them in the future, right? They buy them, and then they hold on to them, right? And I'm sure you've got people out there who say, well, I bought Bitcoin at such and such a price and I'm never going to sell, right? And, what does that, I mean, that's just bragging value at this point, right? I mean, if you don't realize actual value until you sell something.
You can get a
And
mortgage. You can get a loan against your securities.
yeah, you could, but I don't know. Can you get a loan against Bitcoin?
I don't
Doubt
know.
it.
Maybe if it was one of those ETFs or something that you had in, if you own in that. I don't know. I haven't looked
Yeah.
into that. Don't leverage Bitcoin. That's one thing we are going to say. Don't do that for anyone.
Don't
Sorry to
leverage
interrupt.
don't leverage anything that has such high price volatility.
Definitely be careful leveraging. Man, this is great conversation. Clem, I want to give you a few minutes. For those who don't know, Clem is, like I said, he's a professor over at Georgetown. If someone's to walk in your class, I'd love to you expand on what they would get from that. And also, they have a great podcast with Mr. Stephen Davenport. We actually did an episode earlier with Mr. Stephen, episode 6, if you want to check it out, on options and trading. It's really good, deep conversation. But yeah, so just tell us a little bit more about your podcast, your class, just what you're seeing in the world. If I was to walk in right now, if I was to turn on your podcast or sit in the back of your class, what would I get?
Okay, so let's start with the podcast. Steve and I were colleagues together at an investment firm, Wilmington Trust, and we were involved in different areas. I was more fundamental. He was more quantitative, right? And after we both retired from those positions, we got together and said, let's do this podcast. And we're both skeptics. You can tell from what I've been talking about now is I tend to have a skeptical attitude, which I think is a smart thing to have, a skeptical attitude. As long as skepticism doesn't prevent you from doing anything, right? You don't want to be paralyzed, right? And I'm certainly not paralyzed. I find plenty of things to invest in. So yeah, we're both skeptics, and we have this podcast, Skeptic's Guide to Investing, where we talk about issues and we talk about markets. Sometimes we talk about individual stocks. Sometimes we do, financial literacy. It's we have a lot of fun doing it, and we've got a good audience, and we bring on a lot of guests, including you, Marcus, and I think it's been a good experience to do that. So in terms of my teaching, right, one of the throughout my career, which my really long career, which would start off. Well, I won't go into my entire career. We don't have enough time for that. But one through line throughout my entire career has been international. So international economics, international business, international finance, international investments, like the whole gamut, right? And so my alma mater is Georgetown University School of Foreign Service, best international affairs school in the entire country, by the way,
No
and
bias.
rated as such, right? And
Oh,
so
cool.
I teach a class there called Geopolitical Risks in International Business. And what you would learn in that class is, and what my students learn in that class is how individual businesses are impacted by geopolitical risks, and how those companies seek to manage those risks. So what do I mean by geopolitical risks? What first comes to mind is things like war, right? Obviously, war, sabotage, but also includes things like export controls and financial sanctions, investment restrictions, data controls, and social media, disinformation type controls. All of those things are things that affect businesses. So, just to give you sort of an example, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor, they are highly concentrated in Taiwan. Obviously, they're very expensive chip foundries are concentrated in Taiwan. They're concerned, obviously, about Taiwan Straits risks with China. And so they undertook a diversification program and are building plants in the U.S., Japan, and Germany in order to diversify and also to get sort of closer to their end markets. So, for example, in Japan and Germany, it's automotive is a large part of their markets. So, TSMC, that's, one example. We mentioned NVIDIA earlier. NVIDIA was subject to export controls. And, as far as China is concerned, they can't export their AI chips to China. So that's another case study that I do is NVIDIA and chip export controls. You've got some of you might remember when the Nord Stream pipeline was blown up in the Baltic Sea, purportedly by Ukrainians. And Nord Stream is the Russian pipeline that delivered natural gas to Germany. Well, one of their main buyers of natural gas, the Nord Stream gas, was a German utility called Uniper, and so Uniper immediately got squeezed because it had obligations to deliver natural gas to their industrial clients and utility clients at a certain price, and all of a sudden it had to buy the gas from elsewhere at now a much higher market price. And so how did that company manage to deal with all of that is, another one of my case studies. So you get the idea. It's like how businesses react to geopolitical risks. And so it's not your sort of typical business class. On the other hand, it's not your typical geopolitical risk class either, because we're not looking at like geopolitical policy, right? Like, what should the U.S. do? What should the EU do? We're not looking at that. We're looking at this squarely through the lens of the companies themselves and how they have to manage these risks.
It's very cool, man. Yeah, international business is something that people really just don't fully grasp, like just the intricacies of it. I mean, earlier, or I guess it was last year in Trump's term when he said, we're just going to start doing bribes, and people are like, what in the world? It's like, well, some countries, if you don't come with a bribe, you're not, they're insulted, right? When you come to international business, they're insulted if you don't come with a bribe. That's just customary and that's not to get into bribes, whether we should be bribing countries or not, but that's just like you're saying, there's different things in there. And then like if you blow up a Gulf Stream pipeline, I wouldn't have thought about the German company getting it, but people are short and people are making a lot of money. It just shows there's lots of money to be made inside of all these things with people who are just, there's always someone making money and there's always someone losing money, man. Yes.
Yeah, and I think the key to the game is avoiding losing money.
Avoiding losing money, yes.
It's better to not lose money than it is to to try to chase gains, right? Just it's much better to not lose money. That's why I invest in a lot of things, but I also have I don't try to invest all my money. I'm not if I find something that I like, I'll keep it in cash because I want to protect against downturn. My concern is that at some point we are going to have a big downturn in the stock market, and I don't want to fully participate in that downturn. So when I see stocks in my portfolio start to surge, I might put on a limit, sell it at a certain point, or I might have a mental limit in my brain, right? Where I'm going to sell at a certain point in order to capture those gains and put it into cash, ready to invest in something else. So that's not trading. Okay. I don't consider that trading in this. I think traders, operate on a day-to-day basis. I don't trade, right?
That's risk management.
It's risk management. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So, and this just popped in my head, like listen to you talk about with your portfolio and your theory on Bitcoin and crypto. Why wouldn't you just short crypto? Why wouldn't you just short it like way out, just short crypto?
Because that's also, crypto, you could have flows back into crypto. crypto prices are volatile, right? Why do I want that volatility? Whether it's I'm going long or short, why would I want that?
Just the speed with which it moves in and out. You would trying to time that would be hard.
If you think about it, one only has so much brain power. You got other things in life going on. One only has so much brain power, and if you're using your brain power, wastefully, in my opinion, on thinking about things about crypto, you're not using that brain power to analyze things that actually do have long-term value, like stocks, right? So,
Got you. And then a question.
Most stocks, anyway.
Yeah, depends. I think I saw someone say the other day, if you get like 6.5 out of 10 stocks, right, you'll be all right in your portfolio. So you say in your class and your case study, well, I guess it is case study, but it's a real life current event case study, like with the explosion to the oil when they blew up the pipeline. And I remember this was just a few years ago. They blew up the pipeline, and what did gold do, right? Because gold and crypto, you would think at one point they were moving the same. Do you remember how gold's moving? Well, gold was going crazy parabolic anyway. But this was before the gold went crazy. Do you remember what gold did with that? Because that was also, people always say digital gold, which you've broken down why crypto and gold aren't the same. But do you remember what it did when that happened? Because usually when geopolitical risks go up like that, gold rises, right?
So when you're talking about, so let's separate out here. So, in my class, I talk about individual companies dealing with, particular specific risks, right? Now we're if we broaden that out to think about how investment markets in general, right? Asset classes in general respond to geopolitical risk. There are, since there are lots of other demand and supply points that touch prices of gold and silver and stocks and bonds and currencies, it's often the case that a geopolitical risk leads to a spike in some prices, a drop in other prices, and then it diminishes over time. Additionally, sometimes there is anticipation of a risk shock ahead of the shock itself. And so sometimes prices rise, prices for risk, less risky assets rises ahead of a shock because it's anticipated to some degree. And then those prices will settle down after the shock. So, you might have a geopolitical shock of some kind, and, it's not always the case that the day after the shock, gold will go up, or, the Swiss franc will go up, or, the Japanese yen, which is often considered a less risky currency, that'll go up, after the shock as well, because it may be that there were some traders out there who had anticipated that shock and who had bought beforehand. So I don't have in front of me the numbers for, around, when the invasion took place of, Russia to Ukraine in February, of 2022. But it was well known that Russian troops were surrounding Ukraine ahead of that, and that there were negotiations or attempted talks. So I think there was, at least for a couple of months beforehand, a rising expectation that there would be an invasion. And so that probably put upward pressure on assets, risk hedging assets ahead of that. And, by the time the Nord Stream pipeline blew up, flows through that pipeline had already diminished. That was some months after the invasion, like 6 months, 7 months after the invasion. And so I don't know that had any impact on, like energy markets or whatnot, since flows had already diminished. So I think investors probably were already discounting the possibility of Russian energy going into markets, of continuing to flow into markets, because I think, by then there was every expectation that Russian oil and gas would be sanctioned heavily.
Got you. Yeah. So
It's a hard business to invest solely on geopolitical risks because, like I said, sometimes they're anticipated, sometimes the shocks. So it's hard to do that at an overall level. So if you think about gold, you mentioned gold went hyperbolic, and certainly it did. And towards the end, it went hyperbolic simply because people were speculating in it, right? They saw it rising and they decided to pile in and fear of missing out, right? FOMO towards the end. But the underlying pressure upwards, the real pressure, the fundamental pressure on gold upwards was mainly due to the fact that China was buying a lot of gold. China's buying a lot of gold and for the reserves and selling off U.S. assets. So replacing U.S. assets with gold. And, it's got long-term geopolitical interests in doing that. And that's what's putting pressure upwards on gold prices. But again, I don't know. I mean, gold, when I saw gold prices going down sharply a couple Fridays ago, I sold off my considerable gold holding and managed to lose only a week's worth of price appreciation. That's it.
You sold it off, and it went down like literally like the same day. Like it went swoosh, like
right. And I sold I sold well before the closing price that day, and it's been kind of flat since then. So I sold off at a price that's still significantly higher than what the gold price is today. So, and that was just a couple of weeks ago. So will gold start to rise again? We might see some, right. It might, right? It might. It's hard to determine, what is the fundamental price of gold? It's hard to say. There is this underlying pressure from the Chinese purchases. So I don't think that's going away. But how much of the current price of gold is because of speculation? Probably a lot. So
nice. Yeah. And that goes right back into the gold with the Bitcoin and just the movement. Like we said, hyperbolic, parabolic moves in gold and Bitcoin. An example people can probably think about, and it's something that I noticed. So obviously Bitcoin trades 24 hours a day, right? 7 days a week. Think back to when the United States bombed Iran. Once again, we had information that something was probably going to happen. No one really knew when it was going to happen, but it happened on like a Saturday night, if I remember correctly. Bomb, it happened, like crypto went down, oil futures went up. Crypto, the 24-hour trading nature of it means that people are usually first in and first out of crypto, like that big. But by Monday, and the time government has had time to explain their messaging to people, the Bitcoin was back to where it began, and oil prices came back down. So another thing, so people have to
so it doesn't last.
That.
Some of these crises don't have a persistent market impact.
Right. So people just have to be very careful if they're trying, because people try to invest off of those things. Like you said, they're ahead of it.
I think it's dangerous to buy risk on and risk off assets based on what's going on with geopolitics. Unless it's and if it's a really serious thing, right? Or a persistent thing, why invest at all, right? Like one of the things, I know we've been on for a while now, but one of the things that I don't invest in are Chinese stocks. And I see that there are some really fundamental long-term issues with Chinese stocks. And we can talk about this some other time, Marcus, right? But
Talk all you want.
some of that is geopolitical. Some of that is domestic Chinese political. And so I won't invest in those stocks because of those persistent reasons. It has nothing to do with a shock per se. But I won't invest in it. Maybe my thoughts on China had it, my initial change in views about China, and I used to be a China bull. But my views on China shifted overnight when Jack Ma was detained, the head of Alibaba, back in 2020. And then China started to crack down on internet platforms in China, and then that was it, right? No, I haven't gone back in, and if you look at, despite everybody talking about how great a market China is and blah blah blah, people don't talk that much about China being a great market anymore. But as much as people talk about that, if you actually look at investment returns from, say, the China indexes, they're negative over long periods of time. And there are a lot of reasons for that. But, I look at that and I look at the political risks there and the US-China risks. And I just don't invest in Chinese stocks.
That's a great example of why, some people are always like, maybe I want to invest in this, maybe I will, but you just gave a great example of like, I don't invest in this, and this is the reason why, and this is how geopolitical risks all play into it, man. Main Street should appreciate that. Yeah, we've been talking for a while, but I think we've been giving a lot of value to the listeners, man. I really do. I want to respect your time, so I'll give you a few minutes as we wrap up here. Just if there's anything you want to tell Main Street about crypto or gold, or what you think, what you're seeing in the world, where we should be, let them know, Clem.
I think it's very important to be skeptical about, potential investment opportunities. I think it's very important to not be misled by promoters, right? If you're hearing a story and it just seems like a story and it seems like it's nonsense, it may very well be nonsense. So use your common sense to approach, potential investment opportunities or any, I don't even want to call them investment. Just apply your common sense in general. Common sense that you apply in day-to-day life should not be, should also apply, I should say, to your investing, right? Don't leave your common sense at the door, so to speak, when you're looking at investing, right? Apply the same common sense to that as you would to anything else. I mean, too often people, are attracted by shiny objects, right? And would you buy the shiny object if it were in a store, right? Maybe not, right? So don't buy it if it's being offered to you as an investment, right? If you think that the whole premise is nonsense. And I offered you here some reasons to suggest that the whole Bitcoin crypto enterprise is really nonsense being packaged as something that's a real investment.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that was good, man. As my auntie would say, sense is common to everyone, Clem. Unfortunately, it's sometimes people lack that stuff. If someone wants to connect with you or find you, Clem, I'm sure people are going to. I don't know how this is going to be received. It is what it is. Half the world loves crypto, half the world doesn't love crypto. But what you've said are facts and statements. So if someone wants to, obviously they can check you out on Skeptic's podcast, LinkedIn. Where else could they find you if they want to connect?
Those are the two, right? I'm not a big social media, except for, I'm not on any social media other than LinkedIn. And of course, the Skeptic's Guide to Investing, our podcast, the podcast that Steve and I do. But those are the two. So LinkedIn or that. And I definitely welcome people to join my LinkedIn. And I occasionally write on that LinkedIn as well. Basically anytime something comes up, I don't really force myself to write on LinkedIn, but anytime something comes up that attracts my interest and I think I should opine on, whether it's like Bitcoin or whether it's gold or whether it's even, our crazy domestic politics, I'll write about that too. So anything that's on my mind that I think people should be aware of, I write about, and sometimes I try to take a sort of a humorous approach to it as well.
Yes. That just means that you have a great understanding of what you're writing about. You can put a little humorous tone to it. Man, this has been a really rich conversation. I appreciate you hopping on, Clem. Just so people know, We're here trying to help Main Street meet Wall Street. As bearish as Clem is on crypto, I'm going to have someone on here who is just as bullish. So don't go trying to bite our heads off. It's going to be equal balanced conversations. You figure out for yourself with this information. Like I said, use your common sense in what you're going to invest in. Clem, you got anything else you want to tell Main Street before we hop off?
Nope.
Man, I really appreciate you hopping on. This has been a great hour-plus conversation. Sorry for keeping you so long, but Main Street meets Wall Street. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks. As we wrap up this enlightening discussion with Clem Miller, it's clear that the world of crypto is complex and controversial. We're not done yet. In part 2, Clem goes even deeper into his pros and cons of Bitcoin and crypto in general. We discuss a little more. Don't worry. Part 3, we're going to dive deeper and bring into a different perspective where someone sees a bright future for Bitcoin. Yes, that's right. We're going to bring on a Bitcoin bull who sees the horizon as ready to go and the potential for digital assets as unlimited. So stay tuned for more insights as the debate continues. Check out the Main Street Meets Wall Street podcast. Anywhere you can find podcasts. Marcus Sturman Sr. on YouTube, or find Clem or Marcus on LinkedIn. Thanks. Stay tuned for more insights and debates that will change your understanding and perhaps even change your perspective on the crypto landscape. Main Street, hard. Wall Street, smarts. It's very, very interesting that you have an index fund and you don't even let people know about it, like a crypto fund. Like, how many tokens or blockchains do you have inside of that?
It is 12, I believe. I don't know if we rebalanced and changed, but I believe it's 12. 12 tokens. It's called the ticker is INDX. It's built on a platform called Reserve. It uses the base blockchain, which is Coinbase's blockchain. 12 assets: Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. What else is in there? I think we have some Hyperliquid, and a few others. But yeah, and we talk about it, like we've posted about it here and there. You can look it up. I could post a link here, but we built it for our own needs and edification and learning, but also because we wanted to really do it the right way. We wanted to build using a blockchain. We didn't want to use traditional custodians or anything else. And it took us a while to do it, but we did it, and it's awesome. You know what I mean? Nice. So we definitely believe in eating our own cooking.
Did you have to get that fund registered?
Nope.
Nice. If someone wants to invest in your fund, what should they do?
So it's not a fund.
I'm sorry. Your index. You said it's an index that you're tracking.
It's on chain. So if you have a wallet, it's the first thing you need. You have a wallet, and you can find it. Rock out.
Nice. Okay. So what about if someone has a wallet and they lose it? Have they figured out some way to, like, because you hear the stories of people losing their wallets or their password, not the wallets, but people lose their wallets, but like they might lose their password or their key for whatever token they may have. Have they come up with some type of solution for that, or is that just don't lose your password?
Losing wallets or losing keys are two different things.
Correct. Like the wallet could have everything inside of it, but like say you still have the wallet and you have a token or something in there, you can't get to it anymore.
Wallet may have everything in it, but again, that's not important. You get another wallet. You can create. Okay. You can have 4, 5, 6, 10,000 wallets, right? It's the public and private key that are important. So think of the public key as like the license plate on your car. Everyone could see that. Can't do nothing with it. Right? It means something to you. Not really anybody else. Your private key is like the keys to your car. If I got the keys, then I can move that baby, right? So the private keys are important because if you have the private key, then that means you can move the crypto too. So that's what's most important. So if I have a wallet, yeah, okay, yes, you lose the wallet, but you didn't lose the wallet unless you lost the public and private keys. You can get access. I give you a real life example. I lost a wallet because I couldn't remember the private key to a very significant, but at the time it was like $75,000 of ETH. It's
At
gone.
any time, that's significant.
Yeah, it's gone forever.
Really?
You know what I mean? So yeah, it's gone. The private key is gone. So I've lost it. It's just out there. Right. So there's a lot of stories like that of people in the space, like you pay tuition and sometimes it's expensive.
That is expensive. I heard a story, I read it maybe on the internet. A guy said his dad started investing in crypto. I think he put like $100 into something. He like his dad texted him. He was like, I just started this, blah, blah, blah. And his son was like, send me your key and your wallet. And his son sent it to him. And he took his crypto and he was like, the first lesson. And that information.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a good point for people. And no one's ever going to call you about your crypto, right? Like, you know, like don't do that. Don't get fooled by the spam, and be careful clicking links in emails and all that other stuff, because scamming in the crypto space is unfortunately still a thing.
Yeah, can you even like elaborate on that? Like, what other things should people look for with like the scam side of it, and what are things they should look for to let them know that's actually like legitimate? Like if someone's offering it to you.
So a couple things. You'll get text messages say customer service has approved this, that, or whatever. Don't click any links. Don't call any number back. Right? Coinbase has no call center. Hard to believe, but they don't. Right? So there's nothing like that. Getting random emails. Right? This, your wallet was approved. Don't click anything in that. Be very vigilant. What else? There's so many. Anything saying, you'll ridiculous returns. You can get 150% in an hour. Ignore it, right? That it's spam. And that's really it. Those are the things, like people getting text messages, calls, or clicking bad links. Please don't do that. Because it's going to be problematic for you, and they can control your phone. They can again, happen to me. FBI had to get involved.
What? Elaborate.
I woke up one morning and I lost full control of my phone. Like nothing worked, and I didn't know what was going on. And I was panicking, and I'm borrowing a friend's phone, calling Verizon. I'm like, I can't control nothing. So, however, I still don't know, actually. Well, I know, but they got access to my phone. Turns out the FBI got involved because myself and some other people that were in crypto got hacked. It was a big deal, the FBI in Newark. So there was a Verizon store in Ohio. I've never been to the store or whatever. No one was actually in the store, and it was closed. And somehow that's how they got access to my information. The FBI just took a while, and they literally had access to my entire phone and shut everything down, SIM card, the whole deal. Luckily, I caught it enough where Verizon was able to step in, and now I have like a high level tier on my Verizon account, and I can't just walk into a Verizon and get service because of it. And the FBI actually came to my house. They called. They were like, you were the subject of, this high level crypto scheme. And they were trying to get the crypto off of your phone. That's where a lot of people keep their crypto, where I kept a lot of my crypto at the time. And yeah, man, it was scary. I was like, my entire life is about to be ruined. And thank God, all right, much. I'm sure there's some, but yeah, got my phone back, went through all the security things. The next thing I know, I got a call from the FBI, and I was like, "What'd I do?" And they're like, "Nope, like, you were the target. You and a couple other people were targets." Yeah, man.
No, it would have been FINRA that would have called you if you had done something. That's
Yeah.
absolutely wild, man. Like, so that is wild. Just thinking on that. So where should people store? Because you know people store everything on their phone. Where should people give them a couple examples so people don't come like looking anywhere? Where should people store this information? Their keys.
Again, it's a personal choice, right? Like I think most people now, if you're not tech savvy and you don't want to self-custody, you should just buy the ETF.
Okay.
Just buy the ETF, buy it in a brokerage account, be done with it. If you are going to have crypto on your phone, have all types of security, get some YubiKeys, put some, again, on a wallet, right? A hardware wallet, Trezor, Ledger, Cold Card, Phantom wallet, like, of your choice. Back it up, save your passwords, put them in a safety deposit box somewhere under the mattress, behind the toaster, whatever it is that you want to do. But, and again, make sure you're backing everything up, and you go to the nth degree on security if you want to self-custody.
Those are great points, man. It's really good stuff. And that's the same, with anything you're going to have that you're investing in. People think that crypto is, you got to take the same approach regardless of what you're investing in. Crypto, gold, land. Do your research, know what you're investing in, know your why, know where you're getting in, know where you're getting out. What are your thoughts on crypto versus gold?
Why not both?
So you're not a Sith. You don't deal in absolutes. Gotcha.
No, I own physical silver. I got a bunch of silver in the room over there. Like, why not both? You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's an either or, but if I had to choose, I'm going with the digital version. I think Bitcoin is better. Do I think it's digital gold? No, I never bought that narrative, right? Any of the narratives, to be honest, of Bitcoin, I never, it's going to replace the dollar. Nonsense. You know what I mean? So I think, why not both? Right? Small alternative allocation. You want to do 1% of Bitcoin, 1% of gold. To God be the glory.
There you go, man. And see, that's another thing why I love this type of conversation, Tyrone. Like, people see that you're passionate about Bitcoin. Like you said, they can see it radiates off of you. So when folks come into your firm, you've already like turned away the people who aren't going to come anyway. Like, they already know. Why would they come to your firm? Because they know what you do, they know what you're talking about, they know what your vision, your love, your goals, right? So why would they bring that nonsense? Speaking of your firm, let's talk a little bit before we get off about turnkey. I don't think we spoke about turnkey. What exactly is turnkey?
Yeah, so Turnkey is a crypto data company that provides read-only crypto data to wealth management platforms, so advisors can see what clients have away from them, right? So we allow an advisor, let's say the client has a Coinbase account. We go grab the data from that Coinbase account and we put it in the advisor's platform for them to see it. So we take all the held away crypto and then we provide it to the financial advisor. So think of turnkeys like we start out as like the Plaid of crypto, and then we end up like Fidelity, minus the custody, but we do a lot of the things, the back office reporting type of things that a Fidelity does. And then in the middle, we do like what the Orion, Adipars, Black Diamonds do in the middle.
Nice. So a full shop service right there when it comes to turnkey.
Yep. All data. Again, it's all data APIs. We pipe it to the back end. We have a live integration now with Wealthbox. So if you're a Wealthbox user, come get with us. If you use Buy All Accounts as your aggregator, come get with us. And as I'm talking to you, I just got an email right now that we are going to be in one of the biggest performance reporting systems in the entire space shortly. So I am geeked about that to get off of here and celebrate. So our goal—
You can announce it if you want.
No, not yet.
We're live.
Not
We're live, man.
Yeah, not until the DocuSign is completed.
I feel you. I feel you on that.
But yeah, that's where we're at.
Okay. And with that announcement, that good stuff, let's take a minute before we go. I figure people have more questions about crypto, Bitcoin. That it was, but tell people where they can find you, how they can find you.
Best place is right here on LinkedIn, Tyrone V. Ross Jr. You can email me, tyrone@turnkey.xyz. For those that are addicted to X, like I am, TR401. And the IG folks, I am Tyrun, TYRUN 401.
401, the numbers, TR401.
401. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. And how about any advice for anyone? Just like tell the world, this is before we go, like we got 2-3 minutes here. Tell people, I know you say you're never going to tell anyone why they should or shouldn't buy Bitcoin, but tell people why Bitcoin why it's good. What's good about it? I know we spent a long time talking about it, but like just the airplane pitch for them before they go.
Yeah.
Listen.
If you are looking for a particular investment that you feel fits in your financial life, that is similar to taking a venture bet on early stage startups or long dated call options, whatever you want to say it. You got it. The short way of saying you have at least a 5-year time horizon, and you're looking for an asset that's a bet on the future of finance and the convergence of all things financial technology, AI, quantum, all of that. You want to take a look at Bitcoin and you want to make a small bet here. That's one group. Second group is if you believe in financial sovereignty, if you believe in self-custody, if you believe in some form of decentralization and freedom, Bitcoin is a really good option. Last option, if you are a very seasoned investor and you made your money and you're good, you got adequate savings, you didn't, made what you made 10 times over, and you're looking for the opportunity to make a small bet that the rest of the world, including the president of the United States, is all in on, take a look at Bitcoin.
Go buy stocks, as he said. Go buy deal. No, man. Thanks, Tyrone. Like, this has been really good. I don't think people realize like how long Tyrone and I have been trying to have this conversation. It may seem like it was stitching there, but no, trust me, this is great. Like, I really appreciate you coming on, Tyrone.
I appreciate you reaching out, man. And again, everything happens when it's supposed to. But I know this has been a while in the making, and I appreciate your patience. I appreciate you sharing your platform with me. I appreciate you being so persistent. And I think we need more venues like this to preach the gospel, whether good or bad, right? I think we need to hear all sides, and kudos to you for providing that platform.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Salute to you too for spreading the message, for you got the Bears, you got the Bulls, but there's a lot of people. And for those who don't realize, I love the screen too as well, like what we got on the screen. This is some high-level conversations with beautiful faces. So
Absolutely.
Main Street Heart meets Wall Street Smarts. You want to tell them anything else before we go, Ty?
Feed the hungry.
There you go. Feed the hungry and help the unhoused. I'm with that. The stream's ending now. Thanks, everyone.
Talking about money is very difficult, and we are typically not taught how to do that growing up in our formative years. We adopt strategies that we saw growing up, that we ourselves that have been useful or helpful for us. It is designed to help us stay safe. Sometimes the starting point is just sitting down and talking about, what does money mean to you? How does it feel to talk about money? That might actually be, for some, enough of a conversation and being able to tolerate that. What does sitting down and talk about money feel? One partner might say, this feels really uncomfortable, or I feel really anxious.
Wall Street Podcast, broadcasting live again from Wall Street South, Charlotte, North Carolina. Tonight we're kicking off part 1 of our 2-part exclusive series on the crucial side of wealth that handles 100% of our decisions but rarely gets enough airtime: the psychology of money. And I'm joined by certified financial therapist and behavioral financial expert Ashley Kwame. Tonight's mission is to shift our focus away from the stock charts and step straight up to the kitchen table. Money is about truth. Money is rarely about the math. It's about the mindset, communication, and human behavior. In part one of our deep dive tonight, Ashley and I are breaking down mindset versus math, why financial friction in relationships is almost never about the numbers, but what money represents below the surface. The money date framework, how busy couples and professionals can schedule high yield, low stress financial check-ins, navigating taboo conversations, destigmatizing prenups, postnups, and multiple generational wealth transfers, and then macro-driven anxiety, how to filter out noisy media headlines engineered for focus strictly on what you can control. Before we jump into the engine room with Ashley, go ahead and hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to this channel and drop any questions in the chat that you have now. If you have a partner, go ahead and grab them and come sit down for this one too as well. I have some ways to share, some of those harder financial questions that you may have. And if you haven't had any of these conversations, Ashley gives some great ways to begin the conversation as well. It's going to be a good hour. Thanks for tuning in. Main Street Heart meets Wall Street Smarts. Here we go.
Yep.
Hello, everyone, and welcome live. Whether you're tuning in with us on YouTube, joining the conversation on LinkedIn, or streaming live on X, welcome to today's special live event. We talk a lot about market cycles, asset allocation, and building robust portfolios. But today we're diving into a side of wealth that's rarely talked about enough, especially without enough depth, yet handles 100% of the decisions we make. The psychology of money, behavioral finance, and our financial choices impact our most valuable assets, our relationship. Money is rarely about math. It's about mindset, communication, and how we navigate financial decisions as families and partners. To build a truly holistic strategy, we have to look at the Reliant Health right alongside the financial plan. That is why I'm incredibly excited for today's session. We're shifting the focus from the charts straight to the kitchen table to discuss how couples can align their vision, overcome financial friction, and build true wealth together. Joining me today for this breakdown is an absolute expert in the space. She's a highly respected certified financial therapist, a specialist in behavioral financial, and a consultant who's helped individuals, couples, and financial professionals navigate the deeply emotional and relational side of money. So everyone, please help me and welcome to the broadcast, Ashley Kwame. Ashley, it's great to have you here. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks, Marcus, for having me.
Yeah. Just want so excited. I saw you on another live, and I was just excited to have you on here today so we can just sit back and talk a little bit about the psychology of money, Ashley.
Let's go. Favorite topic. I love it.
Let's go. Where were you tuning in from right now, or calling in from?
Yeah, so I'm located in Augusta, Georgia. So for those of you who are big golf enthusiasts, you may know that there is a small golf tournament that happens there once a year. So in the South, as Marcus, you and I were talking before, I'm from North Carolina originally, and I say currently forced to live in Georgia, hoping one day, someday, I can make my way back up to the Carolinas, where I left my heart.
Where you left your heart. We were talking online as we wait for some people to come on, offline as we wait for people to come in, about your journey. Let's before we get into what you do and how you do it, let's talk a little bit about how you ended up in Georgia. I thought it was actually kind of fascinating.
Yeah, so I'll take it way back. I met this really cute guy in college. Oh, he was so cute. And fell head over heels in love with him. Decided after we graduated from the Appalachian State University that we would get married and spend the rest of our lives together. And so that we did. Getting down to Georgia was a little bit of a journey. So after college, Clayton had a military commitment that sent him to South Korea, where he was stationed for a few years. I wanted to pursue marriage and family therapy and becoming a clinical therapist. So I went to graduate school down at Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. After graduation and being separated for the first 2 years of our marriage, which is crazy, I joined him over in South Korea, where I worked for the US Army in the addictions space. At that time, we wrapped up our time in Korea, moved back stateside, and landed on Augusta. Clayton wanted to pursue his CFP hours and becoming certified as a certified financial planner, and also still wanting to remain in the Army Reserves. And there's a military base here, Fort Gordon, was Fort Gordon, now it's Fort Eisenhower. And so we said, hey, this is pretty equidistant between our families. I could continue pursuing my clinical work, becoming licensed, and everything just kind of said, makes sense. Did not anticipate being here 14 years later. I will say that, but here we are. It's a great area. We've, enjoyed it. I don't know if we'll stay here forever, but at least for now, it's been good to us.
Very cool. Very cool. So you got Georgia on your mind, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
And they don't even you're not growing peaches in Augusta, right? That's not the peach party, Georgia.
Actually, no, it's not. We get our peaches from South Carolina. Ooh, I feel a little bit like a traitor. But we cross the border over into South Carolina and we get all our peaches over there. So hopefully my fellow Georgians don't take too much offense to that.
Yeah, they'll be all right. They'll find something else to take offense to.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I had a cousin who went to college down there at Payne College, I believe is the name of it.
Yeah, yeah. I want to say that is one of the HBCUs. I know here, Morehouse, I know, is over in Atlanta, but I believe that Payne is an HBCU here in the Augusta area, downtown. They have a cute little campus in the downtown area.
Yeah, it's almost like Boone, because pretty much all of Boone's downtown is, it's not
very
downtown, but part of it is Appalachian State. A lot of it is Boone.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true.
Very true. Before we dig into actually deeper sets into mindset and money mindset, tell us a little bit about what made you decide to tell us more about your journey. What made you decide that you wanted to help people specifically with the financial side or the psychology side of mindset of money?
Yeah. So I went to school to be a couples therapist. So I was licensed as a marriage and family therapist, set out to have my own private practice, which I did for well over a decade, a solo practice where I specialized in meeting with couples and families. That eventually grew into a group practice and that specialized in the same. So part of that clinical work though, Marcus, what I noticed over time is that couples would bring a lot of stuff to the couch. For the most part, I felt pretty well equipped just in my training and other certification. I felt pretty decent, but there's this one content topic that would come up or come into play that I felt very, very ill-equipped for, and that centered around money. So knowing, at the time my husband, he still is, but as a financial planner, I would ask him hey, this couple is arguing about, this particular budget item or what to spend on this. How do I help them? And Clayton, is I don't know. I don't know. What do the numbers say? Are they overspending? And I'm like, oh, that's not the problem, Clayton. That's not the issue here. And so, with him, unfortunately, not being able to help me, what do you do when you don't know how to do something? You go to Google. And so I started typing into Google interventions for helping couples in therapy with money related issues. And lo and behold, I discovered financial therapy and just followed that breadcrumb trail of exploring what is this? How do I bring this into my clinical practice? How do I help couples and families who are struggling with money related conversations or deeper issues, maybe around scarcity or abundance? How do I help them navigate that, here in my office? From there, I started to pursue other certification and education. And that led me to Kansas State, where I was in a financial therapy graduate certificate program. And I thought it was going to be full of practitioners, mental health practitioners like myself. It was not. It was full of financial advisors, which was so exciting. Starting to make just connections and relationships. Advisors would say, hey, Ashley, what should I do about this client? How should I help them here? This client is saying this. This couple is struggling with this. Like, what do you think I should do? Or how should I approach this? And that really piqued just my interest and curiosity around how can I take what I do and not just help on the client side of things, but how can I also help advisors? How can I help them to feel more confident, more competent? How can I support them? And so that really sparked the journey and where I am now with Beyond the Plan of serving as a fractional chief behavioral officer inside of RIAs, inside of firms, along with other just project work that we do for larger enterprise firms and such. So, being able to serve both like the clients and the advisor, it feels like a win-win for me. It feels like I am helping both parts of the system here of the relationship, being able to serve both ends. So long-winded kind of explanation for how I got here. Not where I thought I would be, but definitely glad that I trusted my instincts and thoughts and feelings around where to keep and how to keep pursuing.
Got you. Not a long-winded answer. You're fine. Just well explained and thoroughly explained. You said this is where did you think you would be right now?
Yeah, I thought I would just be a couples therapist forever, I guess, because I don't, at least from the mental health world, the therapy world, it's, what else do you do? What are those other opportunities for taking that and, making a life, making an income? And so I kind of just thought like, I'll be a couples therapist. Maybe I'll own a group practice. That was about as far as the maybe ambitions went, which I did for a little while, but really found that if I wanted to make a difference and if I wanted to reach more people, I couldn't just be working on the client end. I had to also be helping and serving the people who serve the clients as well. It feels like, just making progress, making a difference at a greater, just exponential rate.
Nice. And so I like picture. Have you ever seen the show Billions?
No, I haven't. Maybe I need to.
It's definitely interesting. It's a show Andrew Ross Sorkin helped create it, but it's about like Wall Street and trading firms, quants. It's really interesting. It's kind of old, like maybe a decade old now. But
Okay.
they have a psychiatrist in there for the traders. They do like high frequency traders. I just like picture you as like the psychiatrist, but also walks out and trade. Yeah.
I'll have to check it out. I will have to check it out.
Yeah, I don't know how it's not very family friendly though.
Oh,
Not
well,
like
I
this
will make sure
podcast.
that it is just me and my husband. That's a date night then.
Yeah, night for sure. It's very interesting. You're watching like, oh wow, okay. It's not a bad one. It's not a bad one. What are some of the things that you and your husband talk about with money?
So on the personal side, like we've always talked about money. One of the things that we do very, very consistently is talk about our goals. And so every year we have a goal planning meeting, and that's something that's evolved. Just, we've been married almost 18 years this month. And so that's evolved from the very beginning, just around what do those goal conversations look like. So we talk about, what are we saving for? Where do we want to be in 3-5 years? 18 years ago, it was also 10 years. And I guess it still is now at 40, but I'm like, I don't want to talk about 50. That feels like a big number. But we talk about what we're saving for, what's coming up, what are the things that we want to do, but also what are we spending on? Things that maybe we need to spend on, but some, other parts that maybe we want to. Vacations, trips, investments and careers, things like that. So that is the thing that we consistently do. Like every year we have a structure, we have a framework that we do and talk around that. But I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's healthy. I don't know if it's bad. I don't know where it falls on like the spectrum, but we talk a lot about money. It's a subject that is very strong and is strongly talked about in our marriage. And doesn't mean that there's no tension or friction ever around it, but there's not a fear to address it and to openly say, hey, I want to start spending on getting my hair done like every 8 weeks. I want my roots done every 8 weeks. So fun fact, this is not my natural hair color. I get my roots done. I know. It's probably a shock to everyone, but I get my roots done every 8 weeks. And for some people, that might be like, oh my gosh, that was a discussion that we had because there was a financial impact to it. So we talk about the small things like getting my roots done with greater frequency, all the way to the larger things like saving for retirement. What kind of lifestyle do we want? When would we may want to stop working? How much do we want to contribute to the kids in their launching into adulthood? So all the way, we run the gamut from big to small things.
Nice. Very good. Very cool. And you say like your thing is getting your roots done every 8 weeks. What's his thing? Golf?
No, he likes hunting and has become more interested in turkey hunting specifically, which I am thrilled for him. I'm so happy for him that he loves it and that he enjoys it. I pulling up the driveway, coming home, and a dead turkey hanging off of our trees and seeing that. So there are parts of his hobby that I don't enjoy, but I'm so glad that he has it. So I would say his is primarily hunting, fishing is what he's most into.
Got you. So you don't go out turkey shooting with him?
No. He has tried. He's invited me along, but that is not, I do not have a strength in being able to sit still or be quiet. And those are two like foundational pieces that if you're going to go hunting, you need to be able to be still for a long period of time and you need to be quiet. And so those are not strengths of mine. So I've declined the invitations.
Ashley talks in her sleep. Like, you gotta keep it moving. So I tell my wife, I'm like, you gotta talk too much sometimes, honey. You're just talking in your sleep.
Yep.
But like, it's interesting. Like I think people don't realize that every couple has like their things, that they disagree on with money. Me and my wife were having a conversation. I was like, you would get highly upset maybe on some of the things I'll spend money on where it's just normal to me. And I would be like, what are you spending so much money on this little thing for? But I gotta say, you and your husband are like in the top percentile when it comes to communication and money. What do you generally see with people, especially like we're sitting here talking about the psychology of like the macro driven anxiety in today's world? What are you seeing when you're speaking with advisors and couples? Because you talk on both sides, correct?
Yeah, I do. So what I see a lot of in terms of what brings for some like uncertainty or anxiety to life is can be fear, but it's emotions, right? It's fear of uncertainty, fear of the unknown. Our brains don't like threats and they perceive uncertainty or the unknown as a threat. And so when that happens, it gets coded as danger. And then we have a response to that. And the response could be questioning, why are you spending so much money on that? Why are you doing that? It could come across as being, condescending, questioning, judgmental, even if we're looking at how does this manifest like between partners, in couples. But oftentimes there's a deeper meaning there. There's deeper context. I like to say that couples don't actually fight about money. They just in the sense that like we don't fight over the dishwasher, like how to load dishes in a dishwasher. Like that's not actually what couples fight about. But what they are fighting about or arguing about or where there's tension about is what money means to us, everything below the waters. If you think about an iceberg, what does money mean to you? Where does those feelings come from? Is it tied to your identity? When there are economic shifts, there's market volatility, when there are news cycles, as you have here that are pretty relentless and pretty scary, like how does that trigger all of our experiences around, how money has played out or impacted our life? If we came up in a family system where things were scarce, to varying maybe degrees, but there was a sense of like not knowing what was coming or, would this all be taken away? And then there's market volatility, right? We'll say that more generally. There's market volatility there. It could lead, a person into holding on to things tighter, to wanting to really buckle down and save more. And so we'll see that in couples, maybe where one partner is nervous or anxious because there's volatility. And so the only way they know how to manage that is to hold on tighter. to their money to save more, and they can become then critical, right? It could be, hey, Ashley, you really got to cut back on getting your roots done every 8 weeks. Like, that's not necessary. Um, when we understand, Marcus, I think where these comments are coming from, when we can understand at more of a macro level, right? Where is this coming from? How is it manifesting? It really does allow couples to be able to navigate those waters more efficiently and in a way to where they hopefully can come out feeling more connected.
Very interesting. And how do you explain this to clients? Like you said, market volatility, and you said you just kind of summed it up there. But if they turn on the news, depending on whichever source you're turning on, there's not the political here on this show, but you're going to be either scared to death from one side or scared to death from the other side. The world's ending, but we know that inside this volatility, that's where there's a lot of opportunity for earnings and growth and returns. And if you have a longer time frame, that this is where you're actually going to make, like, sometimes generational wealth inside these opportunities. How are you explaining those type of things to folks, to your clients?
Yeah. So if we are looking at things such as, we'll take the news, it's a very common one. I like to share that, hey, headlines are engineered for engagement. And like, that is the purpose, is so that they get clicks, they get views, they get likes. It's engineered to get your eyeballs on it, regardless of how truthful it is. And so when we have this awareness and realization that, okay, this headline or this news bit here is, wow, like, this sounds really awful. It's really terrible. It's really scary. Like, oh my gosh, like, what is happening? Like, when we realize, like, hey, there are probably parts of this that might be true. There might also be parts of this that are not true. When we understand that it is designed to more often than not evoke fear, then we can make a decision on how much we want to engage, from an emotional place. So I encourage clients, to be mindful just of that, be aware of what headlines and news, what it's trying to do, what is the intent. Sometimes it is to inform, but sometimes it's also to scare you and to get your engagement. And so in those instances, being mindful of how much are you consuming? Do you need to if it's causing a lot of fear and anxiety, maybe we shouldn't be watching the news every night at 9:00. For an hour before bed, if you're having a hard time going to sleep, or if it's leading to arguments with your partner or with family members, like understanding, hey, maybe I shouldn't be consuming that much of it. And maybe I should, kind of back off of it. I like to also tell clients that if we can just when we look and we take everything that's being thrown at us, right? There's a lot. It can be really overwhelming. And if we can shrink that overwhelm, if we could shrink that in a way of understanding and thinking, what can I control? I can't control the markets. I can't control, the headlines and what they say. I can't control this person's actions over here, but I can control, whether we sit down on a Sunday afternoon and look at our actual numbers and look at those projections. I can control reaching out to my advisor and asking a few questions that they can then respond to. So if we can, take that fear, that uncertainty, if we can shrink it in such a way that we focus on what are the things that we can control, it does help to lessen, to decrease the overwhelm, the intensity of the emotion.
Got you. That's a great explanation, the way to break it down. But that seems, in my opinion, that will work for someone who's maybe, not analytical. How would you explain that to, like, an analytic? Because you didn't give them, if you told them all those things, like with the slide that we have up right now, but with like interest rates, household tensions, and they're seeing these numbers, they know when they go to the gas pump that it costs more than it did in February, But if they look at their portfolio, it's definitely higher than it was in February as well, if they stayed investing in the market, right? But they don't see that as well. So how would you break that down? Because I know you have to figure out personalities as well when you're working with people.
Yeah, so it's a great question, because you do have those clients, those people who are more analytical, or they're just more interested, too. Like they just find the content fascinating, interested. Maybe they're a bit of a DIYer themselves. And so I think that there is something to education, and education being helpful and informative that can also decrease anxiety, worry, and fear. And you have to kind of know either yourself, if you're someone listening and you're like, oh yeah, like I actually need education. I like it when my advisor explains things and breaks it down in such a way, because having that knowledge, having that context does help me then in situations where I start to like worry or wonder, right? So I think you have to know yourself or know your client. Education can be helpful. Too much of it may not be. The thing here, I think, to where you want to pay attention to is whether it's having the education, whether it's shrinking the frame of focusing on what we can control, is really our behavior. Then what are we doing? So, for example, Marcus, if you're providing a client with that education around what do the numbers show, what's the impact? Okay, yeah, your portfolio is higher, maybe despite the fact that gas prices and, milk and egg prices are like soaring, is that changing the behavior, right? Or is that client still then like, well, no, all these other things happening and like the what ifs. And even if they are more analytically minded, if the education is not helping how they respond like behaviorally, then I would say that they have probably entered into more of an emotional state, an anxiety state, there, which is possible even for the most like logically minded individuals. They're still human and they still have emotions, and so I think you have to kind of know yourself, but there can also be markers there, points in along the way of knowing, okay, when are we in this more logical like place, and then when are we starting to tread into territory where our emotions are in overdrive and dominating more of our behavior.
Yeah, so you gotta just set them back, frame it. It's a lot about, like you said, the educational piece. So you spend a lot of time educating your clients from the beginning, just as to like your process and what to expect.
Yeah, so I see clients for a wide, like varying, problem sets, all the way from, we want to retire. Help us figure out like what are we going to do in retirement? We're not really sure. Should we retire? Should we not? To younger couples who are, professionals, like trying to figure out life, raise kids, and can we go on this vacation or not? So the work, runs really the whole gamut of problem areas. And so they're pending the pain point. So the presenting problem, what it is that they're wanting to talk about, to discuss. There is a little bit of education just around, how do you work as an individual? How are you responding? And that education is a bit exploratory because it does require asking some questions around how do you view money? How do you identify with it? How is it tied to the way that you think about yourself? Is it tied to your self-worth? Is it tied to, you feeling like a good person? So there's education in more of an exploratory place. When it comes to emotion regulation, though, so when looking at clients who are maybe emotional, like disproportionately, then we look at using education on how can we help you to regulate some of these emotions that come with, maybe it's seeing headlines, maybe it's market volatility, maybe it's just being really mad at your husband for, wanting to spend a lot of money on like hunting gear and being gone, for hunting like pretty much all of April. Not that that's my scenario at all.
Yeah, asking for a friend.
Right. Yeah. So a friend tells me.
No, and communication is so key, and we just keep coming back to communication and education in this situation. Let's do so. Main Street meets Wall Street. We want to talk about like real life scenarios, real situations. Let's take a scenario maybe you hear in the world. Young couple, young 30s, starting a family. They are completely on opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to money, right? They may go sit down and talk to a financial advisor or a person in an hourly situation, do Dave Ramsey's program, something to that effect, get the advice, go home and change exactly nothing. Where do they actually begin?
Yeah. So talking about money is very difficult, and we are typically not taught how to do that growing up in our formative years. Yeah. Adopt strategies that we saw growing up, that we ourselves maybe that have been useful or helpful for us, going back to helping our brains, it is designed to help us stay safe. That's the entire purpose for our brain, is to help us stay safe. And so when we look at where couples start, sometimes the starting point is just sitting down and talking about, what does money mean to you? Like, or how does it feel to talk about money? That might actually be, for some, like, enough of a conversation, right? And being able to like tolerate that. What does sitting down and talk about money feel? One partner might say, this feels really uncomfortable, or I feel really anxious. Or one partner, like my husband, when we first started, wanted to talk all about it and show me all the spreadsheets and was so excited to like walk through all of it. And for myself, it was very overwhelming, not because I couldn't understand, but because having a response to something, numbers don't lie, right? And numbers, they're numbers, right? You can't argue with numbers. That's like what I was taught. Like, you can't argue with numbers. It's a number, right? It's fact. But having just kind of my own like response, like just sitting down and like seeing all that can be overwhelming. So for couples, sometimes just talking about, hey, what is it like to talk about money might be a great starting place. So I encourage couples, though, to schedule regular money dates and to have regular conversations. Treat it like a meeting, like you would maybe with work. So for Clayton and I, and where I, have seen a lot of success for other couples, particularly those where one or both partners is a professional, is schedule them during the day. Schedule them during like the work day, if you can. And treat it almost kind of like that. And the reason I say this is because the last thing that any of us want to do at night is to talk about money, a potentially, conversation that could lead to friction. Like, my brain is fried. I don't want to engage in that. I just want to zone out, watch, trashy TV so that I feel good about myself. Like, that's my capacity at the end of the day. As it is, I think, for a lot of younger couples, is particularly those who are raising families. So treat your money date like a working meeting, right? Schedule it if you can during like business hours. Put a time limit on it. This doesn't have to go on forever. Even just 15 to 20 minutes is better than nothing. And what I think is important here is, talking about the numbers, talking about some type of numbers, but also talking about the emotions and the thoughts around it. And what I mean by that is, if we're talking about, let's just say, saving for a vacation, you can talk about the numbers, and one partner might say like, okay, well, if we're going to save for a vacation, we probably need to be cutting back on these like expenses, right? Sometimes where that conversation can go. Or if we're going to save for a vacation, we want to allocate like this amount to it, like every month. But the other side of that is, how do we want to feel on vacation? Do we want to be able to, feel relaxed while we're spending on vacation? Do we want to maybe go on a vacation like a sandals resort where you pay everything up front, and then while you're there, you don't have to think about anything, because spending money on vacation causes a lot of stress?
Yeah, sandals.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Or a cruise, right? Like, once you get there, you're kind of there. So how do we want to feel on vacation when it comes to money? Do we want to feel relaxed? What's the impact of that? So I think talking about, both the technical side, but also the emotional, relational side is equally as important when we're having these money dates.
Yeah, money dates. I don't think I've heard anyone put it or describe it as that, and especially having them like in the middle of the day. That's very interesting. So you mentioned having hard conversations, and we're in the world right now, current events, people are getting married. We're seeing celebrities getting married. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce just got married, and the talk has been something, you got cited, something with a prenup. How would someone, this is going out through LinkedIn and other professional networks, so people may have a need for something like a prenup. How would they bridge a conversation like that?
Yeah, I think prenups get a bad rap. I think that they have, and probably still are, like, just viewed as dooming a relationship to end, is what I hear a lot of clients say. And this is coming from maybe clients who grew up in family systems where a prenup was not like standard practice. So there are certainly families, particularly if you're looking at the high net worth, ultra high net worth space where like prenups are like, I say standard practice, but like they're part of it. Like those families know, like, yeah, you guys can go into this relationship, but prenups will be signed. Like it's common, I guess I could say, within those family systems. But, for others, like, especially if you didn't grow up in that, it can feel like, my gosh, you're, trying to say that our relationship is doomed and that's going to end. There's a lot of emotion behind it. I think there's some mislabeling there. So talking about prenups is, I think we need to understand first going into that conversation that everyone has their own feelings around it. And while the idea behind a prenup is to, by and large, keep both parties protected, to keep both parties safe, to keep also the assets, the wealth protected, we all have different responses to that. And so it needs to be handled delicately and sensitively. So some of where, I see this come into play might be with parents and their adult children, and they will want their adult child to have a prenup. And, maybe that adult child is like, oh, like, we don't need that. She's never going to take me for everything that I've got. We're never divorcing. That might be true. And no, I'm speaking with some sarcasm here, but that might be true. But that's like what I hear, right? In terms of a response. I think for parents, the conversation needs to start before the actual engagement like happens. So if this is something that you and your partner have maybe potentially an interest in, or, maybe for a fact, like, I'm going to want my kids to sign a prenup. Those conversations need to start before, well, in this scenario, your son asks someone to marry them. And starting those conversations early sets expectations, but it also allows the opportunity then for your adult child to, decide and make certain choices, and also for you to make certain choices too. I think that prenups can be really wonderful when done right, but I've also seen them cause a lot of harm. And typically that's in families where the conversations have not been handled well. There's been a lot of fear around it, around having the conversation. There's not been enough upfront education, or communication around it. So I could talk a lot, Marcus. So I know I'm keep going on and on about it. But I think that, by and large, I think prenups can be incredibly helpful. If you find yourself in a position where it's like, well, we didn't do enough kind of on the front end of talking about prenups, find a professional that can help facilitate a conversation. And there are those professionals out there who do help facilitate conversations and provide education around what a prenup is for both parties. If I'm talking heterosexual couples here. So if you're looking at, let's just say your adult son and his soon-to-be bride, like, gift them a, meeting with someone who can just help educate them and understand what a prenup is. And maybe that will dispel some of the myths that maybe they have. Or maybe it will just further flesh out things that they want to be or go in the prenup, or to ask questions. So, for parents, I think bringing in a professional is a great way to go. Because one, it removes you from the position of, okay, all of this information is coming from, in this scenario, like my future in-laws. How can I trust them? They don't have my best interest, at play. But bringing in a professional then allows that person to ask questions to make sure that they are also protected as well.
That's pretty good answer. And I don't think many people actually think about prenups in that way as a useful tool. They just, like you say, hear the word prenup, and then they're just like, they just think they're planning for us to fail. Like 50% of marriages end in divorce, and you want to, be prepared for whatever you may obtain in your marriage. What are some of the best uses you've seen for prenups?
Best uses.
Outside just, like your common everyday, you keep this, you keep that.
Yeah. I think when I've seen them go well, some of the best uses, and this is a pre or post nup,
Yeah.
is that it opens up dialogue and communication about money, which is a very taboo subject in and of itself. It's hard to talk about. It's not easy. And so I think, sometimes prenups or postnups, they really force that conversation. They can be the thing that forces us to talk about, like, we got to talk about money now. Okay, here we are. And so when they're done well, it really can be a benefit to just learning how do we talk about money? What does money mean to each of us? What does security look like for each of us and mean? And so I think that can be truly one of those, unexpected side benefits, is that it really does and can bring a couple together in talking about a really hard subject matter.
Yeah. And what are some of the worst examples, like cases you've seen with like a prenup?
Oh gosh, how much time do we have, Marcus? I feel like we
Expand.
all know like the worst examples and how they've played out, and that's where, albeit the evil in-laws, like, kind of force this or put things in a prenup that the couple wasn't aware of, or have left one spouse high and dry. I think, somewhat kind of jokes aside, where I see harm kind of being done is in a coupleship where, and I'll say for heterosexual couples where the female partner was taking care, maybe home, taking care of kids, gave up career, gave up job, gave up, really the ability for her to build her own, path. I have seen then where, prenups can, I'm going to say it this way, it's probably not PG, but screw that person over, essentially leave them high and dry. And so that I think is not okay. And I've seen where then that female partner is very resentful, I married this person, I trusted this, arrangement and how we had things. And then now, like, I'm left with nothing. And some of that might in part be because in this scenario, maybe the female partner didn't really understand everything that was in the prenup. They didn't fully, or maybe they did fully kind of trust like their partner or those that were advising them. They didn't ask their own questions, and, truly like no judgment. But that's where I see that things can get really bad. Again, that's why I advocate for bringing in like a professional to do some education, and for both partners to have, an advocate in it, someone that is helping them think through like all the possible scenarios. So on the front end, like, hey, what if you guys have children and one of you wants to stay home? Like, how do you guys want to do that? How do you want to set things up? So, being able to look at what are the worst possible like fears, if you're doing this on the front end, I know I'm deviating a little bit, doing this on the front end, thinking through what are the worst possible fears, and then how do we talk through and talk around that? I think can be immensely helpful in making sure that some of those worst things don't end up ultimately happening.
Great explanation. And I really don't have a chance to have conversations about prenups, and we weren't even going to go deep into this. I kind of threw the prenups on, Ashley, the fun of live, but it seems like something that you enjoy speaking on. So if you don't mind, we can talk about it just a little bit more. So with prenups, you mentioned the prenup, and then you mentioned the post-nuptial agreement, right? So I think in general, prenups before you get married, post-nuptial, you can do that while you're married or even after you get married or after you get divorced, correct? And you want to explain a little bit more into those?
So I'm probably not the best at explaining the divorce piece. I do know like while you're married.
Talk about why you're married then.
Yes, while you're married, you can. So this might come into play if a partner, and I've worked with clients in this capacity where they've received like a sudden windfall, or maybe particularly like an inheritance. So, one partner receives an inheritance from their parents. Maybe it was unexpected, and maybe as part of receiving that inheritance, they want a post-nup put in place, and that can be really tricky.
Yeah.
It can bring up a lot there, but that is probably where I like more commonly see them, is when there's some sort of, inheritance or sudden windfall that's come into play after the fact, after a couple is married, and they want to put things in place legally in the form of a postnuptial.
Got you. And you speak about once people are married and windfalls and generations of wealth being passed along. do you think you mentioned bringing in professionals to have conversations with couples? Do you see professionals bring in, you see couples bring in like multi-generations to have the professional come in and talk them through the prenup? That's one of
Yeah.
the best ways you would approach that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm of the mindset that the more the merrier, to some degree, right? But really trying to communicate across generations can be immensely helpful. One from just an awareness place, but also like an education, and modeling like, hey, like we talk about money in this family. Like money is not taboo. It's not like a secret. Like we talk about it, and this is how we talk about it. And it really allows like families, especially those of older generations, to start to model how we go about talking about money, but more than money. Like how do we talk about security and freedom? How do we talk about legacy? How do we talk about relationships? How do we talk about philanthropy and giving? All of those things that come into play.
Right. And what we've seen now, and we're in the middle of one of the greatest generational and just wealth transfers in history. It's great to have a woman on here, because there's not a lot of women in the finance industry. I should say not enough. There are plenty smart, talented women in this industry, but they're not enough that are being seen. You may come across, or a husband passes away and the wife has no sense of what's going on, like financially. How do you approach that? Do you get in front of that? And then if you're not ahead of it and it happens, how do you approach it? Like if you just come into the back end of it.
Yeah, I think if you have the ability to be proactive, to say, hey, we as a advisory team, we have a couple where the male partner, and this is stereotypically like what happens, the male partner is very engaged. He's the only one that really shows up or participates. Like the female spouse, don't really know much about her. She's got like a few small accounts, but other than that, like don't really know anything about her. There's an opportunity to be proactive and engage that unengaged spouse more thoughtfully. And there are a lot of strategies for doing that, where a lot of them boil down to is just getting to know her on a human level, connecting with her, finding out more about who she is. If she likes horses, right? Asking her, hey, sending her an email. Did you see the Kentucky Derby? Who are you cheering for? Right? Just trying to kind of, have frequent enough touch points with her. And then inviting her into a conversation of, hey, we're talking about retirement here. And I know your husband, John handles kind of everything, and that's okay. But we're talking about kind of this one piece, and I just would love to hear your thoughts. Would you be willing to jump on a call with me? As an advisory team, I think that there's a way to strategically be proactive to helping to connect with that unengaged spouse, unengaged partner. And when you do that well, when you can do that well, you earn that partner's trust, and they learn like, okay, well, even if I don't know a lot about money, I know that Marcus cares about me, and I know that he is willing to help me, right? And so when John passes, then it's, well, I really don't know all about this money stuff, but I know John worked with Marcus for a long time, and Marcus, I didn't go to all the meetings, but Marcus always checked in on me around Kentucky Derby season. And, he always asked me at least like once a year, like, what vacations I wanted to save for, spend money on, and, asked me to send him pictures. Like that really speaks to clients, right? In a way of, I can trust this person, like they're there for me, I can count on them. And they're more likely to stick with you as an advisor. So being proactive is, by and large, like my preference is, how can we be proactive like as quickly as possible? Now, the second part of that is, well, what if you've not been able to, and there's a widow that like you're working with, and you want to continue the relationship? I think that there are a lot of ways to continue that. First, just educating yourself on the grieving process and widowhood. What does it look like? Because the education is helpful. What you will find in and within that is that it can look different for every person. But getting some basic education around, grief and, widowhood and how to engage with a client. Kathy Balasek, a dear friend of mine, is fantastic with grief literacy and education, at least for advisors. But, understanding what is this client going through and how do I need to approach conversations, hopefully my hope would be is initially putting aside first the goal of retaining assets. My hope would be is that we've put that aside and that we're putting the person first and foremost and making sure that we can be helpful with, helping them with any and all of the financial matters that need to be helped with. So, be proactive if we can in engaging those partners, but if we can't, meet them where they are in that human place, educate yourself on grief and widowhood, and focus first on connecting with them as a human in those early stages and those early places.
There you go. Proactivity. I don't know if that's the word. Being proactive is a good way of going about it.
Yeah.
I saw a stat or a headline yesterday that really threw me off, man. This generation is different. This younger generation. It said that nearly 50% of adults under 30 lived with their parents last year at some point, up from 32%. How are you having those conversations with adults and with their parents? Because what we're seeing now is kind of like a prodigal son type thing where parents are also giving their children their inheritance early. I don't know if they're coming back and getting more later, but they're going into their retirements. I've seen, and these are not just case studies. I'm talking about parents having to go back to work just support their children. How are you having these conversations? That seems to be something hard to break because I know with parents and children, it's a hard subject to break.
It is. Yeah. I mean, first, just validating that this is incredibly difficult. It's not what you planned for. And, I'll say there's a grief element to that, I'm sure, right? That many parents, I try to put myself in their shoes, there would be some grief in that. And not that it's maybe the child or adult child's fault, but just hey, this wasn't what we planned for. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. And I think it's important to own that and just say this sucks. We didn't plan for this. We didn't want this. And there's some grief here. And acknowledging really that part first on both sides for the parents, but also the adult children of this kind of stinks. I think that where parents can really be of service to their adult kids is going back to connecting them with a professional. Connect them with a financial professional. Maybe it's your advisor. I know a lot of advisors now who are doing young adult education or supporting them in that place of, hey, you've got your first job. Hey, let me kind of help get you started on mapping out a few things of where you could be. There are accredited financial counselors that you could connect your adult child to, but having them connect with a professional that can be another source of information, maybe even an accountability partner, or just someone to lean on and ask questions about, can be a gift. Can be a gift to them. And so I would start that early on, even maybe while they're in college, maybe last year or two of college, is connecting them with, some type of financial counselor, financial professional that can help them start to lay the groundwork for, hey, when you graduate, here might be some folks, right, that you can reach out or that can help set you up for when you do leave. I just had a conversation recording for my podcast, Planning and Beyond, with Colby Goodman, right before Marcus, you and I jumped on here. And he is a career coach. And so we're starting to see this a lot more too, is connecting adult children or even professionals working with career coaches, but connect them with a career coach, somebody like a Colby who can help develop some skills for going out and being successful. Going back to what we talked about at the very beginning about figuring out things that you can control. As parents, what really, really stinks is that, and I've realized this the older my kids have gotten, is that I have less control over them. And
never really had any control.
I know. But I used to think that I used to have a lot more of it. And I don't really like that, but it is true. And so knowing that we really can't control our kids, especially as they grow to be young adults, but what we can control is maybe offering opportunities for them to meet with professionals that could help set them up for success or, set them up in such a way to where maybe they don't come back. Maybe they don't come back home, or maybe the plan is for them to live in your home for a set period of time to build up enough savings for a down payment. Or as a parent, if you're looking at how do I help how do I help my adult kids? Maybe it's offering, maybe if instead of paying like $1 bajillion for a Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce wedding, maybe it's saying, hey, we will actually gift you this money as a down payment for a home. With housing prices being what they are, like cost of that might be much better, right? Than, getting married in Madison Square Garden, having the Empire State Building light up. I don't know, maybe not. But I think that there's a lot of thoughtful ways that parents in particular can start to look at helping set their kids up for success, albeit bringing in a professional or, again, down payment like on a home. And you can talk to your advisor about that. Like they are likely a wonderful resource to be able to have those conversations with.
Very good, very good. And once again, I love all the resources you're mentioning from Colby to just different people that you can reach out to and things to find out. Education is a very powerful tool. So we're talking about, the parents. Let's go down to like a generation below, like kind of in our generation, because now we have this sandwich generation where our parents are getting older. We're having to take care of our parents, but we're also having to raise families. And it's not a new phenomenon. We're not the first people to have this happen, but we have the internet. We have ways to put it out and create terms. How would someone in the sandwich generation, approach this for their financial planning? Just from how do you approach that? Because you deal with the psychological and the financial piece.
Yeah, you're throwing out all the great hard questions. I mean, how do you deal with it? I don't know. Like, I don't have there's not a framework, at least that I'm familiar with. There's not a framework or book that says, if you do it this way, this is what's going to work for you, your family, and your parents. If you're married, like you might be looking at taking care of both sets of parents.
Yeah.
And like with grandparents as well. So my grandfather is 91 years old and still lives independently, like in his home, in his house that he's been in he moved there when I was 10. So like 30 years now. So you might not just be looking at your parents. It might also be participating in taking care of your grandparents as well. So, it could be multi-generations. How do you deal with it? I think first and foremost, if you're married, this needs to be a topic of conversation with your partner. And it has to be something that you talk about. Like, hey, what are we able to do first and foremost from a financial standpoint? Like, what are we able to contribute? And it may not just be financial. It might also be time, might be, mental, might be emotional. I think that there's an opportunity here in looking at if you've not had conversations with your parents. So I'm thinking like our generation, Marcus, like, the peanut butter jelly in the sandwich. If we're looking at that, like how can we start to have conversations with our parents? What information do we need to know? Like what policies do they have in place? What does their insurance coverage look like? What type of estate planning have they done? Are there any holes there? What are things that you need to know that would be helpful? What's their long-term care plan? I remember a conversation with my dad, like when I asked him about this, and he was so angry. He was so angry because what he thought I was asking or talking about, and this has been many, many years, is that I just want him to go in a home. Like, that I was like, put him away in a nursing home. And, through some choice words that I regret on my side. I'm very passionate. It's like the Puerto Rican, my dad's half Puerto Rican. It's the Puerto Rican, like in me, very passionate. You're able.
You don't have to say the exact words, but don't say the exact words, frame it.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say it, but my dad was able to say, and we were able to talk about like how my intent and plan in asking about his long-term care plan was to just know what are his wishes, so at the point in which he's not able to, or my mom, like physically able to care for themselves, like what do they want? Like what are their wishes? And is there anything like that needs to be put in place now? So like there's an opportunity, I think, for folks of our generation to start having those conversations with their parents. You don't have to wait for your parents. You're an adult, and that can feel a little strange to be like, oh, I'm an adult and I can actually lead the charge in talking to my parents like about this. And I think if done from a place of care, which now I know regretfully, like learn the hard way how to approach that conversation. But I think if it's done through a place of like, I care about you and I love you and I want to understand like your thoughts around this so that, we can support you. I think it can be a wonderful conversation. And so that should be done. Like if it's not done, I would encourage, couples, I would encourage people to start having those conversations, with their parents. And it doesn't have to just be centered around like money, like, well, how much money am I getting? How much money am I leaving? It doesn't have to be that. You can start with like, hey, what are your wishes? As you approach, kind of even this next milestone, or if you become physically like unable to care for yourself, like what role do you want me to play, in that? And so those can be just wonderful bonding, I think, conversations if done well. But, you ask like, how do you deal with that? I think first and foremost, you can't deal with it until you really know the lay of the land and what you're dealing with. And the lay of the land is really that information on like both sides. What are your parents' wishes? What are also you and your spouse, your partner, like what are you able to take on? And also thinking about, your kids too. Like what do we also want to be able to do to help support and set our kids up for success?
To the education.
Yeah.
Falls back to education and communication. This is good stuff, by the way, too. I really appreciate you just like breaking it down for people. These aren't conversations that we generally get to have on Main Street. So, but we need to have because we're having them, but not communicating in the proper way. Like you said, when you asked your father about that, what are his plans? You just thought you were ready to put him out the pasture.
Yeah.
Another thing, like, so we would, at a firm that I worked at before, you would call, you have your script, you talk to people. One of the responses is you'll say, how long have you been working there? And they'll say something like 30, 35 years. And you'll say, you got another 30, 35 years in you. And sometimes that hits differently. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you mean like your intention is like 30 or 35 years working there, but they automatically like, they're thinking like, what are you saying? Like in life, or what do you mean with 30, 35 years? So,
Oh yeah.
and that can trigger different things. That might actually work for the call because they might be like, maybe I need to think about where I'm at. But it's just, it's funny to think how it hit your dad. What are your thoughts on Trump account?
And we're going to pause right there because that's exactly where you need to draw the line for tonight. Family, we just spent part one unpacking the kitchen table. We talked about why your relationship with money handles 100% of your financial decisions. We covered how to stop fighting over spreadsheets, why you need to schedule money dates during the day, and how to navigate those tough multi-generational wealth conversations with both your kids and your parents. I really want to thank Ashley for taking the time and breaking down the exact psychology behind what we need and why we act the way we do when the pressure is on. But listen to me closely. Understand your mindset's only half the battle. And this is part one and part two in this exclusive series. And we're taking everything we just talked about and bringing it straight into the engine room. We're going to break down how to stop some of these self-sabotaging moves into your portfolio when the market gets volatile. We're going to look at the behavioral traps that cause retail investors to panic sell at the bottom. Ashley's going to show us some of the exact mindset strategies to help financial advisors and their clients stay disciplined when headlines are screaming panic. You're not going to want to miss this next session. If you got value out of this broadcast tonight, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and drop a comment below telling us your biggest takeaway from part one. Are you going to start your midday money dates? Let us know. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you're the first in the room when part two drops. That'll be next week. So I want to thank this community as well. Take a second to thank everyone for this growing community. It's small, but they're dedicated people. We really appreciate everyone who's listening and growing with us. Main Street Meets Wall Street podcast is over 50 episodes. The Wall Street South Journal subscription newsletter has over 1,400 subscribers. So we just want to thank everyone. Main Street Heart meets Wall Street Smarts. We'll talk to you soon.
What I see a lot of in terms of what brings, for some, like uncertainty or anxiety to life can be fear, but it's emotions, right? It's fear, fear of uncertainty, fear of the unknown. Our brains don't like threats, and they perceive uncertainty or the unknown as a threat. And so when that happens, it gets coded as danger. And then we have a response to that. And the response could be questioning, why are you spending so much money on that? Why are you doing that? It could come across as being, condescending, questioning, judgmental. And, truly like no judgment, but that's where I see that things can get really bad. Again, that's why I advocate for bringing in like a professional to do some education and for both partners to have, an advocate in it, someone that is helping them think through like all the possible scenarios. So on the front end, like, hey, what if you guys have children and one of you wants to stay home? Like, how do you guys want to do that? How do you want to set things up? So, being able to look at what are the worst possible like fears, if you're doing this on the front end, I know I'm deviating a little bit, doing this on the front end, thinking through what are the worst possible fears, and then how do we talk through and talk around that? I think can be immensely helpful in making sure that some of those worst things don't end up ultimately happening.
Great explanation. And I really don't have a chance to have conversations about prenups, and we weren't even going to go deep into this. I kind of threw the prenups on, Ashley, the fun of live, but it seems like something that you enjoy speaking on. So if you don't mind, we can talk about it just a little bit more. So with prenups, you mentioned the prenup, and then you mentioned the post-nuptial agreement, right? So I think in general, prenups before you get married, post-nuptial, you can do that while you're married or even after you get married or after you get divorced, correct? Do you want to explain a little bit more into those?
So I'm probably not the best at explaining the divorce piece. I do know like while you're married.
Talk about why you're married then.
Yes, while you're married, you can. So this might come into play if a partner, and I've worked with clients in this capacity where they've received like a sudden windfall, or maybe particularly like an inheritance. So, one partner receives an inheritance from their parents. Maybe it was unexpected, and maybe as part of receiving that inheritance, they want a post-nup put in place, and that can be really tricky.
Yeah.
It can bring up a lot there, but that is probably where I like more commonly see them is when there's some sort of, inheritance or sudden windfall that's come into play after the fact, after a couple is married and they want to put things in place legally in the form of a postnuptial.
Got you. And you speak about once people are married and windfalls and generations of wealth being passed along. Do you think you mentioned bringing in professionals to have conversations with couples? Do you see professionals you see couples bring in like multi-generations to have the professional come in and talk them through the prenup? That's one of the best ways you would approach that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm of the mindset that the more the merrier, to some degree, right? But really trying to communicate across generations can be immensely helpful. One from just an awareness place, but also like an education, and modeling like, hey, like we talk about money in this family. Like money is not taboo. It's not like a secret. Like we talk about it, and this is how we talk about it. And it really allows like families, especially those of older generations, to start to model how we go about talking about money. But more than money, like how do we talk about security and freedom? How do we talk about legacy? How do we talk about relationships? How do we talk about philanthropy and giving? All of those things that come into play.
Right. And what we've seen now, and we're in the middle of one of the greatest generational and just wealth transfers in history. It's great to have a woman on here, because there's not a lot of women in the finance industry. Or I should say not enough. There are plenty smart, talented women in this industry, but they're not enough that are being seen. You may come across, or a husband passes away and the wife has no sense of what's going on, like financially. How do you approach that? Do you get in front of that? And then if you're not ahead of it and it happens, how do you approach it? Like if you just come into the back end of it?
Yeah, I think if you have the ability to be proactive, to say, hey, we as a advisory team, we have a couple where the male partner, and this is stereotypically like what happens, the male partner is very engaged. He's the only one that really shows up or participates. Like the female spouse, don't really know much about her. She's got like a few small accounts, but other than that, like don't really know anything about her. There's an opportunity to be proactive and engage that unengaged spouse more thoughtfully. And there are a lot of strategies for doing that, where a lot of them boil down to is just getting to know her on a human level, connecting with her, finding out more about who she is. If she likes horses, right? Asking her, hey, sending her an email. Did you see the Kentucky Derby? Who are you cheering for? Right? Just trying to kind of, have frequent enough touch points with her. And then inviting her into a conversation of, hey, we're talking about retirement here. And I know your husband, John handles kind of everything, and that's okay. But we're talking about kind of this one piece, and I just would love to hear your thoughts. Would you be willing to jump on a call with me? As an advisory team, I think that there's a way to strategically be proactive to helping to connect with that unengaged spouse, unengaged partner. And when you do that well, when you can do that well, you earn that partner's trust, and they learn like, okay, well, even if I don't know a lot about money, I know that Marcus cares about me, and I know that he is willing to help me, right? And so when John passes, then it's, well, I really don't know all about this money stuff, but I know John worked with Marcus for a long time, and Marcus, I didn't go to all the meetings, but Marcus always checked in on me around Kentucky Derby season. And, he always asked me at least like once a year, like, what vacations I wanted to save for, spend money on, and, asked me to send him pictures. Like that really speaks to clients, right? In a way of, I can trust this person, like they are there for me, I can count on them. And they're more likely to stick with you as an advisor. So being proactive is, by and large, like my preference is, how can we be proactive like as quickly as possible? Now, the second part of that is, well, what if you've not been able to, and there's a widow that you're working with, and you want to continue the relationship? I think that there are a lot of ways to continue that. First, just educating yourself on the grieving process and widowhood. What does it look like? Because the education is helpful. What you will find in and within that is that it can look different for every person. But getting some basic education around, grief and, widowhood, and how to engage with a client. Kathy Balasek, a dear friend of mine, is fantastic with grief literacy and education, at least for advisors. But, understanding what is this client going through and how do I need to approach conversations, hopefully my hope would be is initially putting aside first the goal of retaining assets. My hope would be is that we've put that aside and that we're putting the person first and foremost, and making sure that we can be helpful with, helping them with any and all of the financial matters that need to be helped with. So, be proactive if we can in engaging those partners, but if we can't, meet them where they are in that human place, educate yourself on grief and widowhood, and focus first on connecting with them as a human in those early stages and those early places.
There you go. Proactivity. I don't know if that's the word. Being proactive is a good way of going about it.
Yeah.
I saw a stat or a headline yesterday that really threw me off, man. This generation is different, this younger generation. And it said that nearly 50% of adults under 30 live with their parents last year at some point, up from 32%. How are you having those conversations with adults and with their parents? Because what we're seeing now is kind of like a prodigal son type thing, where parents are also giving their children their inheritance early. I don't know if they're coming back and getting more later, but they're going into their retirements. I've seen, and these are not just case studies. I'm talking about parents having to go back to work. Just support their children. How are you having these conversations? That seems to be something hard to break, because I know with parents and children, it's a hard subject to break.
It is. Yeah. I mean, first, just validating that this is incredibly difficult. It's not what you planned for. And, I'll say there's a grief element to that, I'm sure, right? That many parents, I try to put myself in their shoes, there would be some grief in that. And not that it's maybe the child or adult child's fault, but just hey, this wasn't what we planned for. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. And I think it's important to own that and just say this sucks. We didn't plan for this. We didn't want this. And there's some grief here. And acknowledging really like that part first on both sides for the parents, but also the adult children of like, this kind of stinks. I think that where parents can really be of service to their adult kids is going back to connecting them with a professional. Connect them with a financial professional. Maybe it's your advisor. I know a lot of advisors now who are doing like young adult education or supporting them in that place of, hey, you've got your first job. Hey, let me like kind of help get you started on mapping out like a few things of where you could be. There are accredited financial counselors that you could connect your adult child to, but having them connect with a professional that can be another source of information, maybe even an accountability partner, or just someone to lean on and ask questions about can be it can be a gift. Can be a gift to them. And so I would start that like early on, even maybe while they're in college, maybe last like year or two of college, is connecting them with, some type of financial counselor, financial professional that can help them start to lay the groundwork for, hey, when you graduate, here might be some folks, right, that you can reach out or that can help set you up for when you do leave. I just had a conversation recording for my podcast, Planning and Beyond, with Colby Goodman, right before Marcus, you and I jumped on here. And he is a career coach. And so we're starting to see this a lot more too, is connecting adult children or even professionals working with career coaches, but connect them with a career coach, like somebody like a Colby who can help develop some skills for going out and being successful. Going back to what we talked about at the very beginning about figuring out things that you can control. As parents, what really, really stinks is that, and I've realized this the older like my kids have gotten, is that I have less control over them. And
Never really had any control.
I know. But I used to think that I used to have like a lot more of it. And I don't really like that, but it is true. And so knowing that we really can't control like our kids, especially as they grow to be young adults, but what we can control is maybe offering opportunities for them to meet with professionals that could help set them up for success or, set them up in such a way to where maybe they don't come back. Maybe they don't come back home. Or maybe the plan is for them to live in your home for a set period of time to build up enough savings for a down payment. Or as a parent, if you're looking at how do I help my adult kids? Maybe it's offering, if instead of paying like $1 bajillion for a Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce wedding, maybe it's saying, hey, we will actually gift you this money as a down payment for a home. With housing prices being what they are, like cost of that might be much better, right? Than, getting married in Madison Square Garden, having the Empire State Building light up. I don't know, maybe not. But I think that there's a lot of thoughtful ways that parents in particular can start to look at helping set their kids up for success, albeit bringing in a professional or, again, down payment like on a home. And you can talk to your advisor about that. Like they are likely a wonderful resource to be able to have those conversations with.
Very good. Very good. And once again, I love all the resources you're mentioning from Colby to just different people that you can reach out to and things to find out. Education is a very powerful tool. So we're talking about, the parents. Let's go down to like a generation below, like kind of in our generation, because now we have this sandwich generation where our parents are getting older. We're having to take care of our parents, but we're also having to raise families. And it's not a new phenomenon. We're not the first people to have this happen, but we have the internet. We have ways to put it out and create terms. How would someone in the sandwich generation, approach this for their financial planning? Just from how do you approach that? Because you deal with the psychological and the financial piece.
Yeah, you're throwing out all the great hard questions. I mean, how do you deal with it? I don't know. Like, I don't have there's not a framework, at least that I'm familiar with. There's not a framework or book that says, if you do it this way, this is what's going to work for you, your family, and your parents. If you're married, like you might be looking at taking care of both sets of parents. Yeah. And like with grandparents as well. So my grandfather is 91 years old and still lives independently, like in his home in his house that he's been in he moved there when I was 10. So like 30 years now. So you might not just be looking at your parents. It might also be participating and taking care of your grandparents as well. So, it could be multi-generations. How do you deal with it? I think first and foremost, if you're married, this needs to be a topic of conversation with your partner. And it has to be something that you talk about. Like, hey, what are we able to do first and foremost from a financial standpoint? Like, what are we able to contribute? And it may not just be financial. It might also be time, might be, mental, might be emotional. I think that there's an opportunity here in looking at if you've not had conversations with your parents. So I'm thinking like our generation, Marcus, like, the peanut butter jelly in the sandwich. If we're looking at that, like, how can we start to have conversations with our parents? What information do we need to know? Like, what policies do they have in place? What does their insurance coverage look like? What type of estate planning have they done? Are there any holes there? What are things that you need to know that would be helpful? What's their long-term care plan? I remember a conversation with my dad, like when I asked him about this, and he was so angry. He was so angry because what he thought I was asking or talking about, and this has been many, many years, is that I just want him to go in a home. Like, that I was like, put him away in a nursing home. And, through some choice words that I regret on my side. I'm very passionate. It's like the Puerto Rican, my dad's half Puerto Rican. It's the Puerto Rican, like in me, very passionate. We were able.
You don't have to say the exact words, but don't say the exact words, frame it.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say it, but my dad was able to say, and we were able to talk about like how my intent and plan in asking about his long-term care plan was to just know what are his wishes, so at the point in which he's not able to, or my mom, like physically able to care for themselves, like what do they want? Like what are their wishes? And is there anything like that needs to be put in place now? So like there's an opportunity, I think, for folks of our generation to start having those conversations with their parents. You don't have to wait for your parents. You're an adult. And that can feel a little strange to be like, oh, I'm an adult and I can actually lead the charge in talking to my parents like about this. And I think if done from a place of care, which now I know regretfully, like learn the hard way how to approach that conversation. But I think if it's done through a place of like, I care about you and I love you and I want to understand like your thoughts around this so that, we can support you. I think it can be a wonderful conversation. And so that should be done. Like if it's not done, I would encourage, couples, I would encourage people to start having those conversations, with their parents. And it doesn't have to just be centered around like money, like, well, how much money am I getting? How much money am I leaving? It doesn't have to be that. You can start with like, hey, what are your wishes? As you approach, kind of even this next milestone, or if you become physically like unable to care for yourself, like what role do you want me to play, in that? And so those can be just wonderful bonding, I think, conversations if done well. But, you asked like, how do you deal with that? I think first and foremost, you can't deal with it until you really know the lay of the land and what you're dealing with. And the lay of the land is really that information on like both sides. What are your parents' wishes? What are also you and your spouse, your partner, like what are you able to take on? And also thinking about, your kids too. Like what do we also want to be able to do to help support and set our kids up for success?
To the education.
Yeah.
Falls back to education and communication. Now this is good stuff, by the way, too. I really appreciate you just like breaking it down for people. These aren't conversations that we generally get to have on Main Street. So, but we need to have because we're having them, but not communicating in the proper way. Like you said, when you asked your father about that, what are his plans? You just thought you were ready to put him out the pasture. You know? Another thing, like, so we would, at a firm that I worked at before, you would call, you have your script, you talk to people. One of the responses is you'll say, how long have you been working there? And they'll say something like 30, 35 years. And you'll say, you got another 30, 35 years in you. And sometimes that hits differently. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you mean like your intention is like 30 or 35 years working there, but they automatically like, they're thinking like, what are you saying? Like in life or what do you mean with 30, 35 years? So
Oh yeah.
And that can trigger different things. That might actually work for the call because they might be like, maybe I need to think about where I'm at. But it's just, it's funny to think how it hit your dad. What are your thoughts on Trump accounts? And then I want to talk a little bit about your Beyond the Plan. I'm going to pull up your website. What are your thoughts on the Trump accounts right now?
Trump accounts. So I will be clear that I have very minimal knowledge around understanding them. So what I will say is that this is a conversation my husband and I are having on the personal side right now. And so just exploring like first of all, him helping me understand more technically, like what are they? What are they designed for? What are the implications for them? And is this a way that we want to contribute like for our kids, like for their future? What's the impact of that to us? Are there other ways that maybe we would or could potentially invest at least in their future? And so we're looking at it like from like a kid, like from our kids angle, but also just exploring, I'll say, just more impact there. So I won't get into just my thoughts around the technical aspect because that's not what I'm qualified to do. But I will say that it is becoming a popular topic amongst couples in exploring what does this mean and is this an option that is good for us and for our kids. And so I think anytime something like this comes out, I think it's important to visit. I don't always like to because I don't really actually like change. And I'm of the mindset like, hey, we have like our kids set up in this way, like, they have their own investment accounts. Like we're teaching them about that. Like, my God, do we have to have like one more account? Like one more thing, like in our e-money, in our e-money account that I have to see for, like, I'm just like, I can be overwhelmed by it. When I pull back from that initial response and reaction, though, it is good to be able to talk about that and just explore because you don't know, right? I don't like change. I like things being simple. I don't like making things more complicated than they have to be. And not that a Trump account does that. I'm not saying that. But sometimes in our own money conversations between Clayton and I have a tendency to not want to explore things because, if it ain't broke, like, why we need to go like changing things, right? And so I think that this is a great opportunity for advisors to be encouraging couples to talk about it. I think for couples, this is a great opportunity to talk, between you and your partner. This needs to be a joint decision. It can't just be one part, like it needs to be a joint decision. And learning a little bit more just around like, hey, what does this mean for us? And is this something that we feel okay enough to get behind? So I don't know if it probably entirely answers like the question on my thoughts about Trump accounts, but I will say that with anything, I view it as an opportunity to really connect and bond and build further intimacy, like with your partner.
Yeah, and see, you and your husband, you mentioned that you already have these accounts set up for your children. You talk about with your children as well. I think that's part of the initiative with the Trump account, Invest America accounts, whatever they're actually called Invest America accounts. That's what people call them Trump accounts. They get more, or maybe it's the Best America initiative. However it goes, the name can change an account. People need to realize that because some people get so polarized by politics. Like it's not red or blue. It's all about green. Well, the conversations we're having, what questions do you have about Trump accounts? Excuse me.
What questions do I have about Trump accounts?
Yeah.
So I would say like right now, like my question within for our personal context is this something we want to pull the trigger on now or later? Do we need to pull it now? Can we cash flow that now? Because we're certainly looking at that. What are we potentially giving up if we do? And so those are questions that like we have to actively like answer for ourselves and look at. And we've, started to do that and earmark some time for that. I'll be honest, like I don't have technical questions, mostly because, and this might sound incredibly like ignorant, but I don't know if I care too much about the technicality part of like how it works. Some of that is I trust Clayton.
Mhm.
I can also do reading myself and read about how it works, and it makes enough sense to me. And so this is one of those things where it might logically like make sense, but I find, and this is shocking because I'm a therapist, right, is that I'm going to look at it from a different angle and not just a technical side, but does this make sense in relation to everything that we're trying to achieve and do on the personal side? What do we have to say no to in order to fund this personally?
Opportunity costs.
Yeah, exactly.
Clayton's a lucky man if you look at everything that way. That's quite the approach to take.
I don't know if he looks at it that way, because when I say, what do we have to give up? I'm like, that vacation, we got to give up that vacation. Do I need to, if I have to scale back, getting my hair done, if I got to go now like 12 weeks, no, we're not funding Trump accounts if it means like having to push back my hair appointments. So he might beg to differ with you, Marcus.
Yeah, he might beg to differ. I mean, I think high level, like you said, with the technicalities of the Trump accounts, I mean, they do have different benefits, but I think one of the bigger benefits, I kind of compare it to like the 401k where you get the match, is that people are just donating money inside these accounts. So that could be one big benefit, but you won't reach the full potential that they're showing it for projections if you're not putting $5,000 a year in there.
Exactly.
So personally, we already have 529s, full disclosure, like for our children, but I definitely click that Trump account box. But I have not put anything in there yet. And I don't know, because that's further conversation to have. But if something goes inside of the account, right, like it's already in there. But and I showed it to my kids, and we had a very interesting conversation. They told my wife the next day, or maybe later that same day, they were at the store. They were like, we can buy this and buy that. And she was like, with what money are you talking about? They were like, the money on daddy's phone. We got money on daddy's phone.
Lord.
We own stocks. So like those kind of conversations are just interesting conversations, because then I'm like, no, you got to save money, right? We're investing money, so it just brings up a different kind of conversation.
Yeah, it does. I love that.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit. We're coming up on time. It's just been flying, man. It's been a good conversation. This is your website. Let's talk about what you do. Talk about Beyond the Plan. Tell me when to scroll down and let folks know. Let's just spend a few minutes on that.
Yeah,
How did you
sure.
get to Beyond the Plan?
I appreciate that. So high level, like what we do at Beyond the Plan is we help firms implement financial psychology support to their clients, but also to their teams. And so, going back to, I shared at the very beginning a little bit about my journey and just my thoughts here. I feel very passionate about being able to serve and help both ends, both on the advisor end, but also on the client end as well. And so what's unique about the work that we do is there are a lot of people who are, either financial behavior specialists, wealth specialists, wealth psychologists. There's a lot of different terminology like there. And really primarily the work that they do is geared more towards clients. Helping and serving just the clients. And I'm not saying not all, but that's not new, is bringing in someone with a psychology background, a mental health background to help serve and work with clients. Like it is new, but it's been around for actually a few decades, believe it or not, primarily in the ultra high net worth space. But what we do that's different is that we're not just doing that. We're also helping train your advisors and your team, and we're helping your firm to differentiate itself in a market where, services they're all kind of the same, like at least in the RIA space, managing investments, like what makes you different from another investment manager? With technology coming in, AI, doing a lot of work and helping firms to be more efficient, which is great. It's fantastic. Being able to say, hey, like, yeah, we're more efficient, but also because of that efficiency, it allows us to have informed, deeper relationships. And the question that we ask is, do your advisors know how to do that? Do they know how to do it well? And so, the work that we do, at least on the training side, is we train on 7 skills We call them our 7 core relational skills, and they're all centered around how to help advisors form better relationships, but not just forming better relationships, but being more confident and knowing how to do so. Because confidence matters in professional relationships. So that's kind of on the team and advisor side. On the client end, we see clients one-on-one. So we'll do behavior coaching consultations with clients, talking about a lot of the things we talked about today, Marcus, at least the conversations like that we will have with clients, coaching them through, hey, how do you talk to your parents around what their plans are, what are their wishes, what is their long-term plan? Some people are like, I don't even know where to start with that conversation. I have no idea how to have it, but I know that it needs to happen. And so that might be a scenario where we come in and we meet with the client and coach them through how to do that. There's others around, for couples becoming more aligned on their spending. Or how do we have a money date? How do we talk about this? For widows, we talked about earlier, how do you engage that disengaged partner or unengaged partner in a client advisory relationship? Maybe we are the ones that do those initial touch points and start to reach out to that spouse to get to know them and bring them more into the advisory firm. So we meet with clients one-on-one, but we also do co-facilitated meetings too, as well. So when life stakes might be high or difficult news or difficult conversations need to be had, we participate in helping the advisory team with that. So there's a lot, Marcus, that we do. But really it's all designed at helping the advisor, the firm end, and also the client end as well.
Yeah, it sounds like you do have a lot of stuff that y'all are just like, you got it out there, and it all brings value to both sides. So it's good. You got the B2B with the advisors, the B2C with the clients. I was actually going to ask you the question on the screen, so answer that for me. A fractional chief behavior officer.
Yeah. I mean, what do we do? I mean, it's written, right there. We look at the, key dimensions, the 3 pillars is what we refer to them as, client, the client side, the advisor side, and the firm side. And so we integrate fully into those places and helping, advisory teams, executive teams make decisions. Do we want to, if we have a set of clients right now that my partner, Dr. Meg Lertz, she has written about this a lot around the fix, fine, flourish, model. And so clients initially come in and there's a problem to fix. They want you to do something, right? There's something like as the advisor that you need to be, kind of working on helping them with. But eventually, like the client kind of moves to a state of like being fine, and like things are okay. And the annual meetings are just kind of like, yeah, here's your investments. Here's how well they did. Here's this. You're looking good on this. Yeah. How are the kids? Oh, they're good. Great. Awesome. Got any summer plans? Cool. All right. Well, we'll get you scheduled for next year. Like that's an example of like it's fine. Like the clients are fine. The relationship's fine. But that's also a very risky state for the advisor client relationship, right? Because you may not know from a place of depth, like what's really going on, like behind the scenes, if we're not asking thoughtful questions or being directive in how we guide the meeting structures and conversations. And so, Meg talks about how can we move our clients from like fine to flourish. And so we come in and we help talk with firms around how do you do that? Like, how do you help your clients to flourish? What types of meetings can you have or questions can you ask even within that annual review meeting? So we serve as like strategic partners in that place and helping firms, really elevate their level of service. It doesn't have to change like drastically, but, even just adding a few extra questions like into a, annual review meeting or a discovery process, you might be surprised at how that can really start to transform, the client relationship and even possibly like make, that client a great referral source as well.
Nice. So y'all come in, just fill the gaps. You help them where
We
they need
fill the
help.
gaps.
You're
Yeah.
like, I don't know if you're from down here, so you've heard of BASF. Like BASF doesn't make things, we just make things better. Is their
Yes.
motto. Like, do you all do the investments as well? I heard you
No,
mentioned
so
investment.
we do not manage money. We do not manage investments. Like we are purely on like the psychology, consulting, like behavioral side of things. So we don't touch client accounts. When it comes to investments, like we might help structure investment conversations. So how are we talking about risk? How often are we talking about risk? Like we look at more conversation design, not so much, consultation on, the technical, part of portfolio management or plan design.
Got you. So you do what you're good at and let what your secret sauce is and let the other people take care of that stuff.
Let them take care of the other stuff. Yes.
That works out in so many different ways. I want to ask you about your podcast before we go, but I have another question for you before we get into that. Right. So we're sitting here. I think you said you were 40, went to app. I'm 40 plus, 45. If your children, because like we mentioned our kids earlier, like my kids, they kind of know what I do, I guess. I haven't really gone too deep in like explaining to them what I do, because that would be a deeper conversation. The older ones, yeah, but the younger ones, they wouldn't really understand. So if your kids were to see this or anything you've done 20 years from now, what would you want them to take as like an impact from what mommy did in the world?
Ooh, that's a really great question. First and foremost, I would want them to think, wow, my mom was cooler than what I thought or gave her credit for.
I think everyone does that eventually.
There's a lot of like sometimes eye rolling or like, heaven forbid I bust out like a dance move, and it's like, oh my God, So I think first and foremost, I would want them to be like, oh, my mom was maybe a little cooler than what I thought or what I gave her credit for. I think beyond that, just in terms of the impact, like I would hope that they see that, my heart's desire is really, truly to help people be really the best versions of themselves. Makes me a little emotional, I guess, like thinking about, that's really what I want, is to help people be the best versions of themselves. But to do it in a really kind and like compassionate way. I think that there are a lot of great people out there that are well-intentioned at helping, but maybe not the kindest or most compassionate way. Not that they're intending to not be, but we talk about like with our kids, and I've talked about this like even when they were in elementary school, what I care most about, like when they go out into the world, when they would go out to school, what I would ask their teachers about had nothing to do with their grades, but are they kind people? Do they treat their peers well? Are they the kind of person that is going to be helpful to someone? Are they, liked but liked in such a way of not from a popularity, but like, people view them like as good people. And that matters to me. And I think that what I would want and hope that they'd see beyond just like maybe being super cool is that like, wow, like my mom really is like kind and compassionate in how she approaches and treats people along with like being helpful. So that's what I want them to see. And I think what's hard about being a parent, and maybe this, is that there are times where we get seen as mean, unfair. We have some rules in our home that go against the grain, particularly with like technology use or access or even just certain freedom. And so sometimes there's some complaints from the peanut gallery around, well, I'm the only one. We're the only ones. Like, why do you have to be a therapist? Like, why do you have to know this? And so I think sometimes they probably maybe think that I'm trying to make their life difficult. But what I hope is that they can see, wow, like my mom really loved me and like is really kind, even if she didn't let me have video games until I was 12 or, watch YouTube. So that's what I hope. We'll see. I'll have to report back to you, Marcus.
All right, we'll chat back in 20 years. We'll chat back before that. But yeah, no, and I agree with like different ways of raising the kids. Let your kids know that that kind of stuff happens in our home too, like the technology and all that. Because I don't play video games. Nothing against people who play video games. So it's not like there's a bunch of video games in the house. I used to play video games, but I realized like video games just take way too much of my time. So I had to stop doing that. There are other things. I'm the kind of person who, like, once I'm on a task, I have to get a task done. I have to accomplish things every day.
I hear you.
And unless I was like a streamer on video games where I was getting paid to do it, I would feel like I didn't accomplish much anything.
Yeah, I'm with you.
What will AI say about you 20 years from now? Like, what will be a
Oh my
great?
gosh.
What will that say?
I have no idea. And that actually like terrifies me to think like what, I mean, I guess maybe it's no different than what like Google would say, like from an SEO, like I guess like it would probably list some of the works that I do, my credentials, you know, I just hope, I think what I hope is that it doesn't say anything terrible.
It hallucinates a lot.
I think, right. Yeah. If and when it hallucinates that it's not saying terrible things about me, I think that's probably what I care about more.
Gotcha. That's awesome. Yeah, let's take a couple minutes before we off and tell people about your podcast. You mentioned your podcast. Tell us a little bit about your podcast. What's happening there?
Yeah. So podcast is Planning and Beyond. You can catch it on all listening podcast streaming sites. And really the content of it sits at the intersection of financial planning and human understanding. And so it's really designed for advisors, firm leaders around understanding their clients better. How can you understand your clients better? How can you understand your team, your advisors better? And so we bring in topics. I was telling you earlier, just recorded with Colby Goodman around how to bring in a career coach and the benefits of offering career coaching services to your clients. What can clients learn from them? We talk about even things within the mental health field, like clients who might feel or have a high degree of money shame. You know, what does that look like? Where does it come from? Rakeem Sabri, a dear friend, has come on to talk about financial trauma. So people who have experienced financial trauma, and then even like high level, like communication strategies. Matt Halloran with Zox has come on to talk about, you know, communication strategies, you know, for advisors, but also like technology and how to like leverage AI and tech to be more human. So lots and lots of examples. We're in season 3. Season 3 just started. And so we are currently releasing that. It comes out every Thursday morning. And so you can catch us again. Mostly people watch us on Apple, Spotify, but wherever you get your podcast streaming, wherever you listen to podcasts, we are likely there.
Nice. Do you stream on YouTube as well?
Starting to, yes.
Nice.
Yeah. So the handle or the channel for that is at Planning and Beyond.
Nice. What about X?
No. I used to be on X. I'll be honest. I used to be on X. And then it was like, gosh, this is a lot of work. And I talked earlier about being, a little talkative. I don't like being limited by
the characters.
Yes. I don't like that. It is very stressful. I want to say what I want to say, how I want to say it. And I don't like that. So I gave up on X. I started out there for a while, but no longer actively participating on that platform.
As the saying goes, I didn't have time to write you a short letter, so I wrote you a long one.
Right, yeah.
Right. That is me. Like I just feel like so much stuff is going to be missed if I try to say it shortly. So I got to like write this, give you the context of why I wrote that.
I'm with you.
What made you decide to start the podcast?
I wanted to have cool conversations with cool people. There's an element of wanting to selfishly learn from people in the industry. Podcast is a great way to do that, right? You bring on people, you learn from them. So I've had fantastic guests, and I, won't be able to name them all, but Dr. Jim Grubman, Moira Summers, her episode will be dropping out later this fall. Really some pioneers in the space of financial psychology, and dear friends as well, and getting to learn from them. Christy Archuleta, Meg Lertz, just to name a few. So I like learning and wanted to have conversations with people that I could learn from. But I also wanted to really help advisors look at relationships and helping clients through a different lens. And there's not really a lot of podcasts out there that focus on the type of content that we do. So it seemed like an opportunity. I also like talking, Marcus. So it's easier than writing for me as well.
Nice. Now you can just talk and have it written for you with AI. You can
exactly. Yeah.
You use a lot of AI?
I use it for brainstorming. I use it mostly like on the business side, like helping with things, particularly like, so for example, we've started to explore like, hey, we might need a W-2 employee. And so I'll go back and forth and kind of ask like about how is that structured, trying to learn, a little bit about that. So I'll use it on the business end. I use it for like the podcast in terms of like, here's this guest, shoot me like 10 interview questions that I might want to ask given what you know. So I might do it for some of that stuff, but try to keep it to more streamlining like business tasks. I enjoy being creative. So, the creative pursuits of the business, I try to keep out.
Got you. And where does your business look like in the next 5 years? You mentioned maybe bringing employees
Yes.
on.
Yeah. So currently, we have 10 firms that we work with. My hope is that is doubled, if not tripled, and that our team size grows. So I want to grow a team of other financial therapists, financial behavior specialists that are seeing clients that are also plugged into firms as well and doing this work. So I hope that, in 5 years, if we have this conversation again, I hope that I can say, oh my gosh, Marcus, we have like 30 firms that we are actively serving right now. So that's my hope. We'll see.
Oh, I think you're planning too small. 5 years.
Maybe.
Right?
I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
How long has your firm been open? How long have you been
I've been doing this for 3 years now. Yeah, 3 years now.
Yeah, the math says that you'll reach that number before then. You know that.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
see. I probably don't give myself enough credit, but also being cautiously optimistic as well. So we'll see.
Do you and your husband both work together?
No,
Oh,
we
so
love
that's
each other. Yeah, we love each other. So no.
But in the same field, but not does his firm work with your firm?
So not like overtly directly, but there are times where, Clayton or one of his like they'll ask me like questions about like a client, or I've gone and sat with clients or met with some of, their clients around issues or, struggles and stuff that they've had. So it's not a formal engagement, but that's probably for the best. So like I said, we're both firstborn children.
Mm.
We are both very ambitious and we have our own ideas. And so it is very, very good for our marriage. I think that we have like our own separate spaces to exercise all of that.
You challenge each other.
We do. That's
You
a good
push
word
each
for
other
it.
to be better, though. That's a good thing.
That's a good word for it.
We're about to go. Before we go, I want to give you time. Like looking at this screen right now, you don't see this too often, right? How could we if you had a way to get more people into this industry, like, women, we don't see a lot of women. We don't see a lot of other type of minorities. See a lot of people. I don't know Clayton, so I'm assuming that look like Clayton in the industry. But what would you say? Because I know personally, I want to see more people because it helps more people understand. Like women generally want to work with women. Black men generally kind of want to work with black men. How do you see us growing the industry for more people to?
Oh, I think that's a loaded question and one that would be hard to sum up very quickly. What I will say is that
And take your time.
I do think that it, in many ways, requires those who are in privileged positions doing advocacy work, offering opportunities for those minority groups and financial services, and even doing, some outreach there. So there's probably a lot of answers, Marcus. I think that, so I have a good friend, Stoy Hall. He is the owner of Black Mammoth. He's a financial planner. He does family office work. And so he's all about being loud. And it's one of the things that I find very endearing about him is, being loud and saying it proud, like speaking out there for these minority groups, because I think that that's important. And when, others like women or Black men or Black women or other just minority groups, right? When they are out there and they are loud about the work that they do, people notice. And so, I think it's a systemic, problem. It's not just there's not responsibility, I think, just in one place. It's more systemic, larger than that. So I think it requires those that are at the top being more open and advocating for those minority groups. But for others who are in those minority groups, like be loud, be loud out there about the work that you do. And yeah.
That's a great answer. Where can people find you?
Hang out on LinkedIn a lot, way too much. So I am there. Feel free to reach out to me there. You can check me out on the podcast as well. I spend a a lot of time engaging there. We're starting to venture into YouTube, so you can engage with us in our content there. But yeah, those are 3 places that I would encourage people to reach out to. You can find me through, or good old fashioned email. You can go to the contact page on our website, beyondthefp.com. Head over to the contact form and shoot me a good old fashioned email. I'd love to hear from you.
Very good. Very good. Thanks, Ashley. Yeah, so for those who don't know, I borrowed Ashley for, about an hour and a half today. So I really enjoyed your time, but time is valuable. Is there anything else you want to say to anyone else? Or
No,
to the
I
world?
appreciate the good questions. I appreciate the conversation. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we'll have to do this again at some point in the future for sure. We'll have another conversation. But thanks for everyone watching. Check out Ashley's podcast. Check her out if you have questions for your financial advisory planning firm. Check out her LinkedIn. I've seen her on LinkedIn. That's where we connected, or just send her an email. She has some great answers if you got questions about anything that we've covered. I'm pretty sure everything we talked about today is probably a service that you can offer too as well, correct?
Yeah, I would say most of it. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So Main Street Heart meets Wall Street Smarts. Thank y'all for tuning in. Thanks, Ashley.
Is how do we explain to our families what our digital assets are, so that way if something happens to us, that doesn't just stay online and it doesn't benefit. I think this is an important conversation that we have kids, young teenagers who now have digital assets, and they're not thinking about the value of the assets, or probably telling their families. So what do you think we should do with this new financial literacy?
Bitcoin, crypto, digital gold, or the ultimate bubble. No matter where you stand, one thing is undeniable. The global financial landscape is shifting, and you cannot afford to sit on the sidelines without a strategy. Welcome back. We're kicking off a massive 3-part Bitcoin and crypto spotlight series designed to help you access this asset class from every single angle: the global stage, the fierce critics, and the mega optimists. Here's how this series is going to break down. First off, tonight, we're launching right after this intro with a special premiere. Take you on an international panel that I sat on back in January, where we broke down how global markets, macro policy, and institutional infrastructure are reacting to digital assets on a global scale. The next episode, we drop counters this thesis, sitting down for a deep dive interview with one of the biggest Bitcoin bears in the game. We're going to stress test the asset, talk about liquidity risks, regulations, and why the skeptic thinks it's heading to zero. And then Monday, we're going to balance the scales, and we're going completely live for a full hour with the massive Bitcoin bull. He's been on all the networks talking about Bitcoin. We're going to look for the massive upside, macro adoption, and the path forward. And because it's live, we want you there with questions in the chat. So whether you're a seasoned retail investor, a retiree looking to protect your wealth, just trying to make sense of the macro headlines, this series is built for you. We aren't here to give you the hype. We're here to give you the blueprint. Oh yeah, hit that subscribe button. Turn on notifications so you don't miss tomorrow's interview or Monday's live stream, and get ready. We're going to dive straight into tonight's international panel.
Face DAOs. Tell us the difference between what a DAO is, what is maybe a traditional corporation, and how does that, does it have anything to do with tokens? Does it have anything to do with cryptocurrency? Because there's a lot of conversation about that.
Absolutely. So yeah, DAOs are a fascinating, growing niche into which people pour all kinds of weird and wonderful ideas. It's one of the things that makes it so fun. DAO stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization. And what it really represents is an attempt to create a blockchain native organizational form with all of the flexibility and transparency and openness and trust, all these sort of very Web3 and blockchain focused values, enabling to have that, but also have people collaborate collectively. Now that's really exciting. And there's all kinds of very stimulating, very interesting projects that have been developed ever since the launch of blockchain. but it's been a bit of a problem because how does, your cool, decentralized, autonomous organization where you're playing with your magic internet money and it's all equal and there's not a company, how does that actually translate to the real world? Because you may have your DAO, you may have your internet money, but at some point you're probably going to have to pay rent or a mortgage or for lunch, frankly. So one of the major problems, challenges, opportunities that the blockchain legal space has been dealing with over the last few years is how to take the DAO and how to translate it into the real world system. And so what we've seen is some really interesting attempts from various different jurisdictions to try and provide some shape to this. But it's conceptually quite interesting, right? Because a company law presumes that it's in a place, or at least it's registered in a place. You have a thing called a company that abides by a certain set of laws and is registered in a certain place and has a certain address, and also has humans who run it, the directors. But what does it mean if the company is on the internet, isn't in any one place, and is actually run by algorithms? So it's been a sort of very interesting, decade-long attempt now, possibly slightly longer, to try and merge those things together. And some solutions have developed. Yeah, it's interesting.
So I'm going to hop over to you in a second, Marcus, but going back over to the DAO side, one of the things that was fascinating to me is actually the platforms where you can actually create DAOs, and then how many DAOs actually exist around the world. And then the other challenge that, I was thinking is you have this collective group of individuals who are part of a DAO, and then they create a treasury, which have the tokens, and you don't always know who the individuals are that are managing this treasury, or what would happen if someone decides to take the treasury. And that's one reason why I think that we're looking in the United States at the market structure bill and all these other regulations is how do we kind of protect the consumer? Because we're all excited about getting involved with the tech. And I know, Marcus, we're going to talk, about your background and how you're helping your clients. But James, from that perspective, what have you seen the trends over the last few years, and where do you think that this type of consumer protection is heading?
I mean, it's a really interesting question. There's a lot to it. Between the development of the DAOs themselves, there's been the development of the DAOs. There's also been a whole infrastructure of DAO tooling and DAO service provider entities. Certainly, like Aragon or various DAO launch pads that will just help you, actually set up and run your DAO. But that still leaves you with some very particular problems because, yes, for instance, Jackie, as you just mentioned, you could have this shared wallet. It could have 10 USDC in it, or it could have, 100 million. How do you interact with the other people? So it all starts getting. One of the interesting things for DAOs is it's like this blank slate, but then people rapidly start recreating all the problems of the pre-existing organizational world, and they have to kind of figure it out from scratch sometimes. But this is actually one of the reasons why people have wanted to have wrappers in the first place, because it's to give protection. If you find that another person who has access to the treasury runs off with the money or does something very strange and illegal with the money, and you're also a signatory on that multi-sig, what then? So this is one of the reasons why people want to have the company wrappers, because it helps limit their liability. As for the consumer protection question, well, I think this it isn't just the DAO piece. It's more, it's about consumer protection for tokens, because, people launching DAO tokens and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, it's a gigantic question. There's been a lot of changes for sure over the last few years. Different regulators trying to clamp down, make it harder. Sadly, we have to face facts. There have been various scams over the last while that have made regulators quite concerned. A lot of this has come back to securities law, which particularly in the US has been a sort of vexed and back and forth question with the, sort of political changes in relation to the Securities Exchange Commission. So yeah, I'd say it's an ongoing story, and different jurisdictions have had different approaches.
I know. Marcus, what's your take because of the clients that you're supporting, and what kind of advice do you give them if they're asking you certain questions?
Hey, yeah. So just going off of just trying to break it down to a client as from crypto and blockchain to that perspective. James mentioned earlier, they were all corporations, right? So Bitcoin, I would say Bitcoin is kind of like an equity, right? As in Bitcoin, although it doesn't have profits or earnings per se that you can track Bitcoin by the technicals. You can track Bitcoin by the movement. So you don't have to look at the fundamentals and see where the earnings are, the profits are in there in the pure coin wise. The other tokens and Ethereum, Solana, those are all technologies. Those are all companies. You can go look those up, and some of those are literally companies, right, where they have earnings and profits. So those are two different ways to look at it, just to start it. And then I asked you all earlier about Star Wars, so we can go down a story, and this story isn't necessarily my own story, and it doesn't always jive with Star Wars, but think back to all the people who have seen Star Wars, how they communicated, right? They communicate, they had the little phones, that was Star Trek 2, or they could do like that. They had holograms, they had all this technology, right? Which we're starting to see come along. They traveled the entire galaxy, the entire universe. Think about how they use their currency, credits and debits, credits and deductions. That's what the blockchain is, right? The blockchain tracks credits and debits in the mutable system, that if something does happen, there's a way that you can find out what happened, when it happened inside the blockchain. It may be hard to find if you have a wallet or if you have a key that you get lost, but if you spend enough time, you can find it and you can see what happened. So that's a kind of just a high level breakdown of how I would break down the blockchain versus Bitcoin and tokens. I would throw tokens. I would include tokens in there with Ethereum and everything else. And Bitcoin is just kind of something else off to itself.
So for both of you, if you were approached by a client or a consumer who's brand new to this area, what do you think that you would want to tell them as they're stepping into this space?
Well, my clients are typically people who are looking to set up a blockchain related enterprise. So I suppose if they were coming in completely cold, there'd probably be a few broader questions about it. What really they're planning. I'd probably hook them up with various different consultants to help them think through their tokenomics, the general background of it. However, more broadly, which is I think what your question was really addressing, consumers. So I often have family and friends ask me about, particular coins, particular ideas. And I just say, not too dissimilar to what Marcus was saying. I mean, some things are reasonably well established, like Bitcoin. Some projects are, they're a big layer 1 or layer 2. You can see they have a lot of activity in them. And then a lot, you just have to accept that it's highly speculative and should really be careful. So I always urge people to just, get involved, but, you have to be prepared to lose most or all of it, particularly if it's anything outside of the top 10 tokens.
So Marcus, why don't you, add to that? And then I have a follow-up question for James.
Right. And just jumping in off of what James said. So if someone came into me, so here's the thing, recently we've had the legislation that started to codify this stuff to where we can actually use crypto inside, and I can advise people inside of it as a fiduciary, right? Before, people were still having conversation. They were still asking me about Bitcoin. They were still asking me about crypto. So like I said, I'm using the analogy to them, explaining to them that Bitcoin is like an equity, Ethereum is like a corporation. So if they want to decide how much they should spend to start on it, obviously you should do your research. You should learn about these things before you spend money on it. But a general amount would be, I like to recommend a nice dinner for two. Maybe if you want to spend that to start buying a token, or if you're going to, the price of going to a professional sporting event for two, depending on where you are on the scale. Different things cost different amounts of money for people. I mean, if you're a multi-millionaire, then you might want to just go 1%. Maybe you want to go buy 1% or 0.25% of one of these tokens, because you wouldn't pay attention to the price of a professional sporting event unless you go sit in the box seats. Then maybe you would. So just in range with that, don't jump all in at once, and then study what you're getting before you start. And as James said earlier, I always tell them never put in more to start than you can plan to lose 100%.
So for both of you, James, I'm going to kind of start with you first, because you were talking about the fact that a lot of your clients are startups in the blockchain space, and they're looking at, different locations to create. How do you advise them, or maybe you don't, or how do you give them the guidance as to where to go from the security perspective, because if they are creating a product or service using technology, and we all know that there's all different levels of developers, how are those companies thinking about making sure that the product or service that they're providing will end up being secure, especially because of, we talked a little bit about AI, and now there's a lot of other ways that things can get hacked and compromised. So do you have that type of conversation with your clients?
Well, I have lots of conversations on securities with clients, but as for security itself, not so much. Typically, the clients we speak to would often be, they're quite tech focused. Some of them are sort of TradFi executives coming in, but there'll be a very strong tech person there, and they're usually thinking about their security themselves. And yeah, it's a complicated and crazy world out there. You have to be very careful about frauds and scams and hackers in this space. You go to the big crypto conferences, for instance, and there's always scammers floating around, hackers trying to get your details. It's embracing.
So for both of you, Marcus, I'll have you start off on this question. How do you speak with someone about protecting their identity in this space? In terms of, a lot of times we don't realize what is visible on the blockchain. And sometimes we're too open to kind of sharing what it is that we have access to. So what kind of guidance do both of you are you giving or sharing with either family, friends, or even clients?
Right. So I want to elaborate a little bit on what James was saying from the last point, where he was mentioning different ways when you were speaking of security. So like I mentioned earlier, there are now funds that you can actually buy that are Bitcoin. You'll pay a fee. So it's not like buying the token. So you're going to pay a cost for the security, but the security inside of that is USA regulated. It's been put through review by the SEC. Some of these are set up where they pay dividends. I'm not going to name any particular funds, but there's a big fund that that's tied to Bitcoin. The biggest one has a fund that pays like a 10% dividend. It also has a fund that's tied to a bond, so it kind of smooths out the volatility. So there are just different ways you can invest, and obviously the bit ones, from Grayscale and BlackRock, those type of funds. But as far as online security for using a blockchain or any type of transaction like that, that is definitely something that you have to be well aware of. You have to know who you're working with and make sure that the systems they're using are secure. And then you just have to make sure that what you're using is secure. You have to work with reputable people. Like, Robinhood, that's a big one, but Robinhood is pretty secure if you want to go in there and use put your information into there. I speak on bigger firms and bigger type of things like that just for security reasons and just for the back. And like I said, when you go into those funds, they've already been reviewed, not necessarily approved by the SEC, but they've been reviewed. They report quarterly. You can see a little more transparency. So I don't even know if I answered your question.
That's fine. We're giving information out, James.
Yeah. I'd like to riff off that because, I think your point about dealing with institutions and like Robinhood, I think one of the most important, probably quite basic considerations from a security perspective for the average consumer user will just basically be whether or not they use, whether or not they engage in self-custody and whether or not they're using a centralized exchange or whatnot. This is a sort of fairly fundamental dividing line. A lot of people will use both for different components of what they're doing, but I'd suggest that for the average person coming in cold, probably having, using a centralized exchange or basically not doing self-custody where, if you get the keys, then it's just gone, everything's burned, or lost forever, And that's where, it's quite a kind of
I don't know if we lost James or not.
Yeah.
I there's like this pausing. I know he'll come back to us.
No worries.
Yeah. So Marcus, when you're talking to your clients, are you talking to them about cold wallets? Are you talking to them about, how they custody? I know the challenge even in suggesting cold wallets, some of the major cold wallets like Ledger recently had a hack at their payment processor level. So again, it's the idea that even sometimes things that where we think is safe, there are breakthroughs. So what kind of advice do you give to your clients? How do you recommend to them to do their research?
Yeah, I don't know if you remember like a year ago, right around the spring of this year, last year, there was a huge hack and a lot of Bitcoin was stolen, taken from a facility. So like James was actually mentioned, if you're just starting out, you probably don't want to self custody, you don't want to hold your own wallet. You want to have some type of, if you're investing in one of those funds, like I mentioned, it's inside of an account that's FDIC insured or SPIC insured, and you do lose your funds, there's a way that you can get them back from the insurance that is offered. But
One, we're just taking a quick pause right here in the middle of the episode. You're getting value out of this breakdown today. You want to help us keep bringing Main Street and Wall Street together? Do me a quick favor. Hit that subscribe button right now. And if you're listening on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, leave a quick 5-star review. Takes less than 30 seconds, but drastically helps the algorithm push this out to more investors and Main Street folks looking to build real sustainable wealth and get their plan on track. It's a quick timeout, like I said, from the discussion, but also if you're looking to go deeper into your trajectory, there are plenty of tools available on this site. All right, we're going to jump right back into the conversation.
In general, if you're just starting out with coins and tokens, it might be better to just pay the fee or find someone like James who can help get it into your system than just going out and trying to do it yourself, DIY. Like you said, I know there are people who are just like one way or the other, where either I'm going to do it all myself, the purist, I guess is the word you would call them. And then there are the people who are just like, I'll pay somebody to do this. I don't mind paying a little bit of a fee to get, or even a lot of a fee to get some returns and know I have security and peace of mind. And like I said, sometimes insurance, the SPIC on the backside, the FDIC, depending on what type of account that you have it inside of.
So thank you, Marcus, for sharing that. James, I know that you kind of got frozen and then kicked out. So do you want to continue on with the conversation?
No, I was just saying that this question of self-custody and the consumer, it sort of flags this really interesting policy question that's been emerging, and it kind of reaches back into, the earliest values of crypto, because, it started out in this quite sort of libertarian, cyberpunky way of radical self-custody, decentralized trust, a kind of going against established finance. But part of the story that we've had in recent years is actually it being incorporated into traditional financial and regulatory patterns. And on one hand, some people would see that as a loss, but on the other hand, that's also kind of what's driving it forward and giving it the mass uptake. So it's a kind of an interesting contradiction there.
It's a very interesting contradiction. I know that I'm a little bit always conflicted when I'm seeing that the big banks and other entities are getting involved, because I remember when I first became a Bitcoin miner a number of years ago, I was volunteering at the Bitcoin conference. I think it was in Miami. And I was listening to all these major companies talking about how they were, getting all these machines and doing everything. And all I kept thinking about, what about me? I'm a little person here. I'm a Bitcoin miner. What's going to happen to us as individuals? And the idea that, the original concept with Bitcoin was to create that economic freedom and security. So if you wanted to not transact within the traditional banking system, well, now you are. And that's not a bad thing, but it's, it just creates a different mindset.
Yes, it's a thing.
Yeah, the rise of stablecoins definitely a thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in the UK, have you seen, now you talked about the fact that there's many different jurisdictions. So do you see everyone kind of operating the same, or do you, even though there's similar rules, or do you see that some jurisdictions are becoming more progressive? They're really looking to try to pull in the business. And so they're making this more open for developing these new types of innovative tech and companies?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd say that, speaking very broad brushstrokes, you have, there's the approach being taken under MiCA, It's been coming into force for the last while. A bit slower moving, more focused on financial stability in Europe. Yeah, more rules, although, actually some interesting gaps in it as well. You don't have what the US has been doing, which, although, it's interesting because it feels so far that it's a little bit more vibes than actual, rules changes in some respects. So like the Clarity Act, it's very unclear as far as I'm aware thus far. I don't even know what's in it yet. And say Genius, it seems like a lot of the provisions haven't actually come out yet. So there's, the big flashy announcement, but then what's actually happening? And then you have small offshore jurisdictions really competing for the work. In particular, places like BVI and the Cayman Islands have been very, very active. Dubai, obviously, of all its plethora of different sub-jurisdictions, you've been seeing a lot. It's varied, and I think also governments are kind of, on one hand, they want to attract the business, but they're looking to protect the consumer and also financial stability. In the UK, there's been various stablecoins proposals that came out recently, but one of them included, the idea that individual holdings could only be about, I think it was 10,000 sterling, which just isn't really,
That's not a lot.
it's not a lot for some use cases and people that just really isn't going to work at all. So it's kind of, what do you want? You say you want to be a center for digital asset industry, and then you have a rule like that. So, the right hand will be doing something and the left hand will be doing another, I think. And I don't think that's just a UK thing. I think that happens in a lot of places.
Yeah. Marcus, what's your take on this?
Yeah, James, good points. And over here in the U.S., it's like we had a election last year where we moved into an ultra conservative movement, but it's also a populist movement. So the people are really behind Bitcoin, or like the administration's behind Bitcoin, like you said, the Genius Act, whether you think it's a genius move or not, and just moves to codify and regulate crypto. You see banks adding to it. You see it